and Elon have found
out of Mooresville High School, where a student is now charged with trying to plot what authorities are saying was a mass shooting.
Pictures in her room they look like family photographs, like you would put of your kids, but they were all of people that had committed mass shootings. She had buttons on her backpack with the faces of the mass shooters in them.
I'm Kaylee Weichbrot. I'm a mom of 2 in Fairfax County. This is my oldest. And my husband and I have a difficult decision to make this fall as he is approaching preschool age, and we are faced with the decision of whether or not we are going to put our child in public school system where Fairfax County has decided to move forward with instituting gender studies in elementary school. Despite having done a study group, a focus group in the community to see if parents even wanted this. And when parents said no, the board voted 16-0 and said we're moving forward anyways. This shows clearly that they see parents not as partners, but as an obstacle for their agenda. And I have a really hard time looking at him and going, here, I'm just going to give you over to people who do not want to partner with me in how you're going to be raised. School and education is a huge part of a child's life. And early childhood is supposed to be filled with exploration and creativity and fun, not debating issues that are for adults to handle. These kinds of topics should be introduced sensitively and by parents who are raising their children with their values, not with an ideology passed down from the top. And so this isn't about discrimination. This is about age appropriateness. This is about parents being parents and the school being the support system to parents that it was created to be. I'm urging legislators to oppose the bill like the Hashmi bill and amendments that could further erode parental involvement and religious freedoms. Parents should be the primary educators in their children's lives and the protectors of their children's values. And so this is why we're here, to protect diverse family values and make sure that our children stay safe. And to the Fairfax County School Board, we really need you to listen. You have been elected. You have been put there to represent our voice. When you chose to make the decision to be on the school board, did you have us in mind or an agenda? And you really need to think about who are you there to represent, because the parents don't want this. Our schools should be partners with parents, not ideological adversaries.
Babe?
Yeah.
Is your sister still gay, or is she bi, or is she straight, or what?
Babe, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. I've seen her with girls and I've seen her with guys, so I don't know.
She just broke up with her girlfriend. That should give you your answer.
Yeah, she's still kind of sad about that, huh?
Well, yeah, she's devastated. Why?
Well, because the FDA just approved new medication for lesbians with depression.
Don't. Just don't.
It's called Tricoxagen. Oh my God! No, she's gonna be happy! She's gonna be happy!
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever this video finds you, welcome to the Cigar Lounge. I'm your host, Tix, here with Red Pill Sleeper Cell, Lewis.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's up? We got Conquest Faulkner in the house.
I am so lonely. I am a victim of my own success. Whoa!
And coming in last but not least, AB Media. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh my goodness. For those of y'all who have watched that last episode of Invincible, the season ender, good lord. Good lord. Those last two episodes, good lord. But anyway, we're not going to
boy. We'll get into that later. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. I know it's the start of the work week for most, you know. Oh man. Shout out to Pete Hegseth, even though we gotta sit down and talk about that shout out to Lewis's ranch of service, the Marine Corps. I've expressed this real quick. I know it's not a big segment for this, but you're not going to get rid of those black Marines because of their issues in shaving due to a biological reason and the different follicles, structure of our hair. That's a lot of money being wasted. That's a lot of skills being wasted. You could give them trimmers. Matter of fact, go to one of those big, hair trimmers and barbershop companies, who's American made, and use them as a military contractor to get them close foil shavers. You solve your problem instead of giving money to like fucking greedy ass, excuse my language, greedy countries
It's
that
fine.
back out.
Fine. I'm out of the danger zone.
Oh yeah, where we basically want to back out, from peace treaties. And shout out to the other Marine, J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, pointing this out, that all he cared about was money and weaponry. But another thing, last but not least, I just want to point this out. I'm glad we're going back to standards in the military. Standards.
Mm-hmm.
The other people on the stream is AB Media. You got Bay. And you got everybody's favorite red pill that a sleeper cell, Lewis. So you gotta. The reason why I said the standards part real quick is because one, you're gonna get the best of the best, no matter what, and that's what we've been lacking for the last 15, 20 years. Basically, by the time Lewis and myself got out the military, you've seen a shift. And once again, my boy, who I ran into, who's a command sergeant major at the job, he gives us props. Especially, he gave you your props too, Lewis, and said, that town hall meeting with Hegseth, the one that we tag teamed, that was a beautiful, beautiful work. It was unbiased. It was raw. We pointed out how many generals. See, people think about DEI. We pointed out how many generals who were black or other ethnicities other than white, how many were female. And you got to understand, DEI is not Jackie Robinson or Ray Robinson or the Tuskegee Airmen or Benjamin O or Chappie, the first black 4-star general. It's not that they are not DEI. As in the words of Chappie would say, he said, generals are not born, they're made. You don't disregard all the flight schools, all the dangerous missions, all the work that a black, service members have done, or service members of any ethnicity. DEI is giving positions to people who did not earn them. You don't put people's lives in someone's hands and give command over them for a bunch of frauds. But, we're going to get up to this news, and thank you for the 5-minute segment or the 3-minute segment you gave me, folks.
Well,
back to you, Beck.
Hey, Charles, to piggyback on what you said, you really can make a direct correlation to when, oh my God, his name just left the tip of my tongue. Who was the Secretary of Defense when we invaded Iraq?
Was it that was Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld. Donald
is the
Rumsfeld.
reason.
Rumsfeld.
Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld. You could really blame him when he put a strong emphasis on special forces and a lot of funding to that, because he wanted special forces to handle the majority of the war on the two fronts of Afghanistan and Iraq. But
Yeah, and
that's a conversation for another day.
And the short part about that is you exhausted not only your operatives, you made the war economy. And shout out to RFK Jr. when he said the real reason why Ukraine. And basically, you were basically getting war profiteering. If they became, every NATO country has to get all their armaments from NATO suppliers and companies.
Translation
And
UN.
the U.S.
Yeah,
and
the
guess
US.
who owns? And I don't know if
out of the UN. Got tired
Yeah.
of being the
and I don't know if you could go to my channel real quick and look up where I posted RFJ on a Sean Ryan show where he just speaks about it so eloquently. This is the reason why they didn't want Trump, Hegseth, and RFK. And what's the head of intelligence?
Tulsi.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
This is the reason they didn't want them in there, because those are people, like them or not, they're dedicated to their shit. And these are who you really. It's on my
It's in your post.
It's in my post, yeah.
Okay.
And we could play that for people to listen to what he says.
No reason why Putin invaded Ukraine. All right.
James Baker, who was the Secretary of State, famously told Gorbachev, "We will not move NATO 1 inch to the east." And in 1997, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the first of the neocons, says, "Okay, here's a plan for moving NATO into every former Soviet territory." And people go crazy at that time. George Kennan, who is the most important diplomat in modern American history, who was the architect of the containment policy during the Cold War, he said, if you do that, you're going to turn Russia into an enemy. You should be treating it as a friend. If you do this, you're going to force Russia into a violent response. What do? We did it anyway. Why do we want to move NATO to the east? When a new country signs onto NATO, it has to then change all of its weapons purchases to NATO specifications, which means it has to buy all of its weapons from Lockheed, Boeing, General Dynamics, and Northrop Grumman, and the U.S. military contractors that are all owned by BlackRock. So there's this economic imperative to drive NATO into all of these new countries.
Wow, right?
Yeah.
And who says we don't give you great news?
I don't know. Some lesbian
that music guy.
12.
I mean, we're giving you better news than most of your big 3-letter names. Stuff they don't even talk about. Yep. Shout out to Sean Ryan. Shout out to RFK Jr. Putting the truth out there. Why do you think they want it? Because it's all war profiteering. But yet, I'll have people literally tell me, "Oh, you're siding with Russia." Look, wrong is wrong. Right is right. Yeah, we the last of the real, man. But here's the thing. You got to tell people the truth.
Yes.
How the hell do you claim you want peace, but you, number one, break your treaty, which you knew will force Russia's hand? Then you come here after you already got $200 billion from us, and that's not including the weaponry. Say it with me, folks. That's not including the weaponry.
Oh, excuse me, weaponry.
Yeah.
Then you come over here and show your donkey ass in the White House. You're not even wearing formal clothing, like you're not meeting the leader of the free world. You're not meeting a peer. You come in there like you coming in there like you're coming in there like the equivalent of a Adidas sweatsuit.
He might as well have been wearing a tracksuit.
Yeah, and then you come in there, you call the vice president a bitch in Russian.
Oh yeah, I caught that under his breath.
I haven't seen that one yet, but But thanks for telling me because I need to see that. I might give a critique on it.
Well, yeah, keep talking.
And I'm going to tell you this because hey, we could do it tonight. And I'm going to tell you this. You know, I know that Lewis has his military experience with it. He'll back me up on this. What Zelensky did was not only disrespectful, but dishonorable.
Yeah. You ready?
We're ready, folks.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda.
Loudly about the war.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking.
It's out of your mouth.
$350
I back it up.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda.
Yeah, he did it. He did it.
I'm gonna tell you this, and we have an active live. We're all joint shared. This is our active live. We're all sharing. But if that was behind closed doors, and I know Marines, such as my father, such as a couple of my boys who I served in Iraq with, and so is Lewis, I know Marines. J.D. Vance would have Undertaker choked his ass.
Yeah. The steel chairs are coming out. I want to cover things that you said. One of the biggest things you talked about the shaving situation.
Oh yes,
because he brought that to my attention last week, and I say this: if I was the black man and the white man who had issues with shaving, because skin issues don't just affect black men, because of the coarseness of our hair. Plus we have, there are those of us with sensitive skin, whatever. In all honesty, if I was them, I would go to Hexef and talk about adopting a new look. And because of those shaving issues, like how about we adopt the 5 o'clock shadow rule, where we keep it trim so that way, trim low, so that way we don't have those issues.
Right.
All right.
But you have men with beards in the military. You have men with beards in the military.
Right. So what I'm saying is with that 5 o'clock shadow look in those military guys, that's a new look, because that 5 o'clock shadow, every time we see it, it typifies what? What does it say? Rugged, tough, ready to rumble. Am I lying?
Right. It still gives that manly, kicking down the door appearance for the you gotta love my proper weaponry. No weaponry, gotta shout out to my old English teachers. Just like sometimes I used the word pavement. It gives you that appearance. And I know because that's actually more Lewis's wheelhouse, because for the longest time I don't think the Marine Corps had beards, did they?
Last time I think was in the 1800s.
Yeah, I think the 5 o'clock shadow look would definitely put Hexet's stamp on the military.
Right, because it goes back to man. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
The beard from the Marine Corps standards is uniform appearance and everything. But even when I was in the 98, you had we call black Marines or dark green. Dark green Marines, there was plenty of them that had 5 o'clock shadow because they had to use clippers, or they would they use the magic shave. But what a lot of people don't realize is one thing when you're garrison on base But if you're training out in the field and you're forcing these individuals to constantly shave and they got razor bumps, you have a higher chance of infection, which means your manpower is getting depleted because you're out in the field, you're in the dirt, out in the, you know, wherever you're training at, and there's a higher chance of getting infection. But me and Charles was talking about this yesterday on the phone.
Yeah,
they have Indian Sikhs that rock full beards and their hair is grown out and they rock a turban because they got the religious difference. So if you have a Indian Sikh with a beard and long hair, it shouldn't be a problem when you have an African American or any individual that has problems with I forgot the medical term for it, but for ingrown hair, because
Barbarossa or whatever.
An argument that, oh, you need to have a clean shaven face so it could, when you put on a gas mask, that you get that proper seal around your face and everything. But like Charles said, they make all types of gas masks.
Yeah, they make hooded gas masks that could go around your entire hood, your head.
Yes, because like in the war, like out in Afghanistan and Iraq, you had plenty of people that was in special operations, SEALs, Delta, Green Berets, SF, that were rocking beards because they had to blend in with the community. And even when I was in, we were training over in Fort Bragg, there was plenty of SFs walking around in garrison with long hair and a big old beard.
Yeah.
Looking like a biker.
Yeah. And this is also where you could give cultural and biological appropriateness without being woke. Meaning, you should respect people's religion and you should respect people's biology. There's a reason why.
The Crown Act.
Yeah. It's funny because there's a reason why you have urinals in men's bathrooms and not women's bathrooms. It's a biological reasoning and respect to it, right?
Right.
If you have, because yes, you have some Caucasians and Hispanics with coarse hair, and you can't, you can make exceptions. If you're in the field, guess what? You're gonna be grimy. You're gonna be dirty. Okay, for all you people who don't know, the military is a place where you get grimy and dirty.
Play in the dirt.
You play in the dirt a lot. even to clean them, MOA.
Hey, Charles, putting on that camo face paint.
Oh god, that shit will stain you. That shit will stain you, man. And some of the stuff we use. I mean, really, it's one of those cultural and biological things where you have to look at the sensitivities because one, I think what's the term? Barbophilia for ingrown hairs and stuff like that for the razor bumps. I forget how to pronounce the whole thing. That's actually one of the reasons. Folliculitis, and pseudofolliculitis. Yeah, it's one of those things that you can get points for your disability, unless you want to pay out a lot of damn money for disability, which is going to happen because you're not getting rid of those people. And shout out to the fact that they're bringing back service members who were kicked out because they didn't take the jab, and they're bringing them back. Why not keep these guys? and hey, you're gonna kick them out. You're gonna kick out some of the most devastating warriors you have because of some bullshit like this. That'll be a terrible move. Keep the manliness in. And go back to those standards where you can actually pass a PT test. You have to pass one. Well, women can do it too. Okay, we shall see. Pass the standard.
That was weird. All right. So y'all ready to catch the latest news on Zelensky?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Looking at Boulevard.
This comes to us courtesy of Liberal Hive Mind.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know what's the biggest thing holding Donald Trump back? You know, some people will say it's his character, it's his bombastic nature, this, that, and the other. But really, at the end of the day, it's other frickin' people. You know, it really feels like a situation of wasted potential. Donald Trump aims to do so much good, and he clearly has good intentions, but for some reason, everybody just wants to stand in his way. Instead of working with the president, you got 4 to 8 years to make the best of the situation. They just want to sabotage him at every point in turn. And that's exactly what we're seeing once again. I mean, here we go again. Trump is actually making progress towards peace in respect to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, and then Ukraine and Europe come in and pretty much do everything they can to wreck it. Donald Trump gets Putin to the table just as he suggested he would. He gets Putin to open up to the idea of a ceasefire, then finally gets Putin to agree to a limited ceasefire, which of course the mainstream media instantly tries to spin as something negative. Oh, well, it's only a limited ceasefire. Donald Trump somehow failed. But give me a break. Historically, these things take 12 months or longer to achieve. You know, negotiating a full-on ceasefire doesn't happen in a week. But the point is, Trump is moving the conflict in the right direction. That is a fact. And then immediately, less than a week after the progress is made, Zelensky comes in and sabotages the whole thing. I guess he must have had another one of those secret behind-the-scenes meeting with Chuck Schumer and Chris Murphy. But holy frickin' moly, what's happening right now is honestly baffling. It's hard to wrap my head around. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just like I said, Vladimir Putin finally is coming to the table, and guess what? A couple days later, Zelensky throws a massive wrench into the whole process. Right as we're seeing de-escalation and even getting the UN on board, as they were planning to put peacekeepers on the ground, Zelensky comes out and says this.
All right, so I'm gonna read this. And then it'll switch over to English, all right? All right, so regarding the UN, with all due respect, the UN will not protect us. No shit. Not from occupation or Putin's desire to return. Of course not. They're not strong enough. We do not see the UN as an alternative. It's contingents or, damn it, hold on. I hate when I flub that. Alternative, excuse me. We do not see the UN as an alternative. To contingents or security guarantees. We maintain, reasonable, logical relations with the UN, by which I mean its representatives, the Secretary General, and so on. I got all sorts of stuff in my way, y'all. So, but it cannot be the UN cannot be an alternative to security guarantees. Because understand, he wants to join NATO. All right.
And what did we just learn from RFK? What did he say?
They just trying to prolong the war for money.
For
and
money.
if you had right, you don't have the money. Even if you join NATO, you do not have the money.
He does not.
And he's trying to get with some of these companies and do some profiteering off of this damn war.
Not gonna work.
And people are sick of that shit, man. People, you know, I gotta give you your flowers, Big. You know, AB, Lewis. And
what happened?
I gotta get myself. When we came up with this idea to do this joint stream, I gotta give you all your flowers while you're above ground. And I guess I gotta put myself there too, since I'm a part of it. Do you know how many?
This is Lewis's idea.
Oh yeah, and the reason why I'm giving everybody their flowers because we made this to make not only to help each other out in various ways, not only subscribers and other reasons, but to get some good, honest news out there without all the bullshit. To give some factual information to the people who wants to view it. And
you mean you don't want to race hustle? We can race hustle.
We can race hustle. We can make fear mongering, make a lot of money. Oh, yes, master, I can make them Negroes jump.
Speaking of making Negroes jump, your boy was on this morning, Roland Martin. By the way, thanks a lot to one of my subscribers who made me go watch one of his crappy videos. Now the dude is stuck in my feed. But at any rate, Roland Martin was up at 6 o'clock in the morning doing a video and nobody was in his chat. But I digress.
Yeah,
go ahead, Louis. I mean, Charles, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to finish off with this because every time I'm on social media, everybody's trying to challenge me about global politics. Each week we do this. Every week we do this. We're looking like the foremost experts compared to all the civilians and all the naysayers out there, the pedestrians. You know we're looking at steps, huh?
Because we play the actual press conferences. We play the press conferences. We don't go and grab snippets from CNN and Joy. Well, I will say Joy Reid, but now she's gone. But you know, all of these little fear mongers and Democratic dumbasses, we don't listen to them. We don't even really mess even with Fox News. I mainly mess with Forbes.
Yeah, we either do that.
I'm sorry.
We either do that or we'll listen to congressional meetings or hearings.
Forbes.
Like the reason, you go to Forbes.
White House. Or the White House. Directly from the source.
From the horse's mouth. We'll go to congressional hearings from Schweiker. Why you got to do the cuts? Why? What the Biden administration was actually doing. Shout out to Schweiker. And it's funny how they told you we're literally for 7 years we have more people dying than we have births. That's a health risk, national security risk. There's not enough mentally strong, physically strong men out there to protect the country right now. That should scare the hell out of you folks. But go ahead, AB.
That's by design, by the way.
Oh, we'll get into that later.
Go ahead, AB.
The last video you played, the dude's point that people are literally standing in Trump's way. I got a little video to play.
Is that what this is? This you right here?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I don't know what is going on with StreamYard, but I have to remove this and then add you. There we go. Oh, this video I posted. Can you enlarge it?
This is as large as it's gonna go.
Go up top. I mean down here. Go down to the to that corner, right where you were. Like go back to that corner where the volume is. What's this right here down here? Right there. What is that? Right there. No, yeah, right there. What is that? Oh, that's the floating player. All right. No, okay. Hit that. Click that.
Is there anything you're trying to pass? How much of it is going on, and how much of it is going on defense trying to stop the Republicans?
Trying to pass? No. All right. I should probably be a better politician and tell you, yes, we've got all this amazing legislation that I can absolutely imagine Donald Trump signing into law, and I'm just not gonna lie. I think that right now it is about preserving our basics and getting back some of the norms that make sure that people have food on the table, the norms that make sure that people aren't going through any extra layer of stress when it comes to figuring out education for their kids. So right now, I can tell you that unfortunately, I am not working towards very much that I would consider being the progress train. I am working to make sure that I can minimize the regress train right now.
He's
talk first.
Translation: she's just standing in the way.
She ain't doing nothing. I'm sorry, Lewis. I should have played this. Check out, Lewis did a new intro for his show.
Okay.
We're gonna peep it right quick. Was already played? No. Where is it? Okay. Is it gonna play?
Yeah, it's playing.
Oh, okay. All right, I see it. All right. Dang it. Okay.
I think it's one of those. It just shows you that Jasmine Crockett is just a mold. She even told you her only objective is to play the winch and the cog.
Yep.
Is this the right one, Lewis?
It must have happened when I formatted it.
Yeah, it looks like it's got corrupted. All right.
Wait a minute.
And then,
all right. Let's get back into this while Lewis get the new one up.
Rejects Macron's plan for UN peacekeepers in Ukraine. Instead, now he's
представниками, генсеком тощо, але це не може бути ООН, не може бути альтернативою.
I'm surprised nobody's touched this yet.
Zelensky now rejects Macron's plan for UN peacekeepers in Ukraine. Instead, now he's demanding that NATO countries put troops on the front lines. Obviously, this guy's not serious. He's not serious about peace. He's constantly going on about how he's open to negotiations and making the claim that Putin's the one who's blocking the process and unwilling to sign on to a deal. But when real steps are made towards progress, this is what he does. It's unfrickin' believable. But wait, it gets even worse. And with each example you'll notice that's pretty much the trend here. That's the story being told. It continuously gets worse. We've got another clip here, which I've actually used AI to translate because there was no clip with subtitles. Full disclosure, I used heygen.com to translate, and I'm fairly confident that the translation is accurate. But here we've got Volodymyr Zelensky during the same speech, again, essentially demanding that Ukraine be a part of NATO.
Therefore, I have always advocated and supported the cheapest method of monitoring and ensuring security. For everyone, the cheapest and probably, that's it. The most effective is NATO. Everything is developed there. How it happens, who oversees it, what the modality is, how forces are applied in case of aggression, and so on. That is, I believe this is the most comprehensible. If we don't have this format, then everything will be more expensive and more complicated.
And this comes just 3 weeks after Volodymyr Zelensky suggested that the only way that he would resign is if Ukraine was given a guarantee that they would join NATO. And you could look that up. I'll put a headline up here on screen. He said that 3.5 weeks ago. But let's be clear, Ukraine will never be a part of NATO. Everybody knows this. It's not happening. And clearly this suggestion of Ukraine joining NATO is one of the main reasons why this war started in the first place. It's viewed as a national security risk and an escalation by the Russian regime. Yet this guy continues to insist. He continues to poke the bear. And again, right as we're slowly moving forward in the right direction when it comes to peace negotiations, this guy comes in and says, I want UN boots on the ground. And what I want is a security guarantee is joining NATO. It's completely wild. But of course, as I stated earlier, it gets even worse. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys have been paying attention to what's been happening here. Russia initially agreed to a ceasefire, or they agreed to sit down at the table and discuss a ceasefire, negotiate a ceasefire. And in the end, a full ceasefire was not achieved. But Russia did agree to a limited ceasefire, committing to a full stop on attacking Ukrainian energy infrastructure and civilian sites. That was the agreement, right? No attacks on energy sites. Well, now, according to the reporting, and there's even a video, what's being reported, at least what Russia is saying, is that Ukraine launched an explosive attack on the Sudza gas metering station in the Kursk region. They're calling it terrorism and a violation of a partial ceasefire, which was recently agreed to with the US. Now, of course, we're not going to jump to conclusions on this one. It could have been the Ukrainians, it could have been the Russians, it could have been a third party, but the Russians are telling us that Ukraine attacked an energy site, and if that's correct, if that reporting is accurate, well, it falls in line with pretty much everything else Zelensky's doing here, escalating the conflict, making sure this goes on for forever. It's just unbelievable. And I can't wrap my head around the sabotage, you know? It's like I was mentioning in the intro, all Donald Trump needs is for these people to play frickin' ball. But instead, this is the dynamic. As he's calling for de-escalation and negotiation, Volodymyr Zelensky is doing the exact opposite. And then we got clips like this coming from European members of parliament, again, making war cries.
We need to remember two basic principles when we are talking about defense. First, defense is a collective good. The defense readiness of individual member states is an expression of the basic European value of solidarity. Our security depends on our ability to implement collective defense. Collective defense can only be effective if all member states invest into appropriate development of their national defense capabilities. Without this kind of investment, defense of other countries is weakening. And second, 450 million European Union citizens should not have to depend on 340 million Americans to defend ourselves against 140 million Russians who cannot defeat 38 million Ukrainians. We really can do better. It's time for us to take responsibility for the defense of Europe.
They're basically saying no.
Hold on. First and foremost, don't this dude understand that Russia is not trying to destroy Ukraine? They don't want to fight Ukraine. If they wanted to seize Ukraine, they could have already have done it years ago. That's not their mission. What is this dude talking about?
And nobody wants a failed state on their border.
Russia just started using their missiles. Just a week or two ago, they just started using their missiles. They've been ground troops and tanks so far. But if you really want them to escalate it, I guarantee you, the UK, France, and any other EU country, you are not ready for the ass whooping that Russia will put on you. They have the second greatest military in the world. They are playing with you. Am I lying? Am I lying? Press a 1 if I'm lying, 2 if I'm telling the truth. They have the #1 nuclear arsenal collection in the world. I know people say, well, they're nuclear bombs. They're not really. Dude, you're not in Russia. You don't know what the hell they've been doing.
Last time I checked, a nuke is still a nuke, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. All you need is one.
All you need, and guess what? Combined with the United States, we're just talking about 2 superpowers by themselves. We have enough to end life on Earth.
Thank you. 10 times over.
So when you made that statement, and whoever said, well, how do you know? You got to understand something. They have a scorched earth policy if needed. But this motherfucker keep constantly, and so are these other motherfuckers who are Trump haters. If you don't like the man, just say you don't like the man. But you got to applaud him for his efficiency and his effort right now as president. He's literally, you know what, fellas? This is the most mind-fucking part about this whole ordeal. How much transparency did we get from this president currently compared to all of his past?
0. Who was the little lesbian chick, Carrie Prejean or whatever? She was saying that she would be getting ready to go up to the podium and they'd be just handing her a docket for her to go by, and she like, they're playing the music. I'm about to step out on stage, and now you hand me this. This is why she was terrible as she was, but this is what added to her more horrendousness as a press secretary, because she never knew what was going on.
Exactly. There's one lady
in the dark.
There's one lady Trump has now. She's a tiger shark.
Oh yeah, she's a savage.
She a tiger shark. Oh yeah, by the way, is the United States going to give the Statue of Liberty back? No, it was given to us because we've liberated them from Nazi oppression. And basically, if it wasn't for the United States, France would be speaking German. Hey.
Let's finish this.
oh, this isn't over. And you know what? We don't even need America. We'll do it ourselves. Okay, well, fine then. If you guys are so insistent on prolonging this war, if you want to keep escalating and rejecting peace, then by all means, do it. But do it on your own damn dime. Because Trump is out here doing something entirely different, again, meeting with the Russians and Saudi Arabia to finalize a ceasefire, or a limited ceasefire. And clearly you guys don't want to be a part of that process. So if you really want to sabotage the peace process this badly, then guess what? You're on your own at this point. We cannot help you anymore. Clearly this is your choice, and maybe it's time to leave it in their hands and stop the plundering of American wealth to fund this insanity, because clearly we are not aligned. I get it, we're part of the UN and NATO, but we cannot just blindly follow this foolish escalation. And in my view, it's time to rethink the entire alliance structure, especially since at the end of the day, the American government should have the biggest say in these conflicts. The US is paying most of the damn bills, subsidizing all these globalist organizations. So, maybe, just maybe, they should lead the direction, lead the process. But clearly the Europeans think they know better, and they feel entitled to be calling the shots, despite the fact that they're not paying the damn bill. And that simply, in my view, is unacceptable. So you know what? You want to fight this war? You're so hawkish on this conflict. Well, then fight it yourself with your own money and your own troops. And then, of course, let's see how long that lasts. It's really easy to be the tough wartime politician when you're funded by American dollars and military equipment. Let's see how long it lasts once that dries up. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys.
All right, so that's a liberal hive mind. I'll put his link in the chat. This dude, he's pretty good. He's pretty consistent. As you can see, he got 1.5 million subs. He's a good dude. Like I get a lot of how like how you would listen to like like red pill channels or whatnot. He's like a red pill media guy for me, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a praise break. Oh, let me add this. Sorry. There we go. Okay. God damn it, Lewis.
What happened?
You and this damn this does not work. Trying to do a praise break and things not working. You
have to back out. Yeah, wait. You don't have to back out. I'll be right back in.
Okay. All right. So Lewis will be right back. So AOC and Bernie Sanders are trying to start their own party.
Huh.
What are they going to call it? The cuckoo's nest?
The coward party? The coward party?
Yeah, they're trying to start their own party.
Sanders, AOC. We're in Tempe, Arizona, in front of 50.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to watch these people's stuff. This is that chick. I'll show you exactly who this chick is. I hate their channel. Their channel is freaking left-wing extremists.
One thing I'll get a little emotional about is it does, as a woman, feel pretty. I feel like the humanity of women and their rights.
But yeah, I mean, the white woman fake crying thing, I could do it too, but and then you just turn it off.
No one cares. And even in the face of Trump and everything that he represented, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, it's bad when even Miss Ann's trolling her own crying down.
You know what she was doing the fake tears about?
What?
Remember when those 5 black kids in New York tried to steal that bike from that nurse? She was trying to say that the nurse was fake crying for sympathy. Whether she was or not, they were trying to take the bike from her. Let's just be honest. We can look back on it now And we
That's
can be
called
honest.
it's
They
called
stole it.
strong arm robbery. That's a very traumatic and possibly violent crime. What the hell, man? I mean, you could tell when white supremacy loses its grip on the world, when even white women's tears don't have the same gumption.
What are you talking about, Team Obama?
AOC drew some large crowds on the trail this past week,
Obama
helping
from
out West
Sheen.
with Senator Sanders. Is it wise to elevate her as a party messenger? And to what extent are you concerned that she could become a prominent boogeyman for the GOP ahead of 2026?
She's already a prominent member of the House Democratic Caucus. I expect that will continue.
On community project funding, obviously the recently passed continuing resolution didn't include any for the fiscal year 2025. I'm wondering if you can speak to A, what the impact of that is in your district and other districts, and B, how you and your members are going to approach the loss of that funding going forward. Will you be re-requesting for 2026?
The absence of community project funding is another example of Republicans making the decision to hand over the power of the purse to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the administration.
I knew it.
Obviously a decision that we are strongly opposed to, as evidenced by our strong opposition to the reckless Republican
really
spending bill for reasons that related to
Wait a minute, pause it for a second.
healthcare.
Go ahead. Lay into him.
Number one, you ever been with your dad and your mom, and you're driving on a Saturday morning, and you're looking at the Golden Arches? Oh, I want McDonald's, and you really want, and your mom or your dad said, "We got McDonald's at home." That's that version of Obama he is. Number two, he wants to talk about reckless spending. How much money, when Doge found enough money, oh yeah, Bob, like you said earlier, they could damn near give Americans $10,000 for the reckless spending the Democratic Party previous administration has found. And people like him and Jasmine Crockett will say that we're not in the business of giving out money. Why? So you can take it?
Yeah. And here's my thing. We're $36 trillion in debt. You're going to have to make some tough calls. So, Hakeem Jeffries, what is your solution to paying down this $36 trillion debt by this time 2026? What is your solution? Do you have one?
Oh, yes, I have one. You like my Obama, cheap Obama knockoff? Well, my solution is Trump's bad, immigrants good. Shout out to Zelensky. He's a warrior. Now I got... I swear to God, that's the Democratic Party's only thing. Trump bad.
Is it me, or does he look like a little boy?
He looks like, Obama if he was on the spectrum.
You know what? He could be Obama's cousin on his mother's side that he don't mess with. He don't like, they stopped sending him invites to the barbecue and the family gatherings because he never shows up. That's who Hakeem Jeffries is like.
Former President Obama is like the motion picture star. He's like Tubi Obama.
So from what I understand, AOC and Bernie Sanders are looking to form their own type of Democratic Party. All right. That's why they're pretty much what they doing is, what's up, Osiris? They are literally right now, her and Bernie Sanders is on the campaign trail. But understand that Bernie Sanders is the leading candidate, not her. Because they know that America will not vote for a female president, at least not an incompetent one. like, well, they definitely wouldn't vote for a thief like Hillary, thief and a murderer, alleged. They definitely wasn't going to vote for that idiot Kamala, and they're definitely not going to vote for the Hispanic version of Kamala. Tulsi Gabbard has the strongest chance of being the first female president in about 12 years.
And I'm going to tell you this one. I'm going to make the prediction now. Don't be surprised if she doesn't become vice president, and that walks and that Tulsi. And don't be surprised if she RFK is up in age. Of course, you're gonna see Tulsi as the vice president for at least 8 years. When JD steps down, it's gonna be her turn. You might see this fucking administration might have a 20-year reign.
Who do you think
if they play their cards right?
Who do you think would make a good running mate for her?
You know, it's gonna be either Hegseth, because you got two military veterans, both served in war. You can't knock their military experience. My number one would be Hegseth. It would not be RFK due to age.
Now he'd probably been retired in 12 years.
He'll retire, but you know his passion is to get all this crap out of foods and medication. You know, he had a one-man war against Big Pharma, so now he gets to really do it.
I take it back. I give him about 6. I give him I think it would be 6 years or less.
Yeah,
under 6.
Yeah, because I think he wants to do his crusade and his one-man war against Big Pharma and all these other companies putting shit into foods.
Oh, he got it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, he got it.
He showed me that this morning while I was drinking my coffee, and I lost my appetite for my coffee.
Oh my god, big squirrel!
When you rented that, make sure it's an MP4.
It is MP4.
Okay.
It's probably me. It's probably me.
And I'm just looking at this whole thing because as ballistic and idiotic as the Democratic Party is, you're pretty much. Let me back up for a minute. The Democrats.
You done fucked up now.
Dynamite. My spirit animal there. You got to realize the Democratic Party are idiots. As my boy said, who's an E9 sergeant major in the Army, it's been proven that Trump actually, there was a lot of corruption when he was going against Biden for his second term. Think about this. This is the first time in Republican history the same nominee for the presidency has went 3 straight times. And he technically kind of won 3 straight times, which is funny. And I want you to think about this, right? They have fucked the world up so badly that this so-called convicted felon is doing what so-called the People's Party has failed to do.
Yep.
The People's Party had us really assed in on World War III. The People's Party put sanctions on Russia and forgetting that Russia fuels 80% of Europe. Russia and Ukraine are 2 of the largest manufacturers of fertilizer. Why do you think you go to the markets and everything's so goddamn sky high? You put a hold on so much production And when you put sanctions on people, literally, your bank cards do not work. Shout out to Sandog telling me, he said some of his Russian co-workers could not even pay their bills or get food. Now, you look at the Democratic Party, and I don't care who's in office currently now. Does that look like a party you want to that you want them to lead you through a goddamn paper bag right now?
Hell no.
Technically, Biden committed treason, but
yeah, we won't even talk about his son.
That's the issue. Was it actually him or was it his administration?
Look, when you give up a majority of your military equipment and giving out billions of dollars in loans and convincing your so-called allies in the EU to give up their military equipment just so it could be destroyed by a superior army, you weakened yourself. Because all the howitzers and the tanks that we sent over were from the Marine Corps. When the Marine Corps got rid of the tank battalions and a majority of their artillery units because they want to convert them over to HIMARS. All that stuff supposed to went to the Army because in the Marine Corps they had an option. Either you could get another MOS or you could laterally move into the Army. And you destroyed a bunch of equipment that was fully functional.
Because you had no retreat. You had no evacuation plan. Wow. A.L. Evans, like to say hi to you, and Cheese Sandwich J, Forge Ford HQ. What's going on, fellas? Okay, I
What's
guess
good? What's good? What's good? I'm on
You
PS5 right now. I'm just listening from afar.
Oh, okay. What'd you say,
What
Ford?
you playing, AL?
2K.
Oh, nice. What's up, Howdy? And goddamn, don't nobody say shit.
No, not that wrestling bullshit. Because wrestling isn't masculine. I'm so sorry. I'm from the world of gridiron bus. So therefore, we're talking about
wrestling is one of the most masculine sports you can. Well, you can put a nigga on his neck.
Greco-Roman wrestling. Yes.
Greco and freestyle are very manly.
You need to get this, AL.
Not that bullshit. Now, that's bullshit. No,
Greco and freestyle are very manly forms of wrestling.
Your mic is low, Lewis. Your mic is low, Lewis. Do a test. Testing. Do a test. Yeah, your mic is low.
Testing.
There you go. All right. What you holding up? What you got?
Monster Hunter.
Hunter.
Is that the new one?
Yeah.
I just seen the advertisement for it. How is it?
I ain't get a chance to play yet because I gotta renew my
PSN.
PlayStation Plus account.
Yeah, I've been playing WWE 2K25 recently.
Oh, that's probably one of the best games they made.
And waiting for you, Charles. Hold on.
What else you got?
Boo!
What's that?
Oh, Tekken.
Yeah, because
y'all want to get that working. Tekken, just give me a few months.
Hey, we're gonna have a show. Me and Charles. It's gonna be called Black Manosphere Fight Night.
Oh yeah, knuckle up. Knuckle up.
I already have Charles on PlayStation. Anybody else is on PS5? Please put your PSN codes in the back chat, and I will either
or in the comments section
for later.
I'm still on Fogey. I'm still on 4. I'm not looking at that. I'm good.
Hey,
quick PSA. This is your boy, International J. For American capitalist, promoting a new venture here, Forge Forward at Forge Forward HQ on all platforms. Mainly just pumping out content on X right now, but we will be putting out content on Instagram and TikTok. And this is a new venture that I hope the brothers support at Forge Forward. We celebrate the brilliance, strength, and legacy of heterosexual Black American men who shape the world through innovation, leadership, and resilience. Through bold media, inspiring events, and purposeful products, we amplify their untold stories, shatter stereotypes, and build a global platform that empowers communities and drives progress. And
you got a link?
Definitely are about that stat flexing.
You got a link? Throw it in the chat.
I'll drop the link, but at Forge Forward HQ if you want to follow on all platforms. So
shout out to Sir Jesse, the New Orleans King Jesse, and Sir Jesse, International Man of Mystery, aka. I tell people, happy for Jesse, the venture capitalist, and Jesse gave me one of the best compliments being on here. He said he was inspired by Cerulean and myself making an initiative, and he's doing one himself. So, hey.
Wait, is that the initiative that you stole, Charles?
Oh, yeah, the initiative that I stole.
Right. Yeah, you stole.
Even though, how can you steal a joint venture? It's like, for example, how can I steal this stream if we all agreed to be a joint streaming venture?
Exactly.
Well, I didn't give you express written permission to republish it.
Right.
Even though we both came up with the ideas and we spent 3 hours brainstorming and putting ideas together. He did the typing. I did my research. He did his research. I sent them information and he typed. So it's a joint venture But here's the thing. Instead of taking the time to say, damn, Charles, you actually did what you said you were going to do. And think about this, right? How many years did Dr. Umar, get donations for a school?
17.
15.
So how many years did I ask for donations to help young Black boys into the security field?
What, you've been at it for what, about 3, 4, 5 years?
And did I actually put them young men to work?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of them is in the military. He just this week, the end of this week, he'll be graduating military intelligence school, which means he has a top secret clearance, and he's gonna be attached to a special forces unit.
Forces. Yeah, you did say that he's gonna be a part of special forces. That's right. That's one of your accomplishments too. Another one.
So wait a minute. I have another guy who's going to the police department who worked for me. I have another guy going to the sheriff department. Wait a minute. I forgot. We don't actually do anything to help young Black. That's when Sharon or Sharon, whatever the hell his name was, came on there. Why you try to say put them around Black mentors? Dude, you're 10 years too late. This is the reason why I tell people, why did Jesus feed the multitude before he preached to them? Because you need to meet the needs of the flesh before you talk to the spirit. If you're hungry, you don't give a damn what nobody has to say about their soul. But I forgot we don't do that shit here.
Mm-hmm.
Against our religion.
Against our religion.
All right. Y'all ready to
we just hate Black women, that's all. But go ahead.
Y'all ready for a roast session?
Sure.
Oh, all the time.
Oh God, I love Scott Jennings. Let's go.
I thought this polling was interesting. This is whether Democrats should work with the GOP or stop the Republican agenda. But what I want you to look at here is how this has changed. Back in 2017, 74% of Democrats said they should work with the GOP. Now, 57% say we should stop the Republican agenda. This is a complete shift in the mindset of the Democratic Party. They want resistance. They want a Tea Party.
100%. And what you just said, we should listen to the people. You said as a congressman, am I
Your
correct?
Your favorite chick, Miss Hair Pulling equals military combat.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Because she got into a hair pulling contest or throwing liquids on each other, she should be she's equal to the 2 tours of warfare that your current Secretary of Defense or SecDef, Pete Hegseth went through. Oh, she's more than qualified than him. But keep going. I like it when a chick is so flexible she can put her foot in her mouth.
Dang it, you just said we should listen to the people. Why aren't they listening to the people? There's no leadership. There's nobody doing anything. And what we saw, honestly, was a cave. Yet again, another example with Schumer saying, I don't want the smoke. And we're asking, they are begging. She just showed us the dramatic shift. I don't understand what the problem is. Why is there nobody, for lack of a better word, with some cojones to stand up and say, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well,
if
look,
you know we need it, and I'm not trying to give you the smoke, but if you know we need it, why is it not happening?
Look, we need to throw a punch. That's correct. And the American people want us to throw a punch.
By the way,
And we need to-
political punch, not literal
yes.
punch, because then they're going to say stuff.
Now, of course, the proposals that they're bringing are horrendous enough for us to do that, and we should do that.
What's horrendous about the CR? It continues funding the government at
horrendous about the CR is that it is a cut.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
If you do not consider the cost of doing business, if you do not consider that the cost of living, for example, has gone up, that everything has gone up.
Now you're changing. It's not a cut. You're being
It's a
dishonest.
cut.
It's not a cut.
It's a cut.
It's continuing
A cut is a
funding the
cut is a
government at the
cut.
same levels. It's not a cut. You voted to shut down the government. You voted to lay off every veteran in the federal government. You're making a passionate plea for why Democrats didn't shut down the government. And now Chuck Schumer can't even have a book tour because Democrats are so enraged that the government was. And I'm just confused because last week I was told that people going and expressing their First Amendment rights was part of their democratic and civic duty. And now Chuck Schumer can't even have a book party with Democrats over it. I'm trying to decide what's right.
think that Democrats are in agreement with you in the sense that they probably think Chuck Schumer should,
Yes,
to
exactly.
Carrie's point, take the smoke.
2 weeks ago, he was attacking
Show up and take
Show
up and take the L is what I'm saying. No one's saying he can't have it, Scott. He can do whatever he chose to. But once again, another example of him deciding to hide. I would love for him to go on the book tour so that he can answer the questions of the American people. Security risk, perhaps may be true, according to what Abby has said and what his office is saying.
Who would be the security risk, though?
I don't know.
Who
All
would
I'm
be the
saying-
security
Wait a minute.
risk?
The book is about.
What does she mean she don't know?
I hate that disingenuous. I hate that disingenuous bullshit that you brought up, and then you say you don't know. That's a cop out. That's a bullshit cop out right there. And here's the fucked up part. Here's the fucked up part, right? The fucked up part is when he called them out and said y'all voted to take veterans and everybody else off this shit. Stop acting like y'all didn't have your hands in the cookie jar. If you have the same smoke, see, I'm gonna say this about this joint venture. We don't give a fuck if you're independent, Democratic, or Republican. Everybody can catch it. And what you start to see is that the Democratic Party has not only unraveled, but they've been unhinged for years, probably decades now. It's disgusting.
The book is
Who
about
is the risk?
Scott,
Can we just admit who the risk is?
The book
left,
is about anti-Semitism, right? So I guess somebody that might be anti-Semitic might target
the left.
Chuck Schumer. Tomorrow, he's supposed to be on The View. I think that hasn't changed. He'll be on the hot seat there. I also think he should go on this book tour because if we are talking about Republicans who don't have the cojones, to quote you, to show up to actually even do town halls, even though there were town halls of constituents all over the country this weekend begging the Republicans to show up and answer questions. They refused to do so. But so I think Chuck Schumer should face the music, as harsh as it may be, should answer people and should portray some leadership and confidence, which he has done in the past.
Okay, I think.
All right, so let's get to the meat and potatoes of this whole situation as far as Chuck Schumer and the Republicans and whatnot. You have paid Democratic protesters through Act Blue. This is not a secret anymore. ActBlue pays these people $20 an hour. Because understand, Democrats don't like working. They some lazy bastards. So you got a bunch of lazy white folks who are making $20 an hour to show up hours early in Republican strongholds to take up all the seats and then start yelling and screaming and shouting and causing chaos at these town halls when the Republicans who are there to let the people know, hey, well, this is what's going on. They are disrupting the whole situation. The one, y'all remember the veteran that got up, well, supposed veteran, y'all stole my Social Security, blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, the first thing I would have asked him, I was like, no, stop, hold on. Sir, what is your name? You say you collect Social Security, right? Right. Okay. When does your check normally drop? And then he'd have gave a date. And I'd have said, okay, you got your phone on you? Bring it up. Bring up your banking app. Let's take a look.
If he's a veteran,
on that day.
and if he's also a veteran or disabled veteran as well, your Social Security is usually going to come 3 to 4 days, 2 at the best, after your veteran's check comes.
My father gets his check before the 1st. He normally gets it anywhere between the 26th to the end of the month, to the 31st, depending on how many days in the month.
Anywhere between the 23rd to the 29th.
Right. He gets his check. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if you get your shit, that means you should have 2 checks. Back to back, literally.
That guy was lying. He was lying. He was a paid agitator. So the Republicans just stopped holding town halls because of those situations, because of what ActBlue was doing. And trust me, Pam Bondi is already on top of that, just like she's on top of, because she has to be on top of ActBlue because of how they're paying people to go out here and they're radicalizing people against Tesla. At any rate, Chuck, and this is their fault. This is the Democrats' fault. Chuck Schumer now cannot go out on his book tour because the chickens have come home to roost. Who else said that?
Right. I know we said it years ago. I know we said it. Who said that? Malcolm? Oh, Malcolm. Oh, yeah. He said that back in the 60s. The chickens are coming home to roost.
The chickens
it's so
have
bad
come
now.
Hmm?
It's so bad now. Nancy Pelosi went to a town hall and got booed out of the building.
Yes. Because they have lied to the American people so much, so bad, that they are now, their own constituents are turning against them. They have radicalized them so bad that now the left is literally eating itself. So now Chuck Schumer, because he did, but let's be honest, Chuck did the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck did the right thing. The Democratic Party was taking L after L after L, especially after that congressional meeting that Trump had.
Mm-hmm.
When he addressed Congress, they took a vicious L. And this whole CR thing was the next big thing in line. He made the right call. Do not shut down the government. These people will lose their jobs. I'm telling you right now, we've made these people rabid and stupid and crazy and ignorant. Mm-hmm. They will come after us. The party.
You think January 6th will look like a picnic? They will take up. It will be a shootout. It will be a goddamn. It will be a goddamn shootout.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They are not safe. What was you gonna say, AB?
I still got people trying to use January 6th. Like, I didn't go down I don't remember January 6th for going around burning people's Teslas, people's vehicles down.
Nobody cares about January 6th. Has anybody called ever? Let's be honest. Do you care about January 6th?
No.
Let me go back to my homeboy, who's a high ranking NCO, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says when does it become, when you see injustice going on or some fuck shit by the government, is it treason or is it highly patriotic to go storm the Capitol? Because if you really want to look at January 6th, you got to look at it from both aspects.
Right.
You have to. And this is the reason why we say if Trump does something wrong, we're on his ass just like anybody else, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you're telling me, right, when you start doing all that bullshit during the election, and a lot of that shit was bullshit, when they started having a lot of fraud up there, you telling me when is it treasonous and when is it patriotic? And who gets to decide which is which? That's all I'm asking. I'm asking a fair question, right?
The losing
side. January 6th,
2021.
Newsflash, nobody gives a fuck about it. We all admit that shit was pretty dumb, but that's about it. When we saw the news, we were shocked and we were kind of tense. Like, damn. Then we forgot about it by the 10th. Nobody's walking around stressing over Jan 6. It happened and that was it. We haven't gave a damn since. It's all good when riots are kept in the hood, but now you're freaking out because this was in the neck of your woods. Now it's a big deal. Now it gets real. Now it's important to us. Not back then in 2020 when stores were boarded up. Not back then when goods were looted and folks were brutalized. Not then, but right now, because it happened to the suit and ties. That shit's way above my head. We were fucking shit up all year with demonstrations that left dozens dead. But people like Nancy didn't flinch. In fact, they loved it then. People will do what they do. Bitch, ain't that what you said? Yep. There's literally compilation videos of you and all your colleagues inciting this kind of crap. So it's very fascinating to watch you swallow your words. You put your own foot in your mouth and now you're forced to dial it back. It's fine when you encourage it in my town, in his town, in her town. When the whole fucking city's being burnt down, you smile as you give the green light for mobs to rob shit. But as soon as it comes close to you, then it's a problem. Got it.
He was low-key spitting, Jesse. I mean, he makes a point. And I don't know if people actually know this. I've actually had the police a riot. I was one of the two police who were in the Baltimore riots. They keep... Right.
Go ahead. You were saying? Hello?
How much federal funding? You want to put a consent decree in Baltimore?
Hey! Oh, Charles! You sound like you're 40 miles away.
3 years old. And
he's still talking. He going off too. Charles! We can't hear you. You're too far away from the mic. Charles! We can't hear you.
And all these other jackasses come up there. Y'all don't even understand how dangerous you're making it for yourselves and people like
Oh boy.
Is he talking to us?
Just start playing the music again so you can play the music again so you can know.
Oh, let's finish this because it sounds like he might be talking to his son. Hold on.
Chuck Schumer was the adult in the room. He did what the American people want. The American people want government. They want people to get deals done. And the fact of the matter is people don't want to punch. The fact of the matter is people are actually excited. NBC News on Meet the Press, they reported their polling found the highest level of enthusiasm and the country going in the right direction since 2004. 20 years. So President Trump is doing exactly what he campaigned on. That's why 76% of people said, according to CBS polling, agreed with his State of the Union speech, which included a lot of independents and a lot of Democrats who were watching that speech.
Carrie.
That is why...
Carrie, my namesake, Carrie.
Yes, my fellow Carrie.
You do know what you're saying is incorrect. I don't care about the polling.
Talk to
The
NBC.
American, I don't care what NBC is saying. I can talk to the people on the streets. Are you on the streets? Are you talking to people?
First and foremost, so she gonna ignore facts and logic and go by the goofy
I feel
friends of hers that she's talking to in her tight little bubble.
Yep.
That's the streets to her. That's the streets. Her gay friends and her manless female friends. They the streets.
Yep.
Are you back, Charles? Charles? I guess so. I think you might have mic problems. What were you saying, AB?
I feel like
this chick is pathetic. God, she's pathetic.
In real life situations, who have everyday jobs, who are saying they're unhappy, you know very well.
Are you saying CNN polling is wrong?
No. What I'm saying is, don't do me. Don't try me today, Scotty. What I'm saying to you is that you know, by and large, is wrong. No, what I'm saying to you is that you know, by and large, people are not happy.
No, they're very happy. They're unhappy with Democrats.
You're happy.
They're happy with Trump.
You're happy. Democrats aren't happy. We're not
Who
happy
cares?
with Democrats.
Let me try to sort this out real quick before we have to go to break. The American people are not very happy with the direction of the economy. They are not very happy with Democrats. There's a lot of unhappiness to go around.
Correct.
For the time being, Donald Trump's approval rating continues to go in the wrong direction.
It's not going in the wrong direction.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did she tell that man not to try her?
Yes. The little goofy chick did.
Did you see the other clip on that show where Angela what's her name? Angela Rye-Bread.
Angela Rye.
Yeah. With lettuce and tomato on the side. Try to tell her, don't touch me.
Look,
it's
Angela
funny.
Rye is okay. Go ahead, Charles. I'll let you go first. Go ahead. Now that you're back, you got your mic straight.
Yeah, it was connected to my my earpods. But
okay.
Number one, I'm going to go into this. I'm going to connect all these points real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you show a black woman like Carrie Champion, no matter how pretty she could look, even though she did look like a tranny in that segment, there's other segments where she looks way better. And the attitude she gives men, that's because you've been talking to black men too long and they allowed you to do this shit. What happened if that guy would have came over that chair and slapped the shit out of you? You got to be respectful to people. And see, you can't do that and say, don't try me like you're going to do something. That's rude. Men don't even do that to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And to be so wrong. Huh?
Except for Roland Martin.
Exactly. You're so wrong about Trump's approval rating. People actually, even his detractors are giving him props.
Mm-hmm.
You got to realize they don't like this Doge shit because guess what? Y'all Democrats can't funnel all the money. Yeah. Oh, y'all don't want to give the American people their money. Then why the fuck is chicks like Jasmine Crockett is in Congress? Why? What you're supposed to be a certain?
You know that, right?
Wouldn't surprise me.
$16,000 stolen from a retired couple via Act Blue went into her campaign fund.
Wow.
Because Act Blue for some reason, if you donate to them, they have a way to circumvent the 3-digit security code. They have a way to circumvent that, and therefore they can just charge your card for whatever.
And right there, everybody's worried about Doge and all this other shit, Elon Musk and Trump. But you know who has? You got these goddamn politicians who've been in office for 40 years. Mm-hmm. Nobody says a goddamn word about this shit. And they've been ripping people off left and right. These long-term, it's sickening. What are you getting to your state? Your cities look like shit. From Baltimore to New York to goddamn Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, LA, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis. All of our cities look like pure shit. None of these motherfuckers got up and during a congressional hearing or a meeting and said we should develop a goddamn bullet train where we can actually get people from one city to another within 20 minutes or less instead of driving 2 hours.
Who's been crying for that for the past few months?
You've been talking about it for 3 years, babe.
You haven't even developed a bullet train, but goddamn Japan can come up with a bullet train straight out of their asses every 3 months.
You're a first world
That
country,
shows
and you don't have a bullet train to get you from Maine to San Diego in less than a day. That's ridiculous. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A bullet train from Baltimore to DC is 10 minutes. How many people can have jobs through that alone? Oh God, you're more worried about gender fluidity studies than actually STEM. But I keep saying this, and I'll say it again. This feminist ideology has been the death of the fucking first world.
I have to do this.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
He needs some milk. Knock the shit out of that noble.
I did that because B is here. I don't have an intro.
This political, more of this political foolishness, huh?
More talking
about black female fuckery, political fuckery, okay?
Political black people.
Political fuckery, yes.
Yes, it is.
You know what's worse? You know what's worse than political fuckery? Black female political fuckery.
Oh no, not even close. Not even close. Okay.
I mean, it's so funny, right?
This is actually black female political fuckery is actually white female political fuckery.
Oh yeah,
white liberal.
No. There's a whole lot of what we call it conservative females that believe in this shit. Mm-hmm. There's a whole lot of conservative females that work in DI positions. Don't get it twisted, okay?
Oh yeah, that's why they put the black woman up there to take all the strays while she diddy bops and crip walk her, try to get back to her position.
Yep.
Look, holding your hand in HR. I'm sorry, Shaniqua, but we have to let you go.
I mean, Disney's the highlight of white female.
Who did we lose? Who just left?
I don't know.
Charles.
Okay.
Got to drop it off.
Back. Okay.
No, Charles is still. Oh, wait a minute.
He'll be back. You will have to let you go as soon as you leave. There's a white girl sitting out there in a freshly pressed little pantsuit with her briefcase, ready to take your position.
I don't see those conservative females in politics taking a back seat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why
should we cry?
We're gonna do a new segment.
Ain't that much difference.
We're gonna do a new segment.
Good.
Go ahead, BJ.
That's because there ain't that much difference between female liberals and female conservatives. Ain't that much difference. One degree separation.
It's called holding hands with white women across America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like the chick. That's like those all the liberal females now that are against men, the so-called trans women in their bathrooms and stuff like that, and running against their girls. They're not for that.
You know what? I think a lot of those girls were never for that. It's just that cancel culture was so strong at the time. You know, but that's why what's the name? Bob Iger came back, and he got Bob Chapek removed, and he came back because Bob Chapek was taking the company out of politics. He's the one. Just for the record, y'all, in case y'all didn't know, Bob Chapek, the former CEO, here today, gone tomorrow, CEO of Disney. What y'all don't know is that Disney, Kathleen Kennedy, the Lucasfilm, Star Wars, the Lucasfilm division was the head of cancel culture on Twitter.
Yeah.
Bob Chapek told those folks, because they were killing the movies. He said, "Look, come Monday, I need all y'all handles. If y'all talking crap to the fans, the customer base, you're fired. And if you don't want to turn over your handles, your phone, then you can go find another job." That's why cancel culture was immediately stopped because of him. It was because of him.
Yeah, he's basically killing the profits by doing that crap.
Yes.
Yeah. Because basically, and this is something they don't want to admit, what they're trying to prevent. That's how come you have all this purple pill feminism that's going on right now, trying to give boys, we have to feel sorry for the boys and talk about boys. No, because feminism as an ideology is dead. D-E-A-D is dead. Okay, can't go any further. It's dead. And once the money stops, it's going to be further dead.
All right, so who are you, Mr. J Matt 55?
Oh, Mr. J Matt 55. Yeah.
Who is this? Who are you?
He's one of my subs. So.
Okay, all right. Well, say hello, Mr. J Matt 55. Introduce yourself.
He's one of my patrons too, so he's cool.
Okay, he still needs to say hi. Say hello, sir.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing?
All right.
Everybody doing all right?
We got an echo, man. Where you at?
Oh, hold on. Give me a sec.
We got to check on you because the past 2 weeks we've had white inferiorist.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got
to make sure we got legitimate people up in here.
No, for sure.
All
right. Thank you. I appreciate you having. Am I still echoing or am I good?
You're better.
No, you're good.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. Thank you for having me up here.
All right, go ahead, BGS. You were.
No, what I'm saying is it's a dead issue, and basically this is what that's how come they're running for cover right now. Is because I was arguing with my brother earlier today, basically. Okay, they argue against Doge and Trump, and they talked about Schumer. Everybody know because Schumer was one of the main ones that said that this stuff needs to come, that cuts need to be made. He said that. That's why come they played his tape. Tim Black played his tape in 2010, talking about cuts to Medicare, and Social Security. Okay, this is not new. Okay, I know he got to do, but he don't have to come out swinging like that. I said he only got a couple years. He ain't got forever.
Oh yeah, they can't keep the can down the road no more.
There's no more. There is no more road. Okay, ain't no more road. That's what basically your outgoing Treasury Secretary. Okay.
Janet Yellen.
Janet Yellen been an
economist. BGS for all and real quick, BGS, for all the pedestrians, please tell them what's the position of former position for Janet Yellen, and tell them what type of power that position holds for the pedestrians.
He was the Treasury Secretary, outgoing Treasury Secretary, right? And basically, with the Bessett, I think is his name, picked up the same thing. Your Fed is the same thing. There is no more road. They're already trying to dump your bonds. Okay. I was trying to tell my brother that crap. Okay. I say if you listen to David Schweikert, okay, who's now should have been a prominent voice in Congress, right? That everybody's trying to hide him, but he's been saying there is no more roads. You're gonna have to start cutting. Okay, and Doge is exactly the remedy that he said. That's probably where he got Doge from. Okay, because Schweikert suggested we needed independent people with AI to go in and dig out and go through all these files. Okay, and then make a decision. Okay, and then make a decision. So basically, if you get rid of the say Department of Education, okay, well you can't get rid of it, but you can defund it, which is what he's doing. Okay, he can determine how much funds could go into the Department of Education. Okay, the thing is, if Congress really wanted to say something, have you heard anybody in Congress come out and say something about the Department of Education? I mean, really, on the floor?
No, not one person. As a matter of fact, even the Supreme Court has been quiet. In fact, wasn't it them that told that judge to go fuck himself?
Yes.
That was calling himself trying to block Trump.
Yeah.
On the deportees.
Yes.
Yeah, they was like, dude, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, let him get rid of these people. Why are you prerogative?
Yeah.
They're trying to slow what he does down. Basically, and this is something that Republicans and Democrats are going to have to come out the closet, okay? Stop hiding behind the woe is me stuff make a decent immigration policy. They've been begging for that for the last 30 years. And y'all been dragging your feet because too many people are making money. And that's what the one thing about Trump digging out and basically putting all these records out in public, right? You find who's been freaking taking money for these particular things, like the war in Ukraine. Okay, the reason that you allowed it, even though that wasn't the reason for the war, the reason that you greased the wheels so actually allowed it to go on is because you're getting payoffs. Keep your mouth shut.
Stealing money. You were stealing taxpayer funds. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
And you getting busted.
Yes.
You getting busted.
As you should. You know, if you don't go to jail, at least your reputation, what you really did on the record should be out there.
The only thing that's stopping them right now from being charged is that they still trying to clean out the DOJ and the FBI. They got those guys taking lie detector tests as we speak because they are so corrupt. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you can't. The thing is, unless you want to turn this country freaking upside down and turn it into a tizzy, you can't send all these people to jail. Okay.
I don't think Trump cares.
He does.
I really don't think he cares.
He does care because you know what's going to do to the freaking country. You do care because you have to administer this mess. Okay. Mm-hmm. And trust and believe, you don't want your job any harder than it already is.
That's why you have Cash Patel and Pam Bondi. That's their job.
If 80% of your Congress is dirty and you get rid of 80% of your Congress, you're going to have a political nightmare on your hands. You don't want that.
I don't think he's worried about Republicans. He's only worried about certain Democrats.
If he was if he wasn't worried about it, he had done it already.
Let's not just say you got to clean out your DOJ and your FBI first. Once you get your team in place of trusted agents in the DOJ and the FBI, then you can go ahead and start making arrests. Because right now you still have FBI agents who are stupid enough to openly say that if I get fired, I'm gonna turn over state secrets to Russia. Like, dude, we should hang you from the nearest tree just for saying that.
Just by you saying that means you called an office. You probably have your credentials pulled. Okay. If you're dumb enough to say that means you need to retire.
Yeah, that's why they just arrested an FBI agent on his way. He was on his way out of the country. They arrested him at JFK Airport. This dude he had secrets. He had photocopies, Xerox copies of secrets because he called himself writing a book, and he was going to leave the country and then publish the book.
Okay,
but they caught him.
Okay,
so I mean, they also arrested two other people who aided illegals as far as with the ICE raids. They that's 3 agents right there arrested off rip.
Okay.
They also arrested a customs agent. I mean, they're doing what they can. It's sure it's coming.
There are no secrets, right? Charles can tell you, the NSA knows all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
They know all.
But do you trust them?
The NSA collects this data through AI. Okay, any president can pull this shit up if he wants to. Any president can pull this up if he wants to. In a heartbeat. The files are there.
Do you trust the agents in the NSA?
Yeah.
But you can't even trust the agents in the DOJ and the FBI. So why would you trust the agents in the NSA?
Because the agents, because it's not up to the NSA. You have access to the database. Okay, the Doge and Musk have access to the NSA database. They don't need the NSA personnel to do that shit.
Well, who's been blocking them?
Huh?
Every time they make a move, who's been blocking them?
Who's been blocking them is the judge said that you can't access it. Okay.
Right, that's the Democrats. But Democrats have been blocking every time Trump make a move. They get some silly little judge to get in the way.
But
and like Trump said, the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to cover their tracks.
Just like as a president, okay, the National Security Administration works under you. They can't block you.
Well, the FBI and the CIA
and they can't block the FBI, CIA can't block them either.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Trust me.
If he asked the CIA to turn over files, they have to turn over files.
Turn over the files
because they have to report to him.
But understand again, do you trust these people when you have people who are committing treasonous, openly saying they're treasonous acts against you because of political stupidity? Do you trust them?
You don't have to trust them. Okay, you keep number one. I don't care who you are as president. You can't get rid of all these people. You can't rehire all these people. You have to trust them.
The hell you can't.
You know
how many law enforcement? Do you know how many Charles? How many law enforcement officers retired because of the George Floyd laws and whatnot? Oh, he ain't even here.
You cannot.
But it was hundreds of thousands. They took an early retirement, or they just left the department completely because there was no point of them even being officers.
Hundreds of thousands. That's a lot. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about nationwide.
Okay.
This is why you have a lot of departments, a lot of states saying that their departments are understaffed.
Okay, so in other words,
they're understaffed because a lot of them quit after that whole George Floyd debacle.
You know how hard it is to actually hire NSA people.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
So what you have here, you have a lot of military people who left because of the jab. You have a lot of cops who either retired or quit because of the change in laws to where their job pretty much was null and void. The Secret Service ran a commercial during the Super Bowl saying that they were hiring. When Pete Hegseth got nominated, the military recruitment just shot up.
Okay.
One of the biggest jobs that you as a former cop or former military service member that you can get, which will be an upgrade if you can pass the background check, is the FBI, the Secret Service, and if you're computer savvy, the NSA, if they started hiring. So it's not like the positions are hard, especially the FBI. It's not like the positions are hard to fill. It's just that they haven't made a call for them.
Okay, they are hard to fill. You cannot replace somebody with 10 or 15 years experience with new hires, okay? Unless you wanted a dysfunctional administration. You can't do that.
Actually, Buki, I was concerned with treason during the January 6th event because there were 22 FBI agents that were part of the crowd. Some of them, a lot of them, really were instigators of that situation. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, BJS. I'm sorry.
In other words, there's a reason that Trump found that out in his first administration. You can't fire all these people. You can't fire all these people
anyway.
No, he didn't.
He was firing people left and right.
He didn't fire all those people.
He was firing people left and right. It became a
hey, listen. Trump had to ask some people not to leave, okay? Otherwise, the administration would have faltered. He had to ask people not to leave.
Yeah, till he found a replacement. But I mean,
okay.
Point being, people can be replaced. Let's not act like people cannot be replaced.
Not that many.
Maybe whether it's a daunting task or not, you can be replaced. Some people can be coaxed back with a few extra shekels in their pocket, especially the good ones.
Have you've been a boss people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, if you have people that have been there 10, 12 years or 15 years on a job, okay, and they all quit, okay, it's a freaking mess to hire all these people back with no experience.
I've quit a job I've quit one job several times, and they kept calling me back. And every time they called me back, like I said, they threw a few extra shekels in my
Why
pocket.
do you think they did?
Because they needed me.
Because they need your experience. Because experience is hard.
Experience is hard to find. Yes,
it's hard to
right.
find. That's why you can't hire. That's why you cannot fire all these freaking people. You have to trust them.
Right. No, it's fine. There's a lot, but like I'm saying, you have to figure out. This is why they right now they have FBI and DOJ members right now. They are taking lie detector tests to figure out who's still a part of the team, who's there to do their job, and who's there for political reasons. Those who are there for political reasons, you already know that they're going to be at.
The NSA, Doge and Trump can literally go into the NSA and not be blocked. Okay, they have to report to him. If he requests it, they have to come up with it.
Right.
They don't have a choice.
Okay.
And
no, I'm serious. Look, I'm literally agreeing with you. I'm literally agreeing with you.
How do you think? How do you think?
Right now, things are gonna.
How do you think all these people? How do you think all these people get caught? If you can't go to the database.
Listen, two things can be true at the same time.
All right.
Yes.
Okay,
no, seriously.
Okay.
You can easily go into that. But at the same time, listen, Trump has a serious trust problem with his security forces because they have been politicized. They have been politicized. You cannot argue with that. That's the truth. These guys have been politicized because of Biden.
All presidents have. There is no. What is called it? A group of people, a federal group of federal employees, all think the same way. There's not. Okay. Every president has to go through this shit. Everybody's politicized. Okay. Everybody. Okay. And the thing is, it couldn't happen unless there's a whole bunch of people, and I can tell you there's a whole bunch of people that are in the agencies, have been looking at this crap for a long time. They're on this side. A whole bunch of them.
I hope so. Because
especially in the NSA. Okay.
I hope so, because like Abuki was saying, the NSA, CIA, etc., are very specialized. If mass firings take place, it would cripple our ability to conduct meaningful intelligence gathering, among other things done by these agencies. That is true. He's right. You listen, I'm saying, two things can be true at the same time.
I'm done, man. I'm done. I'm done. No. I'm done. Basically, thing is, NSA, CIA are very hard to hire people. Okay. There's very few people that actually qualify for that. That's like special forces, okay? You just can't walk in off the street as a police officer and become CIA or NSA, or even a computer person. You can't.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
All right. Okay.
This is what I was listening. Listen, just listen. Listen, because we're not arguing. We're both saying, look, we're both right.
Okay.
Listen, yes, we are.
Here's the part.
It's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead.
Here's the part about those agencies.
Can you pull up?
Yeah, I do. What's up, Kabuki? Kabuki. He's right.
Yes, Kennedy went through it. It cost him his life.
They're obviously red right wing, and you got to think. One of the guys I'm working with, took him months. It's a very difficult top secret. They're gonna be watching you. They're gonna know everything about you. They're gonna know the music you play when you take
a little muffled.
What about now?
All right, there you go.
They're gonna know what music you like to play when you take a dump. So a lot of this stuff, it's gonna be hard to replace some of those people. Now, I can see federal contracts being listed, but there's gonna be.
You're muffled. You're muffled.
Oh boy, there's going to be a slight annex for the FBI because a lot of those guys are political guys and radical guys. Because look what happened with Secret Service. There's some of those people who had to leave.
What are you talking on? Are you talking on your Bluetooth?
No, I'm talking on my iPad.
All right, because you're fading in and out.
Yeah, but you know, you're gonna have some openings. It's like when I talked about when I did my Keys of the Kingdom. There's gonna be some openings that capable Black people can get within the FBI, the Secret Service, and places like that. Is that gonna be everybody? Boy.
Jesus, man, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me with your mic.
I know, Smalls. Killing me, Smalls. This damn thing, I don't know what the hell's going on with it, but we'll get back to it. But there's gonna be a lot of
Yeah. I think I know what you're saying, because this is what I'm trying to say. It's no different than any other job. And when you can already have the people that's working there. You bring in a whole new team. You literally find yourself training your replacement. You train your replacement under the guise of a new recruit. Especially if they don't. That's what I'm saying. Two things can be true at the same time. Yes, these guys are hard to replace. But if you bring in guys who have already passed security clearance, I don't know what that is. But if you bring in people who already passed security clearance, and then they go through training, they learn the systems, they learn the ropes, everything. You teach them what you know. They get familiar with the system. Next thing you know, you're out of a job, or you get regulated to something else. You get transferred out. It's no different than any other job.
No, it's not. It is. It takes you. You don't know where you're letting in spies or moles into your NSA or CIA.
That's why you vet them.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yes, please.
Hey, so this has already been tried.
Wait, hold on. Pause. Somebody has their YouTube and StreamYard open at the same time. Please close out your YouTube. If you're in StreamYard, you have to close out your YouTube. That's where the echo is coming from.
Mute us one at a time and see where it's coming from.
Check
Okay.
1, check 2. All right, Dusty Jones, unmute. Dusty Jones, unmute. Unless you realize it was you.
I think Dusty has had a problem with that. So
okay. Yeah, you got to close out your YouTube, brother. You jump in StreamYard, you got to close out your YouTube.
I mean, you guys, the thing is, y'all don't know how incredibly hard it's actually recruit NSA and CIA people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. That takes a year and a half just to vet these people. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And normally they have been following these people for like 2 and 3 years before they even bring them up. Okay, so trying to mass replace all these people all at once, man. Talking about a nightmare. If you do it, if you can do it, it's gonna be a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
It might be, but like Osiris said, he said basically is BGS saying the NSA is essentially state-sponsored hackers with decades of experience. You can't replace that with someone off the street. Exactly. That's why the Democratic Party is making such a big fuss about the Doge team being a bunch of teenagers. These guys were they could hack Pentagon files at 13 years old. There's thousands of kids. I mean, I just did a story the last time I was on here, but 13-year-old black boy who was accepted into several colleges. I mean, he had already graduated. You have some very serious, intelligent people that work for the NSA. It's not just Big Bertha, with a burqa.
It's not the same, man. It ain't the same. Okay, it ain't the same. Okay, it's not the same.
No, it's not the same. You have to be highly intelligent to work for those for the NSA.
And you have to be intelligent. You have to have the personality for it. And basically, you also have to have senior leadership on top of that. That's to monitor you. It's more than just that.
Yeah.
How many people work for the NSA? Let me take a look.
Yeah, some sad breaking news. Ireland has rejected Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship.
Okay. Oh well.
They rejected her fatness. What'd you say? Oh, they have 32,000 employees. Okay.
They rejected her citizen. She wanted to get citizenship in Ireland. They rejected it, and they gave her 30 days to get back to the U.S.
You say I had to be polygraphed and my family was investigated. Well, at least you got the clearance. So, Dusty Jones, you were trying to make a point?
Yeah, can you hear me? Y'all hear me back again? Good?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we heard you. I don't know why you just muted yourself, but go ahead. You were fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I kept hearing the music in the background. That's why. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
You're supposed to hear the music in the background. Talk, please, speak.
So it's been twice, gentlemen. When the Ba'athist Party in Iraq, that's part of the problem you had with insurgency when you did that. And Patton said it at the end of World War II. Part of the reason why he wanted to keep a lot of that regime around was so that he would be able to administer carrying out the country. That's why BGS is saying that. You can't just do a wholesale clearing of that in the first place. The military just went through this in the last time in Iraq was in the beginning of the war when you was losing your mid-career guys, 12 to 17 years, 12 to 15 years. Those guys were getting out and you couldn't replace that. And we're still dealing with that issue 15 years later. So that's why he's saying you can't just fire these guys today and then think we're going to roll into something 6 months. No, that process is going to take at least 5 to 10 years at a minimum.
Oh, yeah, definitely not immediately. Definitely not immediate. That's why I said you bring in new guys. You have your old guys train your new guys. That might take anywhere from 18 months to 2 years.
And it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Hold on. Meanwhile, these guys are actually reporting on you while they're working with you every day, and you're training them, teaching them everything.
Okay,
you're submitting reports on everything that you do.
Like that.
This is the NSA.
It doesn't work like that.
This is a pie in the sky scenario you're creating. This is a pie in the sky scenario you're creating. There is no way on God's green earth, if I'm fucking 55 and some 28-year-old dude is coming in. I know some 28-year-old dude is coming to take my job because my job is to know these things. There's no way I'm going to spend 2 years telling him everything that I know about my job. I'm fucking leaving. I'm going.
Happens every day, B.
And you can not in that level, not in that level of work, bro.
And you can't. You cannot teach 20 years of experience in 2 years. It's impossible to do it.
No.
It's impossible to do it.
Patton was
hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. What the hell do y'all think happens to somebody from the NSA that decides to retire or quit their job? How do you think they get replaced?
He's replaced.
How do you think they get replaced?
He's replaced by the senior person that moves up.
Yeah.
He's not replaced by
a senior person that moves up?
Yes.
It's in-house moving up. Yeah. In-house promotion.
You mean a junior person that moves up?
Yeah.
And who takes that junior person's place? And who takes that person's place?
The new guys come in at the bottom, okay?
Thank you. The new recruits. That's
exactly it's a slow process.
It's a slow process.
Yeah, but you're talking about an 18 to
18, exactly.
Gap.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But look what's going to happen in 18 to 24 months. It don't take that long to lose no campaign. You don't have 18 to 24 months. That's the problem. You don't have 18 to 24 months. The problem is this is a situation that's been brewing for 25, 30 years. We all known this was coming. So now that it's here, we got to go through it and got to go through it methodically so that we don't spend another 25 years going through this process.
But that's what happened to a lot of people.
You can't blow up the government like that, man. It's too complex.
Well, that's what happened to a lot of people back then. And this is the reason why the DEI shit has kicked us in the ass. Because you let a lot of people who are unqualified
Hey, Morgan, Charles.
Jesus, Charles, you're killing me.
You have Bluetooth earset.
No, I gotta go upstairs to my computer.
Go upstairs to your computer,
but
man.
I'm doing something right now.
You're killing us, bro.
You're killing us, man. You get like every other word right now.
God damn.
That's why I said you have a headset.
This fucking iPad shit is shit.
You use your you have Bluetooth, man. You put it on Bluetooth.
Like no, it's not even connected to that shit. Let me switch those devices real quick.
Yeah, we have two wholesale examples in the last 80 years of that happening, and both times it was an absolute failure. Iraq and Germany.
I mean, you cannot wholesale clean out a government and expect this country to function. Cannot.
Absolutely not.
That's why they don't do it. Now, basically, if you do that, basically, I need to grab my passport, get the fuck out of this country.
Yeah, you won't be able to dodge. Germany after World War II, through all the way through the early 50s, it was atrocious in Eastern Europe, Western Europe because of that. Just by that alone by itself, and then spending all that time in Iraq and removing the Ba'athist Party and all of those individuals that they had in place, and that was part of the problem why you had sectarian violence.
And then you have to go through the trial and error of new people coming in. And you don't know whether they can actually do the job or not. Man, all right, you know what?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Wait a minute. Not only that, it's already been reported they had to rehire some people because what they were doing was too important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barack Obama
and you forget you can't make people stay.
It's too big to fail.
You cannot make people stay in a job, though. You cannot make people stay in a job. I don't care. Like, if people have political leanings, like they say, "Oh, I don't want to work for X dude," you know, if they say that, you cannot make them stay. If they say, "I'm gone," I'm gone. No, you need to stay for another 18 to 24 months to replace the dude. Fuck off. I'm leaving. You can monitor me for the rest of my life if you want, but I'm not staying here. And so if you do anything to piss off your top 15% of people, you're screwed. There's no way that.
Here's one of the biggest issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back into education for a minute. What's the one damn thing they haven't been really teaching? They haven't been teaching anything. They haven't been teaching coding. They haven't really been teaching STEM like that, especially if you're a black boy. The only civics. They haven't taught you anything to take upon these jobs. Now they're trying to do a rush job of it. Mm-hmm. And look what happened. You don't even have enough people with the frame of mind to take over engineering. Who's gonna build your fucking shit? And it's a time process. I'll give you an example. When I went to the police academy back in 2007, for every one seat, we had 63 people in the class. For every one seat, you went through 1,000 applicants. Every one. You had to go through 1,000 applicants. Everybody can't make it. Now, when you look at the NSA, not even if you get hired, they're gonna investigate you first. They're gonna give you temporary status. It takes you about anywhere from 3 months to 6 months to a year to get your secret clearance. Top secret, they're gonna really, really investigate you. And it depends on how much, because not all top secrets are the same. Because the highest is White House level shit. So you're gonna be vetted for at least about a year and a half to 2. So it's a slow process because of that recruiting pool is so low.
Yeah, you got dudes getting busted out for stuff they did back in the 7th grade. Going through that process. Or just associations that you affiliated with, just knocking you out the box.
Here's the whole thing right here. All right, employees, personnel, security, polygraphing, and arbitrary firing. Where do you want me to start? Bueller?
Start at the beginning where they get the hiring process.
All right. The number of NSA employees is officially classified, but there are several sources providing estimates. In 1961, the NSA had 59,000 military and civilian employees, which grew to 93,067 in 1969, of which 19,300 worked at the headquarters at Fort Meade. In the early 1980s,
security.
Huh? Say what?
Keep going, talk to somebody else.
Okay. In the early 1980s, NSA had roughly 50,000 military and civilian personnel. By 1989, this number had grown again to 75,000, of which 25,000 worked at the NSA headquarters. Between 1990 and 1995, the NSA's budget and workforce were cut by 1/3, which led to a substantial loss of experience. In 2012, the NSA said more than 30,000 employees worked at Fort Meade and other facilities. In 2012, John C. Inglis, the deputy director, said that the total number of NSA employees is somewhere between 37,000 and 1 billion as a joke, and stated that the agency is probably the biggest employee of introverts. In 2013, Der Spiegel stated that the NSA had 40,000 employees. More widely, it has been described as the world's largest single employer of mathematicians. Some NSA employees form part of the workforce of the National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO, the agency that provides the NSA with satellite signals intelligence. As of 2013, about 1,000 system administrators work for the NSA. Personnel security. The NSA received criticism early on in 1960 after 2 agents had defected to the Soviet Union. Investigations by the House Un-American Activities Committee and the Special Subcommittee of the United States House Committee on Armed Services revealed severe cases of ignorance of personnel security regulations, prompting the former personnel director and the director of security to step down and leading to the adoption of stricter security practices. Nonetheless, security breaches reoccurred only after a year later, when in an issue of Izvestia of July 23, 1963, a former NSA employee published several cryptologic secrets. Okay. The very same day, an NSA clerk messenger committed suicide as ongoing investigations disclosed that he had sold secret information to the Soviets regularly. The reluctance of congressional houses to look into these affairs prompted a journalist to write, "If a similar series of tragic blunders occurred in any ordinary agency of government, an aroused public would insist that those responsible be officially censured, demoted, or fired." David Kahn criticized the NSA's tactics of concealing its doings as smug and the Congress's blind faith in the agency's right doing as short-sighted, and pointed out the necessity of surveillance by the Congress to prevent abuse of power. Edward Snowden's leaking of the existence of PRISM in 2013 caused the NSA to institute a 2-man rule, where 2 system administrators are required to be present when one accesses certain sensitive information. Snowden claims he suggested such a rule in 2009. Polygraphing. The NSA conducts polygraph tests of employees. For new employees, the tests are meant to discover enemy spies who are applying to the NSA and to uncover any information that could make an applicant pliant to coercion. As part of the latter, history EPQs, or embarrassing personal questions about sexual behavior, have been included in the NSA polygraph. The NSA also conducts 5-year periodic reinvestigation polygraphs of employees, focusing on counterintelligence programs. In addition, the NSA conducts periodic polygraph investigations to find spies and leakers. Those who refuse to take them may receive termination of employment, according to a 1982 memorandum from the director of the NSA. Smart. There are also special access examination polygraphs for employees who wish to work in highly sensitive areas. And those polygraphs cover counterintelligence questions and some questions about behavior. NSA's brochure states that the average test length is between 2 and 4 hours. A 1983 report of the Office of Technology Assessment stated that it appears that the NSA used the polygraph not to determine deception or truthfulness per se, but as a technique of interrogation to encourage admissions. Sometimes applicants in the polygraph process confess to committing felonies such as murder, rape, and selling of illegal drugs. Jesus Christ. Between 1974 and 1979, of the 20,511 job applicants who took polygraph tests, 695, that's 3.4%, confessed to previous felony crimes. Almost all of those crimes had been undetected. In 2010, the NSA produced a video explaining its polygraph process. The video, 10 minutes long, is titled "The Truth About the Polygraph," and it was posted to the website of the Defense Security Service. Jeff Stein of the Washington Post said that the video portrays various applicants or actors playing them, it's not clear, describing everything bad they had heard about the test, the implication being that none of it is true. Antipolygraph.org argues that the NSA produced video omits some information about the polygraph process. It produced a video responding to the NSA video. George Maschke, the founder of the website, accused the NSA polygraph video of being Orwellian. Well, I mean, we do live in Orwellian times, do we not, fellas?
Yes, we do.
Okay. In 2013, an article indicated that after Edward Snowden revealed his identity in 2013, the NSA began requiring polygraphing of employees once per quarter. Arbitrary firing. The number of exemptions from legal requirements has been criticized. When the 1964 Congress was hearing a bill giving the director of the NSA the power to fire at will any employee, the Washington Post wrote, "This is the very definition of arbitrariness. It means that an employee could be discharged and disgraced based on anonymous allegations without the slightest opportunity to defend himself. Yet the bill was accepted by an overwhelming majority. Also, every person hired to a job in the U.S. after 2007 at any private organization, state or federal government agency must be reported to the new hire registry, ostensibly to look for child support evaders, exempt that employees exempt. I can't believe that, to look for child support evaders. Good Lord, evaders, except that employees of an intelligence agency may be excluded from reporting if the director deems it necessary for national security reasons." So it's good to know that they do keep tabs on you. It reminds me of what was that? Not the last James Bond film, but the second one, where Q was saying that, you know, it's good to look out for our enemies, but sometimes we have to keep an eye on our friends.
Charles can tell you, with his set of skills, they keep an eye on him. He's not lost. Any place he goes, anytime he uses his passport, they find out where he is. Okay. Anybody with any kind of special skills, they know. If you're missing for a week, they're gonna come looking for you. Okay.
You are not hard to find, basically, is what he's saying.
Most of these cats at this level are chipped. Okay, they got a chip in them someplace. Special forces, people like that. The people at these levels are chipped. Okay.
Oh yeah.
If you go rogue, okay, they're gonna track you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Letitia James. Okay, sir, him. Yes, I did see the Letitia James mortgage fraud headline.
Yeah. So you're gonna see stuff like that pop up. So instead of if it's me and I want to get rid of people, okay, I'm not going to arrest them. What I'm going to do is reveal their fraud. So the next cycle, okay, the voters will eliminate them.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just tell you
what I would do. Okay.
Royston, come on. We all know 9/11 was an inside job in order to get us in the war. We all know that. Remember George Bush Jr. was sitting there with the book, just looking.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The weapons of mass destruction that they lied about and had Colin Powell lie about. Okay. You just went through the lies you went through with Ukraine warfare. Okay. All the lies you told. Yeah. What government does not lie to their own people? Come on now.
It's all the time. I mean, I have a cousin.
Y'all need to stop being pedestrians, okay?
I have a cousin who keeps trying to debate me about, well, I said, you do know they tried to bankrupt Russia and it backfired? And I'm like, so what did that gain us? Well, not much, but Russia could take over. I said, if Russia's like...
How old is the dude, man, that you talked to?
Gotta be 40s.
Okay, good grief. Okay, pedestrian. I can't do pedestrians no more.
And I told him, I said, I actually showed him the video of Swiker when he talked about Doge. I said, what's wrong with Doge? Well, they cutting out jobs. You couldn't keep them anyway. I said, AI was going to take away most of your jobs any day.
Well, they could. In fact, that's why I was talking to cousin Tita, and I was playing the Inside China business about the dark factories. They got 3 of them, okay, in China already.
Yeah, they got one that pumps out a phone every minute.
Yeah, I know. I played that one. And they got a factory that pumps out houses, okay, pre-manufactured houses.
Shout out to Sad Dog.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that they've been trying to. I've been telling you guys they've been holding this technology back for about the last 10 years because they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, because you got to think about it. You're going through a negative birth rate. You have a housing crisis that they act like they can't solve, but they should have liquidated a lot of those fucking houses.
Banks are too important, unfortunately.
Here's the fucked up part, right?
I told you that it's too big to fail. Go ahead.
It's a mess, and it's a complex mess, and basically, what I'm trying to say, man, this is why I know, Bay's a civilian. He's a good one, but he's still a civilian, right? This house of cards, man.
I'm sorry. What you say?
You're a civilian.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm actually insulted. No, the fuck, I'm not.
Yes, the fuck you are. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Okay, in your mind I am, but I don't care what you think about me.
I didn't. The thing is, the house. Very insulting. The thing is, civilians cap out a certain level, right? This house of cards is stacked so fucking high, man. People don't even realize how far these house of cards are stacked. People don't realize why Trump is doing certain things instead of going, instead of what Biden tried. I understand why Biden tried to do what he's trying to do during the war. I understand what he's trying to do.
Biden didn't try to do anything.
Okay, all right.
Biden was busy sitting on his ass watching morning show.
No, he was not.
What are you talking about? Yes, he was.
Okay, man. No, he was not.
Oh my God. Never mind. See, that's what are you talking about?
Okay.
What are you talking about? Everybody in the White House has already said that Biden would come down about 10 o'clock, have his coffee, watch Morning Joe, sit around, dawdle around, maybe sign a few things, fuck around to about 4 o'clock, and then he was off back into the residential part of the White House. That wound up not being a secret.
Basically, dude, he was a senior leadership running a team. Okay, why he had the people around him that were around him. Okay, they took orders.
He wasn't doing shit.
Yes, he was.
Like what? What did he do? What did he do?
Why do you think he sent Kamala Harris to actually run this op that he's been running for the last 15 years? Okay,
who put Kamala Harris in that leadership position?
Him and Hillary Clinton. Okay,
and who else?
Those are the only 2 people that did it.
Who asked Biden? Who asked Joe Biden to step down?
Who asked Biden to step down was actually it was actually Obama and Pelosi.
Exactly. So why did they ask him to step down? Why did they ask him to step down?
Huh?
Why did they ask him to step down?
It's because he was not going to win the presidential nomination. Okay.
Why?
He wasn't gonna win it, huh?
Why?
It's because he could not campaign.
Why?
Because he's too old, but it doesn't mean he. That
Why?
mean.
No, seriously.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
why?
If you're gonna let, go ahead, man. Get all your whys out so I can.
He was so mentally incompetent.
No, he was not incompetent.
The dude was walking off into the
no, he was not. No, he was not. No, he was not.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not. No, he was not. No, he was
not. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. All right, one at a time. Everybody can't hear.
It ain't gonna be one at a time because you ain't gonna let me talk. But it's okay. That's why I don't do this. Right? We call this Charles. We called this freaking election, man, 2 years ago. Okay, he cannot campaign, but things. For the neocons to run the neocon agenda, he had to be in place because he had to keep his team in place. That's why he won. That's why he begged not to be what is it? 26th Amendment? Okay, he needed to keep that team in place. What do you tell Kamala Harris? Right? Okay, don't drift too far away from what we're trying to do.
And what happened?
Huh?
They lost.
And what happened?
They lost. What they did lose. What I'm saying is the thing is. Just because he can't campaign doesn't mean he's not giving directives.
Nobody was listening to Joe Biden.
All right, man. Okay.
Nobody was listening. Why do you think Trump just voided all of his little pardons? Because they already know that this dude is incompetent. You literally listen. You literally had a Biden administrative official saying that they were quote unquote throwing gold bars off the Titanic, that they were stealing billions, if not trillions of dollars right after the election because they knew it was over. Joe Biden was so freaking incompetent and out of it, he literally put on a Make America Great Again
why
in Pennsylvania. I mean, you talk about
that's why I say why did Biden do what he did? Give me one thing. Why did he do what he did? Give me one.
Because he was suffering from dementia.
No. Give me one thing, one thing that you disagree with what Biden did. Okay, and then
we don't know. Well, that's the thing. We don't know what he. Hold on. Wait, you asked the question. I'm gonna answer it. We have no idea what Biden actually did outside of opening the border. When he sat down with Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson said, "Hey, did you know that you did this, that, and the other?" And he was like, "Nah, I didn't do that." He was like, "Yes, you did. You signed these orders. These are the things you signed." And Joe Biden, he said Joe Biden looked at him like, I didn't do that. He literally told him, "I didn't do that." These people were taking the Biden. This is why I say the Biden administration. They took advantage of his mental incompetency, his dementia. They took advantage of him at every chance they could. This is why they voided. This is why Trump wound up voiding all of his pardons, his last minute pardons.
He didn't void all his pardons. He voided specific ones.
Yeah, he because he definitely wanted Dr. Fauci. Let's be honest. He wanted him bad.
Hey, bullshit.
Bullshit my ass.
Yes, your ass. Bullshit. Why did he bring the fucking immigrants in? He told you that we actually took office. He was going to do
it. They need to be heard.
No.
Did he not say that? No. Did he not say that?
No. I don't care what he said. Why did he do it?
He did that to bring. Look, the whole point of that, Biden was lied to about the immigrants.
No, he wasn't.
Well, hold on. Nope, because I actually covered this. But nope, I covered this through USAID. George Soros was paying Venezuela, because I spoke about this last year, that these guys, these South Americans, which turned out to be turned out to be Trende Alagra.
You want
coming out of Venezuela? Hold on.
If you give me,
hold on. You want an answer? I'm gonna give it to you. No, I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh, go ahead.
Come to find out, as I said, these guys were given a stipend to come to at least get to the border. Come to find out that the stipend that they were getting, these criminals, they were coming from USAID via George Soros. So we were actually paying these rapists, murderers, drug dealers, criminals to come to the U.S.
This is why Trump enacted the freaking the freaking invaders law to get them up out of here, because they were specifically requested. Maduro snitched and told the truth because Trump said, I don't want your freaking oil. So he snitched. He snitched on his national television and said that the Biden administration asked for these gang members specifically.
That's why I say civilians.
How the fuck am I civilian? Because I know something you don't?
No.
Then what? Then what?
You gonna let me talk or what?
Go ahead.
Okay. Basically, Swiker told you why these people had to come in, because there's like 11 million of them, right? You need taxpayers, right? And guess what? Your white people are not having babies. Okay. That's why.
How the fuck are illegal?
Are you gonna let me talk or what? Are you gonna let me talk or what? Are you gonna let me talk or what? It's up to you.
He said illegal immigrants are taxpayers. That's a new one. Go ahead.
If they work, if you work a job, guess what you pay?
The little penance.
They need the taxpayers, man.
They need the taxpayers, man. Basically, I had a whole series from Republicans, mind you, that said what they spent on these people, right? Okay, they said they spent $450 billion on bringing these immigrants in and supporting, right? They got $300 billion back in taxes, okay, and Social Security taxes, okay. They got it back. That's the reason they brought them in, because they. Okay, go ahead, man.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm just queuing it up. No, I'm queuing it up. But go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just queuing it up. Go ahead.
Basically, Swiker said the exact goddamn thing, right? You need to bring in people because you need taxpayers because you're too top heavy. Okay, if you want your Social Security and Medicare to work right, okay, you have to have taxes at the bottom. You don't have enough of them. That's why he brought them in. Okay, now, if you wonder about Venezuela and the oil, okay, you wonder why that happened. You wonder why that happened? Why Biden made that agreement? It's because you cut off Russian energy and oil. You got to replace it with something. Where's the biggest place to actually replace that oil? If you're going to do it behind the scenes, Venezuela has 5 times the amount of oil of any country on the planet. If you cut off Russian oil to Europe, you need to actually send oil and gas to Europe. Where's it going to come from? If it doesn't come from Russia. Where's it come from? That's why he did it. That's why he kept it secret. That's like Maduro snitched on him. That's why they cut that deal.
Maduro snitched on him because he didn't want to take his oil, because he didn't want to he didn't want to take back his criminals.
Trump doesn't want to take his oil because Trump wanted to nix the deal. I'm trying to say why Biden did it. That's why Biden did it. I knew that when they blew up the pipeline. Okay, they had to replace that oil and gas and energy from someplace. Otherwise, Europe is going to die. Where's it going to come from? It's got to come from somewhere. Guess what the best place to get it from is right down there. You have to cut a deal with Venezuela.
Why do you think that they're digging into the Gulf of America right now? Why do you think they decided to do that?
Why they're digging into the Gulf of America?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why? I mean, to find
out. No, but I'm the pedestrian. So that way you don't have to depend on outside sources to get your energy. That's why.
Okay. The thing is, okay, Bay.
But I'm the pedestrian.
I'm gonna make you president, right? Okay. And you're running this dumbass war. You just blew up Germany's pipeline, who's the biggest manufacturer in Europe, right? Where do you replace it if you can't ship in Russian oil and Russian gas? How do you replace it?
What did I just say? What did I just say?
If you dig in the Gulf of Mexico, right? Say you did that, right?
Gulf of America.
The Gulf of America. Say you just did that, right? Okay. How long is it going to take for that to come online?
It's going to take at least about a good 7 months.
No.
7 months, at the most a year.
No, it's going to take about five years for it to come online.
It's not going to take that long. This is 2025. Technology is not.
No,
okay. We're not dealing with 90s technology. It's 2025.
A new drilling site takes about 5 years to come online, man.
It's 2025. It doesn't take that long now.
It does. It takes 5 years.
Well, let's Google it. Let me Google it. Let's Google it. We got
if you find oil, okay? And you're not gonna find it in the amount that Venezuela already has.
Wow, that's not bad at all. About 50 to 60 days. Let's see, drilling, completing, and producing from oil and natural gas. Let's see, how long does that take? Let's see, drilling takes about 50 to 60 days. It starts with preparing the site, clearing and leveling, and setting up a drilling rig to drill a borehole and feed steel pipe into the well. Drilling mud is used to manage downhole pressures, blase, blase, blase. Completion is a 1 to 5 week process where the steel pipe in the well is perforated to connect the well bore to the oil or gas reservoir. Production from a completed well can last 50 plus years, blase, blase. It doesn't take that long. Jesus Christ, is 2025.
Okay.
It's not 1910 anymore. This shit is easy.
Where's the oil and gas then if they started digging? Where's the oil and gas?
They're going to start digging in the Gulf of America. He said that.
When?
He said that.
When?
Now.
So, okay.
Why do you think the U.S. steel stock is exploding?
Okay.
U.S. steel stock is exploding because they're using the company, to build these rigs. He signed it in executive order. This is why my channel exists, because we sit up here and I mainly cover the press conferences by the president, by Trump. He sits up there and signs the executive orders. He sat up there with all of these freaking energy guys and said, hey, look, get to work now. And they're like, yes, sir. Just like he told Karen Bass, we ain't got 18 months. These people are ready to do this shit now, bitch. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? He ready to do this now. It's not the time to fuck around and dick around. These people are doing it now.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. We'll see how long it takes for these sites to come online. Okay.
We will.
We will. We'll see. Okay. Because they don't come online that fast, right? That's why Biden did what he did. Otherwise, Europe would have done it already. They'd have replaced it already because they needed the oil and gas. They'd have done. Biden would have done it. There's a reason for that.
Biden
would have. Biden needed to replace the Russian gas and oil. Okay. Biden needed to do it.
Everybody, look,
3 years ago, he needed to do it. No, he needed to do it 3 years ago. How come he didn't do it?
Because Biden was not worried about the United States. He left everything.
It wasn't about the United
States. His administration.
It was not about. Basically,
everybody knows this. This is not new.
The reason he signed that is because he needed to ship that oil and gas to where? Europe. If you're running a war,
then why did he try to block the drilling in the Gulf of Mexico?
Why did
he try to call himself trying to block it, as well as millions of other acres along the West Coast, which Trump quickly did away with?
Remember the busted pipeline that you had?
And you mean with Russia?
No. Remember in the Gulf of Mexico, right? Remember when that rig burst and spilled oil? Remember that? That's why you don't do it like that.
Well, then why is it being done again? Why are they doing new? They're doing new methods.
Okay, we'll see.
It's 2025. They're approaching it in a completely different way.
We'll see.
Yes, we will.
We'll see.
We will. I have faith in this administration.
I guess you do. Okay.
Yes. Because these are grown men that's in office. Now the bunch of people that want to fuck little boys in your ass and don't know what a woman is. This is grown man time in this office. This is why we're talking about a 12-year Republican rule, maybe longer than that, if Tulsi Gabbard gets in there.
We'll see.
I mean,
We'll see. Okay. We have no idea if he's gonna make the first 2 years, man. Okay. Without this shit imploding.
Who will make the first 2 years?
Without this shit imploding, okay? It's very tenuous.
Yeah, right now things are, as we all said, it will get worse.
I know.
No,
No, I was going to ask you a question. Your thoughts on Zelensky trying to reject the peace deal?
He doesn't have much choice, okay?
No, he rejected the peace deal.
Okay, well then Russia's fine with that. Russia don't want the peace deal no way.
Okay.
Russia's fine with it. Go ahead. They want to basically they don't have many soldiers left. So Russia's fine with it. Basically, Trump is trying to make this peace deal, okay? Russia wants a military settlement on the ground. That's what they want because they got the upper hand. That's why I told Zelensky, you ain't got no cards, okay? And hopefully Zelensky doesn't do is cause Russia to use one of those resniks on Kyiv.
Mm-hmm.
Because trust and believe it. What if Trump wasn't there? The basic Kyiv would be a smoking crater right about now. Okay, it's the only thing between Kyiv the way it is and basically it being a smoking crater is Trump is keeping the Warhawks in Russia back because they're pissed. Okay, they want this guy assassinated. They want Kyiv to be a crater. That's what they want. And fortunately, Putin is not buying into that because he trusts Trump. And so far, Trump is pretty much held to what he said he's going to do. So far, because we were talking about that months ago, right? When Trump first got elected, right? Especially when they were trying to, shoot. Storm Shadow missiles toward Moscow, right? Okay. It took a whole lot of Putin talking to these people to hold them back because that's why he could demonstrate that a Resnick, right? And that didn't even have any kind of a payload on it because they could have leveled Kyiv. They could have leveled Kyiv within the beginning of the war. At the very beginning of the war,
if they wanted to.
The first day, if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Putin is not trying to do it because most of those people speak Russian. Okay, those are their cousins. That's number one. Number two, Russia does not want a failed state on its border.
Yep.
If we can possibly help it. Okay. But the thing is, Biden and the neocons are trying something. Got to remember, Russia is really not the target. China's the target. Okay. And basically, one thing I like about Hegseth coming in, he said, I know you neocons want to take on China and move on. I said, but we will last 72 hours against China.
That's a bad idea.
That's what Hegseth is a bad idea, which is why Trump and Hegseth has convinced Trump is basically build a fortress, North America. Okay, that's why he's trying to pull all that stuff in.
It's a brand new
military. That's how. And plus, Trump knows he needs to cut the military budget by a third.
Yeah, it's a brand new Monroe Doctrine.
It's a brand new Monroe Doctrine, right? That's why if you listen to everything he says is not correct, but if you listen to what's his name, Bannon pretty much is tipping your hand what Trump is trying to do. It makes sense, okay?
And if you listen to what he said, especially since the Sean Ryan interview, he already said everybody he done basically half of what they said already.
Yes.
We're gonna get the wokeness out because that shit ain't doing nothing for nobody.
Yeah, that's why I had to get rid of DEI.
That's why when people were crying for that 4-star general from the Air Force, I forget his name, when he got booted, he was responsible for it.
The black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, the black guy.
The DEI situation,
Yeah, he was the reason why you had transgenders or people who wanted to become transgender in the military to get surgeries.
Did you hear that woman ask Pete Hegseth if he would commit treason?
Okay, I mean, talking about during his hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That woman asked him if he would commit treason. She asked him would he ignore a direct order from the president.
Okay.
To which he didn't really answer it, but my whole thing is like, hey, look, I am a soldier. I'm here to follow orders. I'm not here to question the morality of the president.
There is some direct orders that you're bound by your oath to ignore. Okay.
You're not. You're bound.
If they violate the Constitution.
There's some. If Trump comes in and say we need to nuke Beijing right now, okay, he's going to get a whole bunch of pushback. Okay,
he's not. In other words, two people you're going to talk to. It's going to be a SecDef, and it's going to be a chairman of the
Joint Chiefs of Staff.
And they're going to tell you, sir, did you fucking lose?
Yeah.
Sit down. We will go to the State Department. Send some diplomats over there. We got you. You sit down, have a drink. We're not going to start war.
And basically, this is something that the military guys told me, right? You know, because I work with a lot of military guys, right?
You can
disobey order. You come in with an order from the president. He lays it on your desk. He said, "General will tell you have 5 seconds. Take that off my desk before I ask you to resign. I'm not going to follow that order."
And then on top of that, you can disobey an order that's unethical, immoral, or illegal. And actually,
what she asked him, if because of the protests and everything, she asked him would he ignore an order? In so many words, she asked him would he ignore an order if Trump ordered the military to be used on U.S. citizens? To which Pete Hegseth said that if I got an order to use the military inside of the nation's borders, it would have to be to secure the border from illegals.
Okay.
That's what he said to her.
Okay.
Because that's what she was pointing. But her whole issue was, it was. I should probably play it. But I already did the video the other night. But what she's trying to get at,
if there's a state of emergency and an insurrection, they can use the military inside the borders of the United States.
Exactly.
What happened is, this is how it works. Look at the Baltimore riots. You can use the National Guard.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And guess what? The National Guard can assist, but they won't be the lead.
And if it gets out of hand, guess what you need to call?
That's when you bring in the military.
That's when you call.
You're under attack.
It's going to be to the point where you're going to call martial law now.
Now the military can come in.
Now the military can come in, and now people don't go to civilian courts. They go to military tribunals.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what she was trying to say without saying it. That's what Hegseth was trying to tell her. If it gets too big for the National Guard to handle, and Trump orders me to enforce martial law on a U.S. city, I'm going to follow that order. It has nothing to do with morality. This is about national security.
Why do you think she asked him that question?
Because he
was trying to play chess. To me, she was trying to play chess.
Trying to embarrass him in public to get him disqualified. That's why she said it there.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't work.
We knew it wasn't going to work.
You have the Posse Comitatus Act. So, number one, you got how many federal law enforcement?
Say what?
How many federal law enforcement agents you have?
Ooh,
and remember, each one of those, you have numerous, and each one of those have branches in every major city. So, and there are funds for Homeland Security, which you can actually use You can actually use the Coast Guard and stuff like that because they're under the Homeland Security, unless it's a emergency. They go back over to the Department of Defense.
7.
So you got to think about it. He has a lot of at his disposal, and there's very few things, with the exception of knock on wood and cheap rock, unless it's the level of 9/11. And actually, not only gave you homeland security and free man kingdom, it actually changed because all the you take last FEMA, if you saw what they had prior to 9/11, you're like, I'm surprised we passed that.
You're going in and out, Charles.
In and out, bro.
Yeah, I was saying if you saw what we had prior to 9/11, it was just a shit show. Really, you didn't know who was in charge of what. It was supposed to be command structure. It was, especially when you learn that a lot when you think of class.
You're breaking up. All right, so look, in order to turn the heat down, not like Dr. Umar style, because they know white horses fuss to ride. Let's make fun of some Democrats, if you don't mind.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Hope all's good wherever you are. Our boy Scott Jennings was just on CNN debating a panel of unhinged liberals. The look on his face in some of these clips feels like the guy's had enough. The first clip you're going to watch is where they debate the town hall meetings where companies are paying these liberals, these lefties, to go in ahead of everybody else, sit down, cause trouble. They will debate Trump's request to access the Panama Canal. Let's go.
Congressman Chuck Edwards getting an earful tonight by way of yelling, boos, and rebukes at his event in Asheville, North Carolina. Much of the crowd protested Elon Musk and his pink slips.
Why are people losing their jobs at record numbers?
You're lying. I'm a veteran. You don't give a f*** about me.
Here's that guy, Mr. Liar.
That's the guy.
You don't get a you don't get to take away our rights. You don't get to take our rights. You don't get to do it.
That's the guy that said that they're cutting his Social Security. And that's when I'd have been like, let me get your name, take his name down, open up your banking app.
How many people have Social Security cut right now?
Thank you. Like, let me see, when does your Social Security check normally drop? Oh yeah, pull up your banking app. Let's take a look. Today is the 20th? Mm-hmm. You say the 15th, the 5th, whatever? Let's take a look.
You know what?
Show me that you didn't get your check. Motherfucker.
Let's even show it. Let's even say fuck that. What's your name and your social, and we'll make a call real quick. Give me your ID. We'll make a call real quick.
He'll be like that black guy that said that 4 MAGA dudes threatened to rape him on campus.
Oh yeah, I saw that bullshit, man. Oh.
First of all, if you got who the fuck got their Social Security cut right now?
Nobody.
So that's a bullshit thing. And then you're a veteran.
Okay.
You're a veteran and your Social Security benefits. That's fine.
You're going in and out.
Say what?
Chuck is called gaslighting. He was gaslighting the hall to get attention.
Well,
Crying
put a drill in his ass so we can take some of that gas and make it cheaper.
I mean, you're going to have people unhinged who will tell lies like that. So,
right. These are the paid protesters.
Okay.
From Act Blue that Elon Musk was talking about.
Okay.
They show up super early, fill up all the seats, and then they cause this type of chaos.
Okay.
That's who these people are.
Okay. And how much good will that do?
Liberal mobs. We've been dealing.
None, but it's good for optics.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Scott Jennings is about to cover it
with this since Donald Trump won in
Scott, these aren't liberal mobs. These are not liberal mobs.
But believe me,
these are veterans.
I watched a little bit. I looked at the questions. Why is he shredding the Constitution? Putin this, Putin that. One guy had to be escorted out. He was so unhinged.
That was that
These
guy.
are not. This is an unrepresentative.
That was that guy, the
unhinged.
veteran.
Scott, if they,
it's a mob.
Scott,
it's a literal mob.
This is what you're saying about veterans. If Republicans weren't so worried, then why did you have the Republican Party go out and say
Stop doing town halls.
'Cause it's a
Stop talking to real people.
It's a stupid idea.
It's because they don't want to talk to people. They don't want to talk to voters.
Because
this is why you guys are polling so poorly.
We're not. Wait a minute. We're
Yes.
polling. Can we just revisit the Democrat congressional approval rate?
Congress is polling poorly. Donald Trump is also polling poorly.
Twice as much as Democrats in Congress.
40% of the American people, according to a CNN poll, says that 40% say that they care about him. And then you have a veteran out there saying, I'm a veteran and you don't give an F about me. That is in line with how people feel about Donald Trump. And
Totally
if you want to
false.
go off,
Totally
and
false.
if you want to say that it's
If you want to
liberal,
tell yourself a story about these
if
paid
you want to
mobs,
say
go
that it
ahead.
is liberal,
Who wants to pause? What's up?
That was me. Let's see. Trump's approval rating is probably around what 47, 48%.
Well, let's take a look.
Somewhere around that range. Democrats,
Then
meanwhile,
in the teens, damn near.
yeah. Meanwhile, Democrats' approval rating is 28
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah. And it's
all lying.
And it's not going to make a difference to this president. Okay.
No, as you said, BGS, he's on a mission from God.
He's going to basically he would not do things this fast. You worry about people's approval. Okay.
Yep.
And he can't run again anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
True. Let's see here. Let's see here. These are based on 2016. Never mind. Let's stick with this.
line with how people feel about Donald Trump. And
Totally
if you want to
false.
go off,
Totally
and
false.
if you want to say that
Scott,
it's
if you want to tell yourself a story about these
if
paid
you want to
mobs,
say
go
that
ahead.
it is liberal elitists going and they're being paid,
my guest.
then you guys are going to lose the midterms. And you know what?
Lose the
So
midterm.
you're telling me everybody that's showing up to these town halls to boo these Republicans on these crazy policies that they're supporting right now, these are all paid. We're going back to paid. We playing the hits from 2020.
It's unrepresentative of that congressional district where this guy got like 56% of the vote.
So was unemployment
and of the state, which Donald Trump won. These are unrepresentative, unhinged mobs. I don't know what else to tell you. That's what they are.
And do you think Republicans who support the cuts and what this president is doing would even get a fair hearing? They would get shouted down immediately. The congressman was getting shouted down within seconds of starting his opening remarks. He didn't even get the respect from that crowd to make his case for what he is doing and what he supports. I mean, you've gone through these.
As the one guy that's actually done this, okay? Let me just say, as a congressman, you hate doing town halls. I mean, that's just a reality. Now, why did I hate doing town halls? I did a bunch, but truly because you're facing people that are upset with you, and that's okay. People have a right to be upset with you. And by the way, if the Republicans are happy with their congressman, they have every right to show up and compliment him. The questions that Scott went over, they asked these, I've been asked the same things from Tea Party meetings too, by the way. Why are you shredding the Constitution? Why is Obama shredding the Constitution? The reality is this is scaring Republicans, and it should, because this mimics what happened in 2010 when you saw the Tea Party rise up. And that started in August. I mean, maybe you're right.
Just for the record, no one here knows.
You keep stomping on
that
me.
in the
Let
sense
me
that
finish.
the Tea Party engineered, like they pioneered this.
Yeah.
And Democrats were saying at the time that they were paid, but there was anger there, real anger that manifested into something very real, which is probably the reason that y'all are all sitting here today.
I'm not arguing they're not angry. I'm just telling you, mobs like this are not representative of overall congressional
Are you really
districts.
calling them mobs?
Did you see the video?
No.
It was like a mob to me.
Okay, all right. Are you going to call them mobs for doing their democratic duty and showing up at a town hall and yelling at their elected official?
If
They
you
can
get
yell
thrown
how
out,
dare
How
you.
have emotions and care? How dare these voters have emotions?
I don't care if they have emotions, but no one here at this table can tell me what the voter registration breakdown in that room was. And I'm telling you, it's not representative of the district.
But it's also counterproductive.
People can show up if they want to show up.
I agree.
Up. Why doesn't the Republicans
I've
show up?
heard from plenty of elected officials who say acting like that is counterproductive. In that moment, you're just as the congressman or woman who's up there, you're just trying to diffuse the situation so it doesn't escalate and get out of control, not necessarily trying to listen to the arguments that are being made. But I do want to say, I want to give kudos to the congressman for doing this. I want to make sure that's not lost. He didn't have to do this.
And
he
he didn't
stood there
run.
for 80 minutes
Didn't run.
and he took it Every minute.
He did. Exactly. I think it is true that he stood there. He took the questions. He took the booth.
The pressure on these town.
This is why I said when that dude started yelling and screaming like a moron, I'm asking him his name. Come up here. Show me that you didn't get your check, because I'm going to confront you with the facts. I'm going to make you into a liar in order to shut you people down. I'm going to make an example. It's just like, prime example, the Democrats, they're in disarray, right?
Hello? We're here. We're just like
they're in disarray, right? If I was a different party, if I wanted to take advantage of the Democrats' disarray, I would talk to the Republicans. Who's getting these gold cards? What businesses are coming into the United States? Well, you know what? I got all these empty factories and office buildings. Let me talk to their representative, whatever. Let me give them a tour of our facilities and see if it fits their needs. What are they looking to do? If I can get them in there, get leases signed, I'm running. Those leases are my golden ticket as a freaking politician. I got jobs in this area. I'm going on all of these social media sites, Joe Rogan, etc. I'm going on every single freaking podcast, be they Republican or Democrat, that'll have me. I got golden ticket jobs. I can bring jobs into this area. Vote for me in the primaries. I am the job candidate. I have the inside track. Tell me that's not a winning strategy if you're a politician in this day and age.
Yeah, it's a winning strategy, but guess what? Every action is a reaction. There's consequences and repercussions, meaning you gonna have to deliver on that promise.
Exactly. That's why I said if I got a signed lease, these companies sign the lease to move in, this is my golden ticket.
If
there's a fit,
that's the key word. If
hey, get the Astroglide, get the baby wipes, do what you got to do to get those companies into your areas in order to start getting jobs for your constituents.
It sounds simple.
It's not.
I know.
It sounds, but it's not.
That's why it's a big if.
You know, I mean, look at what's going on with the car manufacturers. They're going back to Detroit. They're going back to Indiana. If I'm a politician in Indiana, I'm like, hey, look at this factory. Look at that factory. Look at this office space. Look at that office space. I'm trying to save you guys money.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Okay. This I know. I'm sure you watch Inside China Business, don't you?
Go ahead.
I'm sure you do, right? I'm assuming.
I watch a lot of American news, but go on. What is Inside China? I know. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me see.
Got one over on me, but go ahead. What are they saying?
Let me find it real quick. Okay.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. Oh, let's try this one. This is the latest one. Okay.
All right. You want me to bring it up?
I'm getting ready to share it right now. Okay.
All right. Yep. Hold on.
Anytime you're ready.
Hold on. I got to bring this down.
Okay. I mean, you can finish playing, but the thing is, I'm glad you mentioned it. Okay. This is the biggest reason. Okay.
Market capitalization is the total market value of a publicly traded company. We take the number of shares outstanding and we multiply by the stock price. It's a very important measure because it's the best assessment we have of how investors value a company. And a company with a large and rising market cap can raise new capital much more easily. They can go into capital markets and sell more stock at higher prices, or they can borrow money at lower yields. That in turn fuels even more research and development, more growth, new factories, new product lines. So this news here is very significant that BYD, a Chinese car maker, has a market cap that is bigger than Ford plus GM plus Volkswagen combined. They're also taking big market share from Tesla, both here in China and across the world. BYD shares trade in Hong Kong, and here is the 5-year chart for them, and their market cap is 1.3 trillion Hong Kong dollars.
Well, let me write that down.
BYD is worth 13 cents, so the market cap for BYD is about $169 billion. Ford Motors cap is 40 billion. General Motors is at 49 billion. So BYD is worth Ford plus GM times 2 already.
God damn.
The good news for BYD just keeps coming. The recent spike in their stock price came after the announcement that they've developed a new battery and charging system that can charge an electric car in about the same time it takes for a regular car to fill up with gas.
New stock,
The system
fellas.
gives 400 kilometers or 250 miles of range and 5 minutes of charge. And BYD will be selling cars with this new tech starting next month. The new system puts BYD far in the lead with respect to charging times. The metric used in the industry is km per charging minute. And BYD's 400 km in 5 minutes means each minute is good for 80 kilometers. Li Auto is another Chinese maker. They can go 500 km on a charge, which lasts 12 minutes. So their number is 42. Tesla is at 18 or 275 km in 15 minutes. And that's one of the problems Tesla's got now in China. Tesla's year-over-year sales from last month were down 49%, and at under 31,000 units was the lowest monthly sales number since mid-2022. This is the trend for Tesla in China, with orders falling for 5 months in a row. But Tesla's got company. These charts are for the top 12 top-selling car brands in China by market share. And what we're looking at here are the trend lines, the growth in market share. BYD is killing everybody in the top spot. Tesla is in the 11th position, and its chart is similar to most of the other international brands, trending down. VW, Toyota, and Honda are down sharply. Mercedes, BMW, and Audi down, but not crashing. Geely, number 4, and Chery at number 8 are other Chinese brands. Note here, too, that these numbers are for car sales in China of all engine types, gas, hybrid, or electric. And BYD is also snapping up market share globally, selling over 60,000 cars last month, another record for the firm. Tesla is one of the most innovative companies we got, and they can't keep up with BYD. The middle column is the price change since December 2023. Tesla's Model Y and Model 3 have been discounted at 9% and 7%, but BYD is making money on all their models, even while giving bigger discounts. The column at the right is the Chinese average price for these models in renminbi. Converting to dollars, Tesla's models average over 33,000 per vehicle in China. BYD's Song, with all the options, is $21,000. The Seagull is also popular here, and when Detroit engineers tore down the Seagull last year, they were so terrified by the quality and by the price that they called up their friends in Washington to get Chinese cars banned. The Seagull costs under $10,000 here, and the concern back home is that even at twice that price, the Seagulls will sell as fast as they can be unloaded.
Pause that right quick. Pause that right quick.
On these new...
Pause it.
I paused it.
Where's the Seagull being sold?
It's basically, it's pretty much banned here in the United States right now.
Yeah, I see. Royston said that's the outlawed electric vehicle in the USA.
Yes.
So where's the Seagull? Is the Seagull being sold in the USA, or is it being sold in outside markets?
Outside markets. It's been sold in China and in the rest of the in the rest of the world.
At $9,000, at less than $10,000 a car.
About $10,000 a car, somewhere around there, depending on. Yeah.
Why are they banned in the U.S.?
Because they compete. Because we don't have a car to compete with it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
If you want
fast charging models, BYD is building a new charger.
Wall Street. I say I'll even go further to expound on the situation a little bit very quickly. There was a Wall Street Journal article that came out last year that talked about this and how Cadillac and a couple other car manufacturers from the US were they started to use the same manufacturers that these companies like BYD and other companies that are mentioned in this video. And even though they were still able to use the same manufacturers to get cheaper parts, they were still not able to match the price that China has, these Chinese companies have for their cars, and they weren't able to offer as many features as the Chinese cars, even though they switched over to the Chinese manufacturers. Go ahead.
I'm just saying there's, I'm saying there's a reason why if I could find, he actually explains why moving car manufacturing, especially electric vehicles, to the United States is not going to really work. Okay, there's a whole bunch of reasons for that.
Charging infrastructure, and the price points on these vehicles are higher at about $38,000. So on this product line, BYD is competing on a different field than for their other models. They're not competing on price or on the newest bells and whistles because their lower cost models already have those. This new lineup is positioned to go directly at buyers who prefer gas-powered cars because of the convenience of fill-up time. They're not budget conscious, in other words. These buyers are willing to pay more if it means they're not waiting around for their car to charge. Two important points to hit here a little harder then. Chinese companies are innovating fast, and they're taking new market segments just by figuring new ways to build things differently. In this case, BYD needs to also build new infrastructure for the charging of these new batteries. But once that's done, they will compete on price. In 3 years, BYD will be discounting these and taking whatever market share is left. Same car, same charging time, but when BYD no longer has to recover their capital spend for the new charging stations, they'll cut the price. That's their system. This is Feng Huang in Hunan province. Be good.
That's just one. He's done about 10 or 15 of these. Talking about supply chain.
Let me check him out. Drop his link in the chat. Let me check him out.
American
or in the back
manufacturers are screwed.
One time.
How can you compete with a product in the marketplace that's $20,000 plus cheaper, has more features, and is an overall better product?
Basically, this is because he actually talked about Tesla and Ford going to China and checking out the new trucks, right? Okay, he just did one talking about the electric big rigs, okay, and how they're supposed to be. They think they have they want to take a budget of I don't know how many billions of dollars to actually build a electric big rig truck, okay, here, right? The thing is,
do me a favor. I'm sorry. Do me a favor. Throw that link in the back chat because I don't have it. I'm sorry. Yeah, throw in the back chat so I can.
It depends on what somebody's on.
Right. I don't know who you're broadcasting through, so.
Well, I'm on your stream. It should go right to you.
I know, you would think. I looked. I didn't find it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I got them. All right.
Okay.
BGS, please finish up with the big
I know.
rigs.
It's okay, man. We basically I get this all the time.
Finish up with the big rigs, boss.
Well, people scream at me when I try to interrupt them. That's the problem. I have issues with. Okay. Because I don't scream at people when they interrupt me. Okay. That's why I don't like it. Okay. The thing is, okay, he just went over there. I'll actually find the video, right? They actually want to buy big rig trucks, electric big rig trucks at $500,000 a piece, right? Okay. Basically, China sells the same rig for $50,000. The same rig, better quality, for $50,000, right? Okay. They just tried to do this with electric school buses, okay? That they bought at $150,000 a piece, right? China sold the same bus for $30,000. Okay. The thing is, with the quality of that $150,000 school bus, it had a whole bunch of malfunctions. Some of them caught on fire. Some stopped in the middle of traffic. All kind of crap. Okay. The thing is, and the reason China can do this is because they have a complete supply chain. United States does not have a complete supply chain. So it's going to cost them 3 or 4 times the amount to actually build whatever you put in here. Okay.
I have a question. Is it just the supply chain, or is it also the fact that we have a problem with ingenuity as well?
Well, okay. I didn't want to expand way too far out of it because.
No, it's just a short question.
In other words, they started training these motherfuckers 35 years ago, right? They have 4 times the engineers, 4 times the computer programmers. Okay, they've been building out this freaking supply chain for the past 35 years. Okay, from mining, processing, refining, doing the chips doing the whole complete supply chain all the way up to actually building the finished product. Okay, complete supply chain. We do not. We have outsourced all this shit over the past 40, 50 years. Okay, and try to, and that's not even including, guess what? The wages. Okay, China still has a quarter of the wages that we have.
But to say on top of that, and we have much cheaper labor.
And plus, even if you could hire these people, okay, at the current price, you haven't trained enough of them. It's gonna take you 20 years to catch up. If you do.
You know what's crazy about this is I've been researching renewable energy a lot for the last episode. This what you're talking about, this is just a microcosm in the whole like macrocosm of the manufacturing industry in China, because this same scenario is going on with solar panels, which Tesla is also trying to push, electric, not just the school buses, but they have the electric public buses. So it's hundreds of products.
Why do you think our smart cities and stuff like that got stalled? Under Trump, right? Even under Trump, right? Because guess what he did? He actually banned what? Huawei, right? Huawei made 85% of the 5G chips. What do you think that's going to do? Well, how are you going to actually replace these people? Replace that supply chain? It's a bigger problem. It's not just we can just bring these companies in and throw some money at it and it's supposed to magically appear and replace them. It doesn't work that way.
And that's actually probably if the U.S.
You're bored.
Can you hear me now?
Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah. Now I'm saying, okay, if you look at manufacturing, if anything, the one aspect that we'll probably be able to place is the like higher tech manufacturing, like chips and stuff like that. But as far as the cars and the vehicles and like the kind of the other aspects of manufacturing, it's not going to happen.
Well, okay. Remember when TSMC, when Trump started an initiative in his first administration, and Biden carried it through with TSMC? Okay, how come TSMC's factory basically failed? The Intel factory chip failed with TSMC. Hello.
We don't know. What,
hello.
Sir?
Hello. The TSMC factory failed. Why did it fail? That they built in Arizona, right? Why did it fail?
We don't know, sir. Please tell us.
I mean, yeah, you guys are experts. Please tell me. Fill in the blanks for me. Since everybody said
I would say down. In Arizona, probably a lack of a pure water source.
Nope.
Heat.
Nope. It's called they don't have the people to actually.
Oh, you're saying.
They don't have the people, the technical expertise to actually run the goddamn factory. Okay, that's why they're not here. We didn't train the motherfuckers to actually run the goddamn factory. That's why they had to leave.
Mm-hmm.
These kind of people take a long time to train. They just can't pull them from anywhere. That's why it failed. So if you're gonna build 5 of them, where are you gonna get the fucking people from? If you do build them. At what price you gonna pay them, okay? To compete with whom, right? You're gonna double the price of the doggone chip? Or double the price of the phone?
This is the price you pay for dumbing down America and selling out America.
They said that 40 years ago under Clinton, okay?
And BGS, the reason why I asked that question is because it's a two-point question, even though simple, because you see how much all this shit is interconnected with your politics, education, infrastructure, and all this shit. And most people, and I'm not going to say Bayes is a billion, Bayes knowledgeable, so for you. But I hate that. Trust me, Bayes far from a civilian. I got but he's far from a civilian.
Okay.
But I'm just going to say this. A lot of people don't understand how interwoven this shit is when it comes to your education.
He's not a pedestrian, but guess what? He's the next level up, okay? Pedestrians I can't even stand to talk to. Okay?
Nah, that's that guy you had on the Master Teacher Response. That's
he's not. He's below pedestrian, right? The Black Brain Trust and basically what is it? The Code Breakers.
All right, hold on, stop insulting.
I wanted to touch a
no, stop. Wait, stop. No, wait, stop. Stop insulting me.
Okay.
I do not insult you.
Hold on.
Hold on, stop. Quiet. I do not insult you. Do not talk down to me like I ain't shit. I do not I'm serious. I do not fucking appreciate that. Don't fucking do it.
Okay.
Who the fuck do you think you are to talk to me?
I know who I am.
Don't ever fucking do that shit again.
Okay, good.
Who the fuck are you to talk down to me like that? I don't appreciate that.
Okay.
Cut that shit the fuck out.
You do the same shit.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I let you have shit.
No, you didn't.
I let you have it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No, I do.
No, you
didn't.
didn't.
Ever fucking come at me like that again?
No.
Who the fuck you think you talking to?
Now, you
Don't
know,
ever
I know
come at me like that again.
Yeah.
End of discussion.
Okay.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Let's get back on.
Well,
Hold on.
let's get back on topic.
Let's get back on the topic. Everybody got their points out. So we don't have to go back to that shit again. Okay. I'm gonna just say this. This is the part when I said the reason why it's so woven together is that because we didn't have an emphasis on, especially when it came to young boys, getting into the engineering fields and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is?
Because they wanted to give the women all the jobs, all the education.
No, okay. How much does it cost to train an engineer here? Okay, start to finish.
Thousands.
A couple of $1 million. Okay. How much does it cost to train them in China or train them in India?
Much cheaper.
Like a fifth to the sixth of the price. It's called money. That's why they didn't do it.
Yeah.
And that's why they went to the HB1 visa. India was not a freaking what is it called? Programming
society. Yeah.
No, basically programming superpower, right? Within IT, where that shit come from, right? It's because they want to change the motherfucking kids to actually fix the Y2K problem. So they outsourced that shit to India. Okay, there was the Indian that said the exact same thing, right? Okay, they train these people over there at 1/10 of the price, and then bring them over here to work to save money.
I'll say it was more like 1/20th of the price.
It might. What I'm saying is, this is how the shit works. That's why they ship over H-1B visas and train them over there and run them through their universities and bring them here, save money. So they dumb down. Go ahead.
I wanted to get to the topic before we got away from it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is I was tired last night, so I didn't pull up. But I know Sauchi can articulate this way better than me. But when you look at American companies like Lyft, all those companies that fast track expansion really fast and investors and they weren't profiting money.
Yes.
China's doing the same thing with the car manufacturers.
Okay. What's the most okay? When you have a Lyft drive.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna finish. I'm just talking about those companies like Lyft and all these companies that expand super fast while not making money.
Get big quick, Get big quick.
So get big quick.
They want to suck up market share. Okay, first
market share. Yes. So China, it doesn't matter what they sell their car for really because they have a surplus of materials, regardless. So it doesn't matter if they create something and send it out and it doesn't profit money. They're not looking to profit no money. Then, like you said, they have the engineers, they have the mechanics, they have everything, and it's like you can't compete with it, regardless.
They're still making money off of it. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
They're still making profits off it. Mm-hmm. They are okay. Well,
what I'm saying is they can make it cheaper. So they have the 4-door coupe with 1,200 horsepower. MSRP was $120,000, the same as Tesla. They said, "Hey, we're putting it on sale for $73,000."
Okay. The thing is, guess what drives the price of that car up? It's not the manufacturer of the car. Tariffs, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
these are at 100% tariffs, okay? They double the price of the car. In fact, they could sell it cheaper, okay?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, if they're going to expand that fast, it's over.
I mean, it's already okay. It's already
it's already over.
It's already over. What I'm saying is, you asked me about Lyft and stuff like that. The reason they did that shit, just like Amazon, right?
Yeah.
They take market share and drive off the competitors, and then they wait for what? Self-driving cars. What has suspended? Okay, what has stalled their ability to actually have self-driving cars? What is it called?
5G first, and the second one is the technology and the engineers to do it and everything else.
Technology
and the government.
The technology is there. Okay, the government's pretty much on board with it. With outside of basically
what to do with the people.
No, liability. Okay, liability is a big thing, right? Okay. Which is why you don't have self-driving big rigs for the most part. Okay, even gas-powered ones is because of the Congress is holding up the liability piece. But the thing is that without especially in cities, right? Without 5G, without smart roads, without the chips that you cannot produce, you cannot have self-driving cars and take the driver out. That's what not Tesla, but what Lyft. And what's the other one? Uber and a couple others you were actually looking for, right? That's how come it didn't happen. Okay, and they basically, if you go back and look at the literature back in the mid-aughts, like 2015, 2013, when they're actually building these things, they were waiting on what? Self-driving cars. Okay, that's what they're waiting on, and that got stalled when Trump banned Huawei chips. Okay, because 85% of the 5G chips are made by Huawei. Okay, and you don't have a supplier to come in and actually bolster that. That's how come your 5G sucks, because they couldn't build the infrastructure, and then COVID stalled, basically put a kibosh on that shit. So now they have all these edicts are supposed to have happened by 2025 and 2030 that they can't fulfill because what? They don't have the infrastructure, and guess what? They don't even have the supplies. That's why. The smart cities and all that kind of crap should have already happened, right? 2025 was the mark date. We knew they weren't going to make it because guess what? You cut off all your fucking supplies of chips, and Biden could have come in and undone it, but guess what? He didn't, because they're trying to stall out China from these advancing in chips and all this kind of stuff. Economic group is because if you have an economic power this big, trying to go to war with him is not going to work. Okay, that's how come Hexas and Trump. To Trump's credit, he actually got off that neocon train and said, "Fuck it, let it go." That's how come Trump says, "From Greenland to Panama Canal, that's all we're going to worry about." Okay, and we're going to let China have the rest of the world. That's where they're at right now. That's how come they're pulling. That's how come we pull USAID out of Africa, right? Let it go. Stop spending money on shit, okay? Because all you do is throwing money down the drain, and China's going to take it anyway. So that's what he's doing right now. That's how come he's threatening all the fucking tariffs and shit like that. Trying to threaten people, okay? Because that's the only lever that he has right now. Basically, what Biden, I know why they did it. I know why they take the risk. And I knew why it wouldn't work. Okay, that's why the neocons and Biden's dumb ass did that shit in Ukraine and basically blew up the whole thing. Okay, and basically because they didn't think that China's infrastructure was actually going to work. It didn't work. Okay, and now this is the fallout. Trump and Hexas and all these other people are smart enough to say, okay, we have to cut our losses. What he's doing right now is cutting his losses, okay? You got to reduce, but that's what I argue with my brother about the same bullshit. You got to reduce spending. You're going to have to cut people, even though it's going to hurt. So they knew that all those protests and people beating on doors and cussing you out was going to happen because it has to happen. And the Democrats want to sit back and let him take all the blame. Well, Trump says, fuck it, we'll take the blame because it got to be done. Otherwise, the United States as the country is going to implode within 2 or 3 years. It's going to implode. Because I asked my brother, okay, he said, you don't know what it's like okay, to be, especially with countries the way it is right now, to actually go under basically what is it? Default on your debts, right? Nixon did that. It took us fucking 13 years to get out of that shit, right? And the only reason we got out of the default on our debt is because Reagan actually tapped into the Social Security trust fund and put that into circulation so they will ease the pressure. It actually makes the dollar solid again. It's the only reason we came out of it. Because my brother was asking me, how come Reagan put the feds into the Social Security system, okay, which it didn't need to be done. He needed more money to be dumped in the Social Security fund. That's why. The trust fund, which they issue bonds on. That's how come you have $60 billion worth of bonds going to Social Security. Okay? Which is why they want to raise interest rates and bring in more people under to actually bolster the fund and bolster the taxpayer fund. Otherwise you're gonna have a whole big rotten mess, okay? And that's not including all the other crap that's going on with the banks and shit like that. So which shouldn't have happened under thanks to Clinton in 1999 with the Glass-Steagall Act, banishing it, just opening up a whole motherfucking can of worms, and the world's not going for that. And basically, right now, the world's basically turning its back on you right now. The only reason that the dollar is still good, and me and Dr. Reefer was just talking about this last night, okay, is because right now the United States is too big to fail, okay? Yeah. The United States owes, just in dollar sense, like $50 trillion to the rest of the world. Owes it to it. You can't bankrupt them, otherwise you're gonna collapse the whole system. Chinese know that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
And my thing is, like, if somebody owed me that much money and I had that much control over them, I wouldn't want to have them crash out. I would just make them suffer and pay back the debt until the end of time.
That's why China, Xi and basically Putin says, and telling Trump, okay, maybe they'll get back on the dollar, maybe they won't, right? That's why they don't want a BRICS dollar, okay? The United States owes too much money, and the West owes too much money to the rest of the world, right? You can't just crash them like that, otherwise the whole system will crack. That's how come they're comfortable with staying on the dollar and basically slowly but surely doing what? Easing it out of existence, right? Let the United States decline slowly, all right? But Biden and Biden and the neocons and Hillary Clinton's dumbass, well, I'm saying dumbass, but the thing is crazy self, try to take that risk, okay? Which is why.
It's like
BlackRock. They're part of it. They are the government.
They took over a lot of companies through, they loaned, because they have trillions of dollars in assets to loan and capital to loan. So they loaned a lot of money to these corporations, especially in Hollywood. They loaned in businesses. They loaned all this money out, but they made them push this ESG, what we call woke, that agenda. They made them push that agenda. Larry Fink said that. Yes. We have to force them.
Yes.
It crashed a lot of the stocks. It brought a lot of the stocks down. It brought a lot of the property values down. They came in, bought it at pennies on the dollar. And now that Trump is in office, and trust me, the stock, everything's going to start climbing back. The value is coming back. BlackRock will own that. BlackRock owns my house.
Yeah.
Through a shell corporation. They trust me. They're once the stocks, everything comes back into value. BlackRock, their capital is going to go through the roof.
Maybe
same thing China's doing.
Different.
Maybe the thing is, okay. Basically, Trump's going to have to decide between the people and the banks. Okay, at some point. Okay, are you going to build more houses and bring down the value of these homes and the value of people's balance sheets, or are you going to have a whole lot of homeless people? One of the two. You have to decide one of the ways, because we said that like 5 years ago, right? Even before Biden got in, we saw all this shit where these companies actually own like one out of every 6 houses. I think it's even worse now. Okay, it's like 1 out of 5. Okay, they're still going on. Things somewhere at some point, Congress is going to have to actually deal with this. Either one or two things: either get them out of the business, or what? Import more housing. Okay, it's going to bring down the value of their balance sheet.
Because this is like, you know, just like
Hold on, fellas. Hold on.
hyperextending.
Wrap it up real quick so we can move on.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Can I finish?
Go ahead. Get your point out, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Get your point out. I give you a chance. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you one of those. I see. So
No. Go ahead.
Point
Go ahead.
out.
What's your thought?
You're not on. Hold on. You're not on BGS's channel. You're on mine. So I'm giving you a chance to get your point out and let BGS respond to you, and then we'll move on.
I thought this was AB's. My bad. I didn't know this was yours.
No, you're fine.
I'll let AB later about it. My bad.
No, we're all together. We're all friends here.
So I'm looking at it like just like I said with Lip and all that, the hyper expanding, but they're doing it through BlackRock. So you know, just how we were talking about it in the 80s and the 90s when what they did to the black communities to break up those coalitions of communities, and now it spreads like a disease. So now I remember, you know, after 2008, small businesses, factories that we still had, steel mills, all type of shit, took out those loans. And then it's like the people that were in those, you know, BlackRock or whatever you want to call them, they went and sold all the equipment and utilized it as debt. And so all those companies went in debt. And so that was like a slow roll towards that. Now it just happens in like a snap of a finger. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said there's so many things going on at one time, right? Basically, America has been in decline since '71, right? And basically, all Biden did was accelerated, right? And to Trump's credit, he's trying to slow the shit down. You can't stop it at all, right? It's going to happen.
Yeah,
he's trying to slow it down.
And if they give housing and all that to the free market to determine the outcome, but they're giving money to those people, it's almost like we're not doing it because we gave it to the free market, but we actually give them 90% of their money so they can go out
and what is the result that you see on the ground right now?
Destruction.
You see people going homeless, right?
Yes.
And basically going homeless even faster, okay? But
Hence the terrorists.
Which terrorists are going to, that's another issue, okay? Terrorists are actually going to raise taxes on public with goods that you have to buy. Okay.
That's why he was looking to. That's why Trump was looking. I mean, first he wanted to do away with the IRS, but then he changed it to anybody that makes less than 150K a year. They're the ones he wants them to be tax free. So therefore, you're giving the middle class and below a tax break that gives them a chance, a fighting chance to not just survive but to live.
Yeah.
All right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the biggest problem that's going on right now is inflation, right? Okay, and how basically inflation is probably the worst. Okay, the only way out of it is actually to do one or two things: either take these people with the profit center out of it, or do what? You got to build. You got to bring in more housing. Guess what's going to take a hit? The banks are going to take a hit. That's how come Citibank and a few others are actually doing what? Downsizing, right? They see the hit coming.
I see it as once you get the illegals out of the country, especially off of because one of the biggest things that's going to help them self-deport is when he removes them from the Social Security and Medicare rolls. Once he kills them, because what people don't seem to understand, you know, when they talk about, oh, he coming after Social Security. No, he's coming after people who are using dead people's Social Security numbers illegally. When I was working at the hotels, you had a lot of Asians and Hispanics and Indians and Africans who, when they post the birth date on the job board or whatever, the community board, they all had the same birth date or whatnot because they were using stolen Social Security numbers. They're committing Social Security fraud. They're committing identity fraud. So as much as they say, oh, well, they're just working, like, no, they're using somebody else's Social Security number. Not all of them are working. Some of them are sitting back collecting checks.
Some of them are.
But once you clear all of those people off of those rolls, not only will your grandma or your mama or whatever get a bigger raise on their Social Security, but that'll also open up the job market, because do understand that they literally do pay illegals a lesser amount than what you make. You work in a part-time little job, $15 an hour or whatnot. They pay these people maybe about 10. I mean, they, trust me, they cheat them. And how? Because who are they going to complain to? The EEOC? You know, they have nobody to complain to, so they have to take that. This is why you get them where they live 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, whatever, to an apartment house, whatever, until they make enough money on their own and branch out and also send the money back home. But once you clear those rows out, once you get Americans back to where they can work a full-time job and a part-time job, all right, none of that matters. All of that inflation stuff, whatever it is, you'll be able to afford it, especially if the ERS is able to be created, all right, coming this year. Come next year, if everything goes to plan, none of that will matter. The price of eggs, you ain't gonna be worried about it. The price of gas, you want, even though these things have went down, you're not gonna be worried about it. You'll have the money. You'll have the money. What would you do with 40% of your paycheck right now? What would you do with it? I'm asking you, bro. What would you do with 40% of your paycheck?
40% of my paycheck?
No, I'm asking the dude. You're retired like I am, I believe.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, bro.
Right now, it's still say 45%.
What would you do with 40% of your paycheck?
I just store it away like I do now.
Exactly. You'll have more money. That's 40% more money in your pocket. So if gas is $2.55 a gallon and you got 40% of your paycheck, are you complaining about $2.55 a gallon?
That's too simple for me. That's like,
yeah, it is simple. It's very simple. No, you're not.
No, I don't do the math like that.
It's not that simple, but it's okay.
That's like saying gas is $2.50, but my 401k just took a 50% hit.
Well, your 401k will grow. Your 401k will grow, especially when you don't have to pay taxes. Your 401k will grow. You'll make more money on the back end as well as the front end.
No.
Because do understand, when they started the whole tariff thing, the world was not as developed as it is now. Now that the world is of a lot more developed, the tariff situation, oh my God, it's 10 times more profitable than what it was back in the 1930s, 40s.
If you want to believe that, go ahead. But you know, the economists are not saying the same thing. Okay.
I think the way you're trying to frame it, like in general, it makes sense. But when you actually take a look at it, I know people that lost 200,000. 2010. I know they lost 2018. They lost money again. They gained money, and you have the person that invests your money say, hey, you're back to the number. You broke it even again. It's no, you haven't broken it even again, because inflation's at 20%. Adjust for 5% a year. You're deep down in the red. Why you're even? Why the number has gotten back to 300,000? Is because your job was matching you, and you kept on putting money back in it, and you probably went up 3%. And you might have a year you went up 8%, but you can't catch up to 10 years of lost interest.
We're actually more like 15 years of lost interest.
Yeah. 15.
You're looking at 15 years.
The 15 is. You're not gaining. No one.
How much did you say you lost? How much did you say you lost over those 15 years?
I gave somebody else's example in 2000.
Wait. How much did you lose in those? How much of a percentage did you lose in income over those 15 years?
Okay. I gave somebody else. For me, I lost. I think it was about. They show it as about 17 to 18%.
Okay, now you gained 40%. So now you gained 40%. This time next year, you gained 40%.
Okay.
So 40% from where?
From where?
From thin air? Or
If
something?
you do it, oh my God, are you not listening?
Yeah,
If
we are
Trump
listening.
if Trump does away with the IRS,
Mm-hmm.
especially for taxes for people who make under 150K a year,
Mm-hmm.
No,
all
you
right?
don't pay taxes on your 401k.
Well, no, okay. Let him finish. Okay, let him finish.
Your on your checks, you get paid twice a month. Let's say your monthly check, whatever.
Okay.
Now you've gained 40% because now you no longer have to pay income tax. Although I did see where I think you have to pay 0.8% in income tax. All right, that I did see that. Okay. So you're paying 0.8% instead of 40%. Okay. All right. So you've pretty much gained 32%. All right, on your check. So you're making more money. Your take home pay is more than before. Now, with you working for an American company, all right, you working for an American company that's not going anywhere. Now your pension, you paying into a pension, your company can now pay into that pension because they're not going anywhere. Not only are they getting tax breaks, but they're also now selling the product because it's American made at a reasonable price. So now you're looking at your pensions coming back, right?
I don't know.
No.
No.
You don't know? Okay,
No.
you don't know. All right.
No,
All right. So
no.
you know what? It depends on who you work for. It depends on who you work for and if you have a union or not. All right. But at any rate, okay, hold on. Let's erase that.
How do you make
up
the tax shortfall if you do that?
You're getting 32% of your paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're getting 32% of your pay. Actually, a little bit more than that. If you really look at it, you're looking at 64 because it's 40% per paycheck. So you're looking at 64. So your take home pay is greater than before. Once Trump gets rid of the quote unquote illegals, once they clear out the Social Security rolls and the Medicare rolls, all right, Medicaid rolls. What you're looking at the price of housing going down as well as goods, because really the price of goods is based on what? Supply and
demand, and also tariffs and taxes.
Exactly. So
where does your goods come from?
So if you have homegrown goods, the prices will go down. As far as tariff goods, it's fine. You can afford it. All right. Homes are built here in America. There's no tariffs on homes. So therefore, your home price goes down. Your American goods prices goes down. And you have a choice. What do we do here in America that a lot of countries try to do, but they're not good at? It's an underground market.
Underground market.
Drugs? Yes, an underground market is one of the top 5 underground markets here in the United States that we do overseas, but we can also do it here in the United States.
Drugs?
No. Bootleg.
Oh, the other market.
Bootleg.
Right. We love, like you said, that like somebody said, the Chinese love to steal our technology and products and everything and sell it, right? Right. So here in America, are we not good at that? At taking somebody else's idea and maybe adding like a little wiggle to it and selling it at a cheaper price?
But you see, you have to sell it at 5 times the price, though.
What we do in
Who you gonna sell it? Who you gonna
America,
sell it to? Who you gonna sell it to?
The American public.
No. What we do?
We do that all the time. We do. Come on now. We have bootleggers here in the United States. We do that all the time. It's an American pastime.
It's simple. Basically, you have to restructure your whole infrastructure. That takes time. Okay.
Train people.
Chips, roads, mining, all that kind of stuff has to be rebooted. Okay, that takes time.
That's already being taken care of. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the little. I'm talking about.
All right.
I'm talking. Listen, just listen. I'm talking about the things that we use fuck off money on.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what fuck off money is, right?
The people that had the skills
Tricking
to do
money.
these jobs
Exactly.
in the the people that had the skills to do these jobs were in the Midwest on meth, dying at 100,000 per year. They're gone. It's like, they're
What?
gone, bro.
I'm sorry, you were a little mumbled there. I didn't hear you.
I said the people that had the skills to do these jobs have been meth heads for the last 20 years.
They've been
Dying
what?
at 100. They've been meth heads for the last.
They've been meth heads.
I'm being sarcastic, but I'm being for real.
Okay, I'm about to say like that didn't sound right.
No,
but that's not what I'm talking about.
I know. But what I'm telling you is they don't have the people with the skills to do all this. So you're gonna manufacture a whole bunch of places. You're gonna add more road. You're gonna do all this, and you're gonna start mining, and you're gonna start producing. It's already fucking 10 years, man. Then somehow you have to deregulate all this stuff. Then the states have to agree. It's 5, 10, 15 years, even before you even put a shovel in the ground on these fucking projects. But the one thing I think that you misunderstood when you said America, steals people's ideas. No, they assimilate people. They kill those people, take their ideas.
Oh my God, dude! We're not killing anybody. We're not assimilating anybody.
Well, that's our history. That's what we do. That's how we got the nuclear.
Okay,
bomb.
yeah, overseas, but not here in the United States. We're not trying to do that now. It's a whole different day. Okay. We don't do that now.
What? Okay.
We don't do that now.
I get what you're saying, but when you take when you say that you'll have more money to put in your 401k, you're not going to have more money. It's not happening.
How will you not have more money if you're bringing home 64% of your paycheck per month?
Because your 401k, for example, comes out of your net income before tax, so you're not actually taxed on your 401k money that you put in. Only right out early. Yeah, so you're not gonna put any more money into the 401k just because your tax goes down. You're gonna put
excuse me. If you're only if you're wait a minute, if you have 32% more income in your paycheck, you mean to tell me that you're not going to dump a little? Hold on, you're not going to dump a little bit more in your 401k now that you have it like that?
You're saying it backwards. So
no, I'm not.
If somebody has a $2,000 check, their taxes go down. You're still gonna put in the same amount because you take your 401k money out before tax. You're not taxing.
What was the question that I just asked you?
So your net.
What was the question that I just asked you before you said that?
Your net income goes down.
What? No, your net income does not go down.
That's how it works. When I file my taxes, when I file my taxes, bro, if you put money into your 401k, they don't count that towards your net income. It decreases your net income. That's what it does. So if you don't take the money.
Exactly. So if you're making more, if you're making 32% more per check, and you opt to put, if you opt to put more money in your 401k because you got it like that, are you or are you not going to do that?
No, I'm not going to do it because you're about to have a stock market crash, bro. Why would I put more money in? As you see, $2 trillion, bro. There's about $2 trillion in the last 2 months. Okay, like just be aware that everything that's maintained, everything right now is the government dumping money into it to maintain it instead of showing you what the real reality is. Like I'm not stupid enough to put my
word on in the beginning, did you? I said if everything works out the way it's supposed to be, the way that oh my God, oh okay, because you work in the White House. You're in the
I don't work in the White House. The moment.
Okay, well then don't say that.
No,
listen to what I'm saying. If things work out the way that Trump is setting things up,
stock market doesn't have nothing
to where now anybody under 150K doesn't have to pay federal income tax, maybe that 0.8%. If you're bringing home now 32% more per check, and you opt to or to not dump more money in your 401k, how are you losing?
You're losing because the market just lost $2 trillion this year. So
I'm not talking about right now, this very
See,
second.
you see,
I said that if things work out, if things work
let me
out
tell
the
you
way that
something, bro.
Trump is doing
No,
it.
let me tell you something. You think like a short-term Anglo-Saxon, bro.
How the
You're not
fuck am I thinking
you're not
short term when I'm
fucking-
talking about if it works
listen.
out?
Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just
Wait a
said.
minute.
Listen to what I
Pause
just
for a
said.
second. Pause. We're not here to insult each other. We're here to enlighten each other, bro.
All right. I'm trying to enlighten her.
All right.
You're not
The
listening to
first
what I'm
quarter-
saying.
No, you're not listening. In the first quarter, you lost $2 trillion in the stock market.
Hold on, Leon.
That's the
Leon. Everybody take 3 deep breaths.
guys are fucking.
Hold on. Everybody take 3 deep breaths. All right. Leon, they respond.
All right, so check it out. I'm gonna explain this to you. You have to let me finish. We lost basically $2 trillion in the stock market. That's not gonna affect anything right now until the end of the fucking year when they open those and Fauci's looking at the numbers and he's like, oh wow, then the dip is gonna happen. So I'm not stupid enough to hire my percentage in my 401k just because somebody's saying they're gonna lower my taxes. People already know that shit is gonna crash. They know it's going down, so I'm not going to put more money into something to try to catch up to a number that I should have been at 5 years ago because we got fucked during COVID and it went down. I'm just going to put the minimum just to throw money to the side so my son continues to have something right when I die, if it's the 401k is still there. But like I said, $2 trillion has been taken out, and we're going to see it when those numbers come out at the end of the year. And Fauci's going to open his damn binder and say, BGS, AB, Charles, you see this, right? I try to tell y'all, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. You would have to be completely stupid just because you're getting paid a little bit more on your check to throw more money in your 401k when these corporations are not making any money. They're not. They have losses. The money that looks like they're making comes from investors putting more money in so they can continue expanding and destroying smaller businesses. It's not real. It's gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charles, can you explain to him what I'm saying? Because clearly he's just listening to respond. So go ahead. You explain to him exactly what I'm saying because I know you heard.
Getting from everybody is this. This is how it is for a lot of pension systems, right? A lot of, let's keep all the negative stuff up. We're men. Just because we have a difference of opinion doesn't mean, like they said earlier, 2 things can't be right. Typically, when you have people that work, right?
You're fading.
What about now? I said usually when people make more money, they usually put more money into their savings and retirement. Right?
Yes.
That's how we did it in the drop system in the department. So because you can afford more to put there. And when people have more money, do they buy more assets?
You're fading.
When people have more money, do they get more assets?
Yes.
Now, is it a good time to invest? Here nor there, you know. Like Rodney said, you know, even Bird said it's not a good time to invest.
You and them headphones, bro.
I know.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
I know. It's kicking my ass because I'm downstairs doing shit.
Wait, hold on. Lewis, are you here? Lewis.
I think he dipped off.
Oh, okay. Because your headphones are killing me. Can you find another way to communicate? Yes, no, maybe so.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead. Take your time. I'll play this.
Town halls going to grow. And I would say if your congressman isn't doing a town hall, I demand one, because can they get out of control? Sure. You can have your friends show up too. And the reality is we are so insulated in Congress from the passions and the questions of our.
All right. Try
back now what I was saying. People tend to put more. Now, I believe, like Kabuki, you know, some people don't want to invest in some things because of the tariffs. But I will say this. For example, when I was talking about North Avenue before, they're going to invest a lot of hundreds of millions of dollars of renovating North Avenue and places like that, because they're putting $400,000 townhomes near the Midtown area. So you think they're going to put those homes up and leave the rest of East and West North Avenue looking raggedy? Yeah, buy one of them.
No.
Even huh?
No,
you can buy one of them vacants. I'm trying to figure out a one just to buy vacant so they can buy it from me. And there's little ways to invest. I mean, like you said about look at Bitcoin, look at U.S. Steel, look at the energy. When they start drilling, look at the energy stocks. And there's other ways you could do it, but when you have more, think about it. What are people going to do when Doge actually give out those checks? And they said it's now, they found so much money, it's now damn near up to $10,000. What are people going to do
about that money? And people are going to have to, they're going to Dave Chappelle that money. At least the majority of people are. They're going to Dave Chappelle that money. Whereas those of us who are smart enough to invest, that's exactly what we're going to do with the money. And by the way, B Rain, they said, who's the guy arguing with BGS and having to ask Google for answers? Because we check facts here. We check facts here. Instead of arguing words, we check facts. We check facts.
Here's the thing about this. BGS, Bay, AB, Jesse, myself, Art New Style, we all check Google. Google is your friend. It's a search engine. Everybody is wise in their own thing. Okay? Everybody, there's some people who may be smarter in one direction than another. BGS is an intelligent guy. Bay's an intelligent guy. But Bay and BGS will always ask me, what's my opinion when it comes to law enforcement and military science, correct? And I think Bay is equally as intelligent guy as BGS.
I'm reading the comment. I think I see what's going on here. You know what? I'm gonna say this right now. You Democrat raised niggas, y'all are fucking stupid to me. You're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid. You're Democrat raised niggas. You think you know what the fuck y'all talking about, but you don't. You don't know the economy. You don't know shit. I'm 53 years old and I'm fucking retired. I do this for boredom. I'm not hurting for no fucking money. So who the fuck you gonna listen to? You gonna listen to a guy that's not hurting for money? Or you gonna listen to a motherfucker that's still working to earn a paycheck, thinking that he know what the fuck he talking about concerning the economy? I do a Sunday show talking about money, stocks. I only have 3 stocks that are fucking up, but I know they're gonna take off. Nvidia, Apple, and Microsoft. I'm worried about them. My U.S. Steel stock is skyrocketing. The little dating apps with the fake girlfriends, them stocks, skyrocketing. My gold stock, skyrocketing.
See, here's the thing about the Doge stuff, man.
These niggas
here's my shit. People ask for transparency through the government.
when they give it to you in any, well, if it's 100% or 50%, it's like asking God for a beautiful woman that loves and treats you well and submissive and cooperative. You don't even know what to do with it once you get it. Am I making sense, Ben?
He gives you your Eve, and you don't know how to fucking handle the bitch because you've never been loved like that. It's a whole new experience, and you reject it because you're unfamiliar with it.
And now, when we talk about things that can actually benefit black men, like right now, if they're cleaning out the FBI and you need a job, or you got a son that needs a job, guess what? Guess who's hiring? If we're expanding, remember 4 years ago during January 6th, what was one of the major jobs things I told people to go for? Capitol Police.
We went after this last year, military or police.
And guess who's? And guess what happened? And guess, how many? What did I say? My homeboy who still works at Capitol Police. When I told him, I said, "Congratulations, y'all just gonna now triple to quadruple your budget, and you're gonna get paid more." He told me 6 months.
Your resume portfolio in security.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a job anywhere once you get certified as either a police officer or a military fucking employee, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. You can write your own goddamn ticket in that area.
Yeah,
in the private sector.
And how many times I said the keys to the kingdom? And then on top of that, he told me 6 months later, he's like, "Charles," he said, "God damn, you were right." I was like, "What you talking about?" He said, "Remember when you said we're going to get a bigger budget? We got the bigger budget. We got more pay. And now we're getting 4 times as many people as you predicted."
Let me get this off my chest.
And also, we forgot about Border Patrol, by the way, that are fucking recruiting like crazy. But go ahead, Bay.
Jadeo, you say you guys really believe everything Dodge is putting out there? Yes, nigga. What would they be lying about? These are politicians distracting the masses from what's cooking in the background. You know what's cooking in the background? Democratic thievery. That's what's cooking in the background. What the fuck else do you think is cooking in the background? If you actually pay the fucking attention to what's really fucking going on, instead of listening to the dumb niggas feeding you a bunch of dumb nigga shit, you would know that this country is $36 trillion in debt. And we have to get that total down by this time next year, or your monkey ass will be standing in a fucking bread line. Do you not understand that? So you tell me what the fuck you think is cooking in the background. Go ahead, give me your nigga spiel, because that's what you're gonna do. You only gonna tell me some dumb nigga racist shit. Oh, they trying to do some racist shit. Go ahead, say it, because that's the only fucking thing you gonna say. That's the only fucking thing you gonna say. I don't know shit. Well, I didn't say it. Tell me what they're going to do, since you so fucking smart. Tell me. You go ahead. You tell me. What's cooking in the background, since you know so fucking much. Fucking CNN listening nigga. You know what? This is why I self-isolate, because I'm surrounded by dumb fucks who think they know everything but don't know shit. Don't know shit from Shinola. Don't know shit from Shinola. Trust me, all of this shit, I'm serious. I've said this a fucking 1,000 times, especially with they slowed down. Tell me if I'm wrong. They slowed down the Kash Patel nomination because they know that once Kash Patel got in there, he was going to clean out the FBI. The other brother, they knew he was going to clean out the DOJ. Once they did that, because they tried to kill Trump, and I don't care what you motherfuckers are saying, Trump ain't your bitch. He's going after AOC, Ilhan Omar, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, who's the other? Bernie Sanders. He's going after all them motherfuckers. Soon as Kash Patel get his team together, I mean, keep in mind, he ain't even been president for 3 months. He's
already accomplished a lot in 2 months that most presidents did in 4 years. And not to mention, and thank you, LAPD SWAT, overseas contracts. Here's another thing. Guess what? If they get the peace talks with Ukraine, why don't brothers go over there and make 6 figures, hundreds of thousands of dollars? And shout out to ABM. And ABM says the same thing. He says these, and trust me, ABM's a Baltimorean just like me. He probably says the same shit. When you give niggas away, I think one of the most difficult things for niggas to do is to take the door. If what you've been doing for the last 40 years has not worked and somebody gives you a new option, you might want to take that new option. But what I realize is that some people like the trauma bond over hood ass bitches than to look to be their own key to their own salvation. Remember the three things? Exactly.
Good ideology.
Remember what I said, the 3 things the black community don't give a fuck about? Black boys, education, and being the hero of your own narrative. Does that make sense, Craig?
God damn.
Does that make sense?
How many times have I said niggas got to stop trying to find the racists behind the fucking bush? This nigga talking, I used to work in the government. DOD was security clearance, the end. Well, what, nigga, you still ain't said shit. All you said was a platitude. You ain't said shit about what's going on behind the scenes. They're literally telling you what they're doing.
And here's the thing, right? If they got rid of DEI, right? And them white bitches who weren't capable of doing shit are losing their jobs, and you got a fucking clearance, guess what? You wrote your ticket to fucking generational wealth.
Let me tell you something, old school 92. Why is he so emotional? He didn't want anyone insulting him, but he insulting others. Because y'all have pushed me to the point that you're insulting my intelligence, but yet all I'm hearing is a bunch of nuh-uns. But I'm asking you for proof. But just like with the last dude, I said, dude, I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about if the shit actually works out the way that Trump wants it to be. Okay, so when it works out the way that he wants it to be, and now you're making 64% of your paycheck per month, what are you planning on doing with it? Are you not going to add more to your 401k or not? If you're not, then what are you going to spend it on? You're probably going to spend it on a bunch of bullshit coming in through tariffs or whatnot. You have the choice to buy it or not. But this is the United States. We bootleg the living shit out of anything and everything. Do we not? Do we not as a country? Do we not bootleg the shit out of anything and everything?
We bootleg the dream if we could.
We steal everybody's ideas, especially if it's coming from overseas, because the copyright laws are different. Since you think you know so much.
In the words of my grandfather, the only thing the white man truly invented was the patent office so they could steal your shit.
Thank you. If all of a sudden these water bottles started coming from China and they was going for $5, you know what would fucking happen here in the United States? Somebody would put a handle on it and sell it for $2. And people would buy it because, easy pour. Same fucking shit, just a little handle, just a little handle for $2 instead of $5. People would buy this for $2 than just the regular with a handle than this for $5 because of a fucking tariff. I mean, good Lord.
I mean, god damn. I'm sorry. Am I wrong? Is this not common sense? Do we not do that here in America?
Two things I've realized. Common sense is so rare, and decency, they are so rare they're considered superpowers now.
Yes.
And when you tell somebody, okay, and notice what we're saying to everybody, we're not saying this is the definite. We're trying to open up different avenues where there's a possibility here, let's check it out. There's a possibility here, just check it out. It's no different than investigating a crime. You have the whole crime scene. You just don't stand on one part of the crime scene. You got to circle. The bigger the crime scene, you want to get as much of the crime scene as you can until you can slowly but surely squeeze it and make it tighter. That way you know you didn't miss anything. That means you didn't miss anything. And you actually open up to say, hey, what if the guy went here? What if we got a camera here? What if we got evidence here? Now, once we gather the outer perimeter, we could close it up to the inner. And what happened is that a lot of people in America, especially black people, we have one-track minds. And when it comes to certain sets of skills, we got to be able to say, hey, we need experts in these fields. We need engineers. We need to, because right now we don't have the engineers. We don't have the engineers. There's certain jobs where if you're an engineer, if you can build homes, you're going to be a godsend. If you could work on these electric cars, if you could work on a lot of this shit, energy crisis, you're a godsend.
Quick. Hold on. Lewis, you need to close out and come back out. Your devices are not connected. Go ahead.
And it's funny because right now, how many people have young nephews, young cousins, sons, grandsons who are 17, 18, 19, 20, moping around the goddamn house ain't doing shit? There's more black people in this country who would rather see their young sons mope around not doing shit than join the goddamn military and get some of these skills, which we're going to need in the next 10 years, 5 years, 3 years. Because unfortunately, the biggest problem with black people is that other black people don't want to see you succeed. Ooh, I know that's going to pinch a nerve for a lot of motherfuckers.
I'm going to say this again about the military. As a black man, the military and the police force, but mainly the military, is your personal welfare, because you can't get a welfare check from the government. When you take your ass to the military, especially during peacetime, you sign that 4-year contract. You spend that 4 years going to school, learning a trade. The military, the government will pay for it. And then you get your apprenticeship going. And then that way, when you're done with your military contract and you go into the private sector and you have experience, do understand the government gives corporations a discount for hiring military veterans.
And you get a preference.
Thank you. Plus, you get your military discounts. You get your discounts on housing. You get your discounts on medical, dental, vision, all that shit.
If you're in certain states like Maryland and you become 100% disabled or service-connected disabled, guess what? You don't even pay state taxes on your house.
The government takes care of you. That is welfare for black men. If you are and I will say this again as I try to make my point. If one of the most successful businessmen in the history of America Donald Trump, if his financial ideas work out, which they're looking like they're going to do, if you're paying any fucking attention, by this time next year, the ERS will eliminate the IRS. The world has grown significantly since the 1930s. There are more countries that are open to trade, hence the tariffs. You'll make more money off of the tariffs than you ever would from U.S. citizens.
And by the way, here's the funny thing about the tariffs, right? Did you know that countries were making a 200% profit off of their tariffs against us?
Yes, they were robbing us blind. That's
Nobody
not after April 2nd. That's not happening anymore. This is why Trump had the gold card. It's a $5 million buy-in for corporations who want to come to America to sell their goods. It's cheaper to open up a factory here in the United States than it is in your home country and pay the tariffs. It's cheaper to open up a factory here. This is why I was saying, if you are any type of politician and you want to unseat a Democrat, you get those leases signed. You talk to the Republicans, get the inside track on who's buying these gold cards, what corporations. Oh, they want to open this? Okay, fine. Tell their representative I have space for them in my district. You show them the factories. You show them the office buildings. Hopefully, it'll match their schematics. You get all of that scouting ahead of time. And if they say yes, and then they start signing leases, you get the copy of the leases and you run your ass to social media instead of dancing like a fucking whore. Hey, look, I've got this. I've got these leases signed. I have jobs available in my district. Vote for me. I can bring more jobs here. I have the inside track. You will win the primaries. This is what true bipartisanship is. It's not about hating Donald Trump. It's about serving the American people. Fuck all that orange man bad shit. That's for dumb, idiotic niggers, not for real politicians who serve the people. That's why y'all motherfuckers is lost. Some of you don't know the background shit. Get the fuck out of here. The background shit is, hey, look, we need to bring fucking jobs here to pay down this fucking $36 trillion debt.
Mm-hmm. And then here's the fucked up part. Here's the fucked up part. Don't you want your family to survive? Number one, you need the skills. Number two, you need the education. Number three, you need the housing.
How much skill does it take to drive a fucking forklift or to put some shit on a pallet?
Not much.
It's unskilled labor.
Think about this, right?
A lot of you niggas are dumb as fuck. You can barely read. That's why they did away with the Department of Education. You can barely fucking read. Right?
I'd like to ask a question when available.
Go ahead, Mella. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, because then I'd have to attach the word nigga to it. Don't be sorry.
Go ahead.
What I would like to ask is, how can I formulate this?
Just say it, honey. Just say it.
What I want to know is, what is your problem? Are you actually anticipating that Black people are too dumb to thrive? Is that your message? Like, Black people are too dumb to thrive?
I'm glad you said that. We are at the very economic bottom of the American ladder when it comes to yearly income at $52,000 a year. We're at the very fucking bottom. Yes, we're too fucking dumb. We're too fucking dumb. You had a valedictorian who had a 1.8 grade point average. It was so bad, even his mama complained. Do you understand? A lot of us
let's look at this. Let's look at this historically. Let's look at this historically, right? Who's at the bottom rung of the social economic ladder? What group of people?
Black people.
Who has the most broken up families?
Black people.
Whose sons are in the jail system more than anyone else's?
Black people.
How the hell did we come from the greatness of the civil rights era? Win Lincoln the war. Fought back the British and won. We conquered global terrorism. And to this day, how the fuck don't we take advantage of certain shit?
If you're a Democrat,
we got young boys. We got young boys and fucking who on fucking street corners dying and nobody gives a fuck. Everybody wants to do, oh Lord, my son, and cry out, and then it's business as usual for the next nigga. Nobody says gifted. Nobody says gifted.
Let me get this out. I know y'all think I don't like my own people. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
I don't believe that.
Hold on, Mella. Hold on. Okay. I'm saying this in general. I love my people. I hate to see that we're fucking suffering. We're at the bottom of the fucking ladder of everything, but yet we got all this narcissistic bullshit. We can't even love each other as men and women. But yet motherfuckers want to sit here and pound their fucking chest like they doing something. You ain't doing shit, nigga. That is a collective. Individually, yes. Collectively, no. Collectively, we're fucking dumb because we became traitors to the Republican Party, and I'm an independent. I voted for Joe Stein. We became traitors, huh?
We became traitors amongst ourselves when we were granted access to, how can I put this? Interracially procreate. Okay.
And who gave that to us?
Hold on.
Who said that white women will and white men will lay with us? Who did that?
Hold on now. I understand that you're talking about the civil rights laws and everything, but look at the timeline. There was a time when there was this concentration on the family being a strong unit. And then all of a sudden we got access to interracial mingling, and we got distracted with all of the how can I put this? The debauchery of what that entails. What that, we started shaking our ass to attract other ethnicities. We got caught up. Hold on. Okay. We got caught up. I'm telling you this for real. We got caught up in the lure of what it is to be attracted to others. When we got caught up in the lure of being attractive to others, we lost focus in staying united like the people. And that's when it became easy for men and women to walk away from their children. Because it's like, why should I give a fuck about my child when I can just get all this acclaim
How did that come about,
being
Bella?
attractive from other ethnicities? That's
How
the
did that come
problem.
about,
We
Bella?
care too much about other ethnicities instead of our own. That's the
How did
problem.
that come about, Mella?
Let me tell you this.
Wait,
right?
wait, hold on. I'm gonna ask her. How did that come about, Mella?
Distraction.
No. That's so vague. How did that come about? Be specific.
Okay. To get specific, the distraction of media eventually showing our young people as they grew that you too can mingle amongst us. You've You've been wanting to be included all this time. Here you go.
Yes.
And that distracted us from staying focused on the fact that we need to stay bonded together and not take our eye off of the goal, which is domination.
Let me break this down. Let me break this down real quick. Number one,
we didn't tell our children to become engineers. We told our children to watch Soul Train and Sesame Street.
Mala, hold on. Okay, let me debunk this shit really quick. Like, right now, black people actually interracially date and marry pretty much the least. It is Hispanic men and white and Asian women who interracially date and marry the most. Our iniquities, our transgressions came about how a lot of black women, I won't even say a lot, a few black feminists like Pauli Murray and others joined people like a Gloria Steinem, Eleanor Roosevelt, people like that, and said to put sex in affirmative action and civil rights. And the jobs that were taken, the jobs, the education, the placement, were taken away from black men who earned the shit either shedding blood or shedding someone else's blood. We never betrayed our people over some goddamn white women. We rarely even date or marry white women.
They're toys.
And then here's another thing. If 80%, damn near 90% of the women in our community have the children, why don't they push for their boys to get higher education? As a matter of fact, why don't some of these mothers, since they're saying they have such a hard time, give the children to their fathers and at least give us an option and a time to blame us if we fail? But here's the fucking point. If those kids weren't worth a goddamn dollar or Section 8 or some food stamps or some WIC or some child support, a lot of these children will be on the sides of the goddamn road or in baby carriages left at the goddamn police station or the firehouse. Because if you want something to flourish and to grow, you cultivate it from the start. Is that something that habitually in our community that we do? And the answer is an astounding fuck no. You look at these public schools in any of your major cities, they look like jails. No teacher of quality wants to teach your child because they're basically not even mischievous. They're fucking delinquents. And delinquency is really a fancy way of saying juvenile criminal.
Hence the destruction of the DOE.
I remember.
Hold on, Nella. Hold on. Hold on. Because, I mean, we gave it to you. There's a reason why Trump did away with the Department of Education and turned it back to the states' rights. For the simple fact of what he just said. You need the parents. The parents know what's best for their children, not the federal government. So he killed the DOE. He did save some programs for people who are special needs and low income. He actually transferred some things over, like school lunch was transferred over to the Department of Agriculture. All right. This is why we watch the press conferences and not CNN or MSNBC or The View or whatnot, because we watch the actual press conferences. But as Charles was saying, what happened was the Democratic Party destroyed Black society with one fell swoop. With one fell swoop, simply by opening up the lunch counters. But before they did that, Gloria Steinem and her company they made sure they got into the hearts and minds of black women and made them think that their issues were separate from black men. This is why you have a Queens cocktails with Queens when Ice Cube asks, aren't black women black people? And the answer is no. And he looked at her like, bitch, what? This is the end result of that. Everything that we're seeing now is an end result of that, where black women think that they are a separate entity from black men because they are following the white lesbian feminist ideology that was implanted in them back in the 1960s during the civil rights movement. This is what pisses me off with black people. We have a literal venom symbiote situation going on where we claim we hate white people, but the low IQ of us really want that Negro pat on the head. Prime example, that whole situation with the DJ kid with the brain cancer and everything, was he a tool for the Republican Party? Yes. But how did us as black people, how did we look at that? How did we look at that as a collective?
How did you look at it?
Well, this was the proverbial pat on the head. Me personally, I put the politics aside and said, you know what? This was Trump granting this kid who might not make it to 20 years old his greatest dream. It was a make-a-wish situation.
Basically, he did the American version of if King Charles knighted a motherfucker.
Thank you. He hooked the kid up. The kid might not make it tomorrow. He might die tonight. God forbid. But he made that kid, he made his wish come true. And you know why he did it? To show up the Democratic Party. Do understand, as he said in that press conference, as we sat there and watched it, I could sit up here and have the cure for cancer, and these people will be against it. Do you understand? This.
Who said that, Trump?
Yeah, see, this is why we watch the press conference.
You know what Trump has also said is to use bleach to get rid of COVID.
Hold on,
Didn't
Mella.
Trump say use bleach to get rid of COVID?
Hold on, Mella. This is why I sit here on my show and
I watch news releases too.
Hold on, Mella. I'm not talking
I don't
about
watch Oprah.
Mella, relax. This is why on my show, the main thing I do, Charles, do I not? I go through the fucking press conference. Do I not?
You have to get the real effects, and news doesn't cover it. You have to get the news real.
The press conference.
You have to watch the press conferences. You can't watch the news.
And this is the difference between me and other motherfuckers talking shit in my comment section. You motherfuckers don't watch the whole goddamn press
cussing all the time?
Because I'm sorry, I'm agitated because I'm dealing with morons, and morons they trigger me. Morons trigger me. I'll dial it back.
There was a time that I used profanity. It's in an excessive way.
I'll show you some respect. I'll dial it back.
No, it's not about respect. I mean, it's not like I haven't heard it before. It's not like I haven't used it before. What I'm concerned about is your point landing in an intelligent manner. I want your point to land in an intelligent manner.
And I'll be more. I'll be more cerebral. Understand something. I listen to the press conferences. I don't go by little snippets that are put out on the news. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch CNN. I don't watch MSNBC. I mainly watch either Forbes or the White House, and occasionally I'll watch other channels who actually do play the whole thing, and then they have an intelligent response. Because
that's a useful message, brother. That's a useful message. It's like, why are you watching CNN when you should be watching the press release.
Exactly.
That's a useful message. But when you put the MFs and when you do all that stuff,
okay, all right, I get it. I get
okay.
it. I apologize. So let's
it
move
puts
past
extra
that.
lettuce on pickles and unnecessary tomatoes on.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, it's ABM. Hey, listen, man. You called that shit on the head. What's up, Charles? We gotta call it like it is in the black community. We tolerate failure and stupidity way too damn much, man.
Thank you.
Way too much.
And how many times we talk about this, ABO?
Charles, you talk about it every single show.
It's
That's what triggers me.
It's
look,
fucking
just for the
failure
record,
that makes
I'm gonna let you
people
get
angry.
it. But I'm gonna let you have it. But just for the record, that's what triggers me is that we tolerate failure and ignorance way too much, and we justify it for what? Ego?
You're absolutely right, because there are people that will throw a party for somebody getting out of prison, but won't throw a party for a child that's been, accepted to a university,
from high school or college.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? It's our priorities are so screwed up as a people.
How many parties? I'm gonna tell you what's so fucked up, right? When I went to basic training, before I went, no party. When I came back from Iraq, no party. But I've seen my aunt, God rest her soul, who was an Army vet and worked for the Howard County Sheriff, give a new truck to my older cousin, who just came out of jail.
We reward degenerates. That's our problem.
And the fucked up thing about it, if you were keen in on what her background was, God rest her soul, I have no hate towards her or nothing like that. What two professions did we both share?
Military background.
And what? Law enforcement.
Yes.
And think about this. It goddamn shows. And by the way, ABM lives in the same city as me, Baltimore. We reward mediocrity.
I just said that.
I'm agreeing with you. We wallow in obsolescence, and when somebody says we got multiple avenues to actually tackle our biggest fucking problems, what do black people do?
Fight against it.
Goddamn right.
Fight against it.
I'm going to say this out loud.
Hold on.
I'm going to say this out loud.
ABM, Bay, Mella. How many motherfuckers fought against the Gray Faulkner Initiative when it first came out?
I remember. I remember how many people fought against it. I remember.
How many? How many, Bay? How many, Bay?
Everybody.
How many ABM?
I remember you did a whole show about people fighting against it.
Everybody fought against it. And it was really distressing to me because it made complete sense. And I was thinking, I said, these people obviously aren't aware of something. I don't know what it is, but they're not aware of something. But what he's saying makes sense. So I was distressed about that they fought against it.
And
I want to say this real quick, if I am so allowed. Our people have a pity addiction. We are addicted to pitying people, and we don't have time to pity anybody. Either you're useful or
you're not.
We don't have time to pity anybody, and the sooner we wake up to that realization, the better off we'll be. That's what I want to say. Thank you for listening.
No, you're fine. Thank you for coming up. Look, understand something here. And hosted Carlo, I get it. This is why I listen to this brother. I may not always agree with him, and that's fine because I don't 100% agree with nobody. But he makes decent arguments if you take the time to see other people's point of view. Exactly. This is the difference between consciousness and pro-blackity black bullshit. Is because you got to think 10 steps ahead. You have to play chess. This is not you're trying to play checkers with people who are playing chess. White people play chess. Donald Trump is playing chess. He's playing chess right now, and this is what kills me. Well, I've said it 1,000 times. This is going to be worse before it gets better.
Oh yeah.
It gets better. Right
all
now,
these people that are losing their jobs, they're gonna have to prove their worth, and that's what it all boils down to. Like, as much as I feel bad, as much as I feel some type of way that people are going to be forced into poverty, what the real deal is, as time comes to a close, it's scrunch time. It's scrunch time. And people who can demonstrate themselves to be useful to society are the only ones that will be valued, period. It's crunch time. It really is.
Listen, I have said this ever since Trump started firing people. Remember, the first people that he laid off, he offered them a 7-month severance package. If I worked for the government, especially for Doge or anything like that, the first thing I would do is go to my department head. I'd have a meeting with my peers, and we're going to the department head and say, hey, look, if we get laid off, can we get that 7-month severance package? Because I guarantee you by the end of the summer, jobs are going to open back up again. You already saw, you Googling shit. Yes, motherfucker, because I like to prove things. I'm sorry, I'm not cursing at you. I'm cursing about the situation, which I shouldn't do. But as you can see, it's tight. I get it. It's real tight. I get it. It's 2025. The technology is so advanced that they can open up an oil rig and start drilling within 2 months. Did the site not say that?
Mm-hmm.
Did the site not say that?
It said it. And by the way, this is my disagreement with Bay. Trump's not playing chess. He's playing Risk.
He's playing Risk?
He's playing, and trust me, if you play Risk on an iPad or computer, sometimes on the old school board game, it can take you hours. Hell, one time on my iPad, it took me 24 hours to beat it. Because I would lose territories again, and I had to go back and win. You have to know how to give up something in order to get the world. And see, this is. What is
the most profitable country in the world as far as if you want to deal with goods and services? Who spends the most money in the world on goods and services?
That's the U.S. of A. Exactly.
So if you and understand here, this is what I'm talking about, and this is what people don't seem to get because they don't they don't understand what they're hearing coming out of leadership. If I now impose a tariff, you charging me 50% on this, well, I'm gonna charge you 50% on this. If you feel that you have to upgrade your prices, and you'll probably lose money on this because, again, this water bottle, hold on, this water bottle is $5, but somebody in America takes this water bottle and puts a handle on it and sells it for $2. Easy pour. This is coming from overseas, but somebody in America, handle $2. Easy pour. What happens to me as a company from overseas with a tariff? What happens to me selling this product? Answer the question, please. Hello?
Say that again.
If this water bottle, as it is right now, is coming from overseas at $5 because of the tariff, but somebody in the United States puts a handle on it and sells it for $2 for an easy pour, what happens to my product?
It gains even more value.
No. My product goes obsolete because now an American company is selling my product with a handle on it for $2.
Okay, you're talking about your product. Now, yeah, because you just did an evolutionary chart.
Exactly. So now, if I decide to open up a water bottle factory in buttfuck Ohio somewhere, and I can now sell this bottle of water for $2 instead of $5, does my company take a hit? No.
Hell no. You actually get some motherfucking ends and dividends.
Thank you. I make more money because this bottle of water probably cost me 20 cents to make. Plastic and everything.
You know, working at the Apple store, you know, doing security for them for like $35, $40 an hour. Guess what you learn? You know what the only difference is between the iPhone 15 and the iPhone 16?
Nothing.
Apple Intelligence, which is AI. That's all.
What is yeah, right. And what does it do? It suddenly takes a sharper picture.
Yeah. And guess what?
Yeah.
You basically getting your AI from their little Apple Intelligence, which is still growing, and Chat GPT.
And there's really no difference.
I think when they started designing cars to fail after 2 years.
They do that with the Apple iPhone. iPhones fail after about
when they started designing cell phones to fail.
You're failing because now the only time you should replace your phone
they are
is when
intentionally designing products that people depend on to have to be renewed. It's an intentional thing. There was a time, like for instance, when a car was made and all you had to do was know mechanics, you know, to keep it maintained. It's not like that anymore. There are electronic, there are engineers who make sure that you have to come out of your pocket every, you know, on a reliable, you know, I think they call it sustainable. Like they've designed technology in a way that they can sustainably make sure that you're going to renew it, you know.
In other words, Mother, is there any profit in a cure?
No.
That's why.
How much?
So
how
what
much
you're
does it cost? Wait, hold on. How much does it cost to get an oil change for a BMW, a foreign car, as opposed to an American-made car?
It's a grip.
It's a grip. So if I now make BMWs in America with all of its parts and whatnot and everything because of tariffs, guess what comes down? If I now have a big BMW plant in America, guess what comes down? The maintenance on the car. Because we now make the parts here in America. I'm not paying a tariff to have it shipped from overseas. So now, let's say I need a water pump. A water pump no longer costs me $1,250. It now costs me $500 because it's made here in America. That's the beauty of the tariff. And this is what I'm trying to explain. The golden ticket brings businesses here to America. It creates thousands of jobs for Americans. Manufacturing, shipping, and production, and office work. This is the beauty of the golden ticket for corporations. This is what I was trying to explain to the guy.
And it's called being the golden.
Let me jump up in here. I've been quiet for a long time.
Oh yeah, Jesse.
What's up, Jesse?
Here, Sir Jesse?
Huh?
You still here, Sir Jesse? I was waiting for you to get down with the get down, man. You the business dude. Come on now.
Yeah, that's why I had to chime in. I started.
Come on, let's hear it. Come on, Jesse.
In the free trade agreement, so he's reversing the free trade agreement incentive.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's the death of NAFTA.
what's the sister's name on the panel? Mala, because I can't
Mela.
see her stuff is
Mela.
Okay. So what you're talking about? There's a name for it in business. It's called planned obsolescence. And it's not new. It actually goes back all the way back to the industrial age, all the way back to the 1920s. In the 1920s, you had light bulb makers like Philips and Osram that actually planned for their light bulbs to have a specific lifespan of around 1,000 hours. And there's multiple reasons for this, right? One, it was to keep demand steady. Two, it was to ensure that they were getting
the bottom line. Yeah.
that they were getting repeat business. And three, it was because of the design, right? So when you design something, it's not always planned that a product is going to fail at a certain time. Sometimes it's a reason because of the trade-offs of the design, right? So for example, if you design something lighter or a thinner device, that may sacrifice the durability of the device, or because constant use, let's say for example a cell phone, constant use like charging, it wears out the parts naturally, and building something more durable is always going to cost more. So companies are under constant pressure to cut costs on their devices, right?
That's right.
That's really the three main reasons, right? To increase constant demand, because if you're having something that lasts, let's say if you have a cell phone that lasts 10 plus years, then the demand is going to slow up because everyone still has that one device. It doesn't break down in time. Keep that demand.
It's about sustainability. I understand.
Yeah. So, like I say, this is not new. I know a lot of people think stuff like this is new. It's been going on since the 1920s. So, keep that in mind. Planned obsolescence.
So, understand, if things go well, if things go the way that they're planned, and it looks like you say phobias, cartel shenanigans. If things go
shout
the
out
way
to F Holiday. You know what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah. If things go the way that Trump has it planned out, and it looks like that it's going to go, because we're the United States. You don't play with us. We'll slap the blood out of you. You understand? What you gonna do? You gonna fight us? You gonna fight us? You really gonna fight us? No, you ain't trying to do that because you a punk ass bitch. Sorry for my language, but you punks. You know you can't take us. Quit it. So you can bitch, moan, whine, and cry, but you're gonna fold like Canada and Mexico and all the other countries. You're gonna fold, and you're going to accept the tariffs. You're going to buy the gold tickets. You're going to move your factories here. You're going to put Americans back to work. Men, most particularly black men, we're going to fill up a lot of these warehouse jobs and trucking jobs and everything, because a lot of us are unskilled laborers. Let's just be honest with that. A lot of us are unskilled laborers, but we'll have jobs aplenty. All right. Therefore, what that does, that eliminates crime, especially because remember, understand, this is something that people don't talk about. This is what a lot of people don't talk about. A lot of business owners here in America, they met with Trump and said, hey, look, and do understand, one of the biggest things that they had an issue with was crime. There's a reason why Chicago lost all 4 of its Walmarts. There's a reason why Portland lost its 2 Walmarts. There's a reason why California is a crap hole. It's because of crime. Why do you think Gavin Newsom is reversing on a lot of the things that he championed on? Because he knows the writing is on the wall. That's why AOC and Bernie Sanders are trying to form a new separate party from the Democrats. The writing is on the wall. But everybody knows it's a new day in America. It's not the same anymore. In order to make a profit, you have to lock down on crime. You have to get rid of the illegals. You have to make the government small, like it should have been from the very beginning. And you have to start anew. This is what we're going through. Is it going to be rough in the beginnings like now? Yes. As I was saying, once you find out that
wherever there's poverty, crime will follow.
Let me finish, please. Once you found out that they were offering severance packages from the first people that was being fired from Doge, you should have met with your department head and say, hey, look, if they're giving them severance packages and they plan on closing our departments, we want the same type of severance packages. Instead of arguing about an email, you should have been talking about answer the email. But if you're going to shut us down, we need severance packages, because you already know by the end of the summer, there will be new jobs out there. New jobs for white collar workers, that's secretaries. There'll be new jobs for secretaries. There'll be blue collar jobs for men. All right. Your whole thing is you want to survive until that kicks in. Am I lying? Am I lying? Do you not want to survive before it kicks in?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm lying? You don't want to survive until it kicks in?
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay, thank you. So you want to survive until that kicks in. Once that kicks in, come late September, you can go ahead and already apply. You already know the government systems, because again, new government jobs are going to open up. We're going to need somebody for this. We're going to need somebody for that. What they are, we don't know, but we know that they're coming. We know that they're coming. We know that they're coming. They're revamping everything. Kill this, revamp this. We need people for this, that, and the other. So let's go ahead and do that. You know how
what kind of jobs do you think are going to kick in?
Let me explain it.
Hey,
I'm
going to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
About to say this real quick, about to lay it down. Always a pleasure. Hell of a show. Y'all got to check this out every Monday. We get crazy topics like this all the time. And a shout out to AB, International J, Mella, who else? AL,
shout out
Lewis,
to you
Bay. And who says we don't just talk about? We're beyond just gynocracy. We're about surviving the next millennium. Okay, the next century, the next year. And if you're not looking at us, we're bringing you better news than most medias. Okay, we're actually uncovering the truth. We started out today's program telling you why they wanted to invade Ukraine. They wanted the Ukraine war. It was a profit. Now
it's always about the money.
So next time,
that's what these shows are about. They're about the money.
Yeah,
the money is in the politics. If you're not paying attention to the politics, how the hell are you gonna make money?
And follow the money.
Yeah, you got to follow the money. And I did the Sunday show about the money. Every Sunday now, I'm going to do more shows about the money.
And thank you once again for another banger show. This would happen. And notice what happens when 4 black men team up to give you a hell of a news brief, political, local, global, military, law enforcement. We hit so many business with, shout out to, we got to get Jesse on board for the business part. Look how much we team up and branch together. That's what the manosphere is all about. It's about the branching and bringing it back, all the information into one pot. But
these new jobs would be what?
Woo, I'm out.
Folks. All right, peace out. These new jobs is all based on whatever is coming up. But the biggest things that's coming up right now, like I said, as I've been saying, the golden ticket jobs are what's coming into the country. All right. There's going to be a lot of white collar and blue collar jobs, warehouse and office work. If you do understand, when Trump sat up there, when he talked to the guy that was the head of Apple, and the guy that was head of NVIDIA, and the guy that was the head of the U.S. Steel, these are people that had government contracts. So when these people come over, these corporations come over on the golden ticket situation, $5 million a pop, because of the government contracts, they're going to be using Apple products with NVIDIA type of internet and AI whatnot. They're going to be using that. U.S. Steel will be helping to rebuild and shape their factories. Do you understand? Am I going too fast? Do I need to slow it down?
No, you're fine.
I can
Right.
expand on
So
that
these
if
are.
you like. I'm not sure if you're done or not.
Say that again.
I said I'm not sure if you were done or you just stopping to make sure she was following. But I can expound more on the jobs whenever you're done.
Please do.
Okay, so for those in the audience who may not have been paying attention, since Trump was in office, he has secured almost $3 trillion in investments for the United States specifically. So personally, I don't think the U.S. Steel stuff is actually going to work, my personal opinion. But
It's been up. The stock has been up with U.S. Steel.
Yeah, I mean the stock is up, but I just mean actually like trying to bring U.S. Steel back and stuff like that. To me, it's this whole pipe dream of going back to the glory days where American Steel.
Well, do you know what U.S. Steel is doing?
What's that?
Do you know what's going on with U.S. Steel? We're no longer buying steel from other countries. We're now manufacturing and selling our own steel. This is why the minerals deal with Ukraine is very vital. It keeps us from digging into our own lands, our own soil, into gathering the minerals in order to make steel products. This is why it's so crucial. The whole thing with Zelensky, Lewis said it. Zelensky will not be around in 3 months. He will be, quote unquote, removed within 3 months. After what he pulled today, yeah, that is 120% a possibility that he will not be around in 3 months because he's fucking with the money.
Well, so this is why I don't think it will work. What they're trying to do. I mean, Trump did something similar in the first term, and it had like short-term gains, but as far as long-term, I mean, it really didn't have the impact that it was trying to have. If you look at the domestic steel makers, the capacity utilization was down 75.3% in 2023. And so what he's trying to do is push it back to, let's say, 80%. But again, he did. So he basically did the same thing in 2018 when he was in. But this time he's just doing a bigger, more expansive tariffs. Like if you remember, I think the tariffs were like maybe 25%, 10% back on the first administration.
Right.
I just think that it's just.
Do you think his vice president is going to continue his ideals?
Oh, of course. But let's get back to the U.S. Steel thing. With car manufacturers and other manufacturing plants coming back into America, car manufacturers, they do even though cars have fiberglass coatings, they do use a great deal of steel in order for, engine parts and whatnot. So if U.S. Steel has those contracts and we're getting the minerals to create different type of steels out of Ukraine, this is also why they also are looking at, quote unquote, acquiring Greenland, making a deal with them for the precious minerals that make up these various types of steel components. U.S. Steel is also, they're going to be the main manufacturers of these components. Do you understand now why U.S. Steel is so important?
I mean, I understand why it's important. It's just It's just not gonna happen. That's what I'm saying. Because
why not?
Right? Because the decline of U.S. steel isn't just imports from other countries like China. It's also automation. It's also competition from cheaper electric arc furnaces over legacy. Because think about it, U.S. steel. What do they use? What does U.S. steel use? It uses legacy blast furnaces to deal with its metal.
Hear what I just said?
But when you're talking about the the competitors, they're using electric arc furnaces, which are.
Did you not hear what I just said?
No, I didn't hear you mention that. I did not
I
hear you
just
mention
said it had nothing to do with any furnaces. You think U.S. Steel isn't going to update their systems? You really think that they're going to be operating in the dark ages when it comes to manufacturing their products?
I do not think they will upgrade. I mean, I could be wrong. If they upgrade to the cheaper method,
it's 2025. Why would they
continue right here?
To do stuff in the dark ages?
I implore you to rub it in my face. Like, man, I told you it was gonna upgrade that.
I don't want to rub it in your face. Look, listen. I'm trying to help you use the chess pieces to move forward, to think ahead. Do you really think that U.S. Steel, who now has a serious government contract, is still going to be operating and making products in the dark ages with the technology that's available today? I mean, we just went through this a couple hours ago with the drilling, where they can have a oil rig up and running and drilling within what, less than 3 months? Yeah, who do you think they're going to use to manufacture those oil rigs? What company do you think that they're going to get their precious metals from to create all of these oil rigs? What company? I mean, their stock is up for a reason. Understand, I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm trying to get you to actually see. Look, listen. I'm trying to actually get you to see things how they really are, not how you think they're going to be, but how they really are. You don't sign, as U.S. Steel, you don't sign a government contract only for a government business, a government sanctioned business, to go away from you. Do you understand? They're going to dump a fuck ton of money into your corporation, and whatever you're lacking in, you're going to improve that, because, like Charles said, the U.S. Patents Office is really a license to steal. It's a license to steal.
I am going off of historical moves by these
people. Well, history changes.
Even in the Biden administration, I mean, hey, Biden offered you $1 billion in green steel. Why didn't you upgrade then?
Biden? The Biden administration. Oh, Sleepy Joe, who worked from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You're talking about a guy who couldn't even walk up a stairs, or who wandered off into the Amazon jungle, who said on national TV in a live broadcast that they defeated Medicare.
Hey, I'm no fan of Biden, but he did offer $1 billion for people that were upgrading their systems from coal blast furnaces to, the new.
And what happened? Okay, so and what happened to that? What happened to that money? What happened to the whole situation?
I don't know exactly what happened with U.S. Steel, but what I do know is almost half of their system still uses the old style. So,
well, I mean, they don't use the old style anymore.
I do know that they were retrofitting some of their systems, but they don't need to retrofit anything. They need a complete overhaul, man.
Well, what do they need to? What do they need to do a complete overhaul on?
Their furnaces.
Their furnaces. We're talking about
they need to Get rid of the old coal blast furnaces that are more expensive and less efficient and more harmful to the environment, and replace.
Do you really think that they're still going to use that now in 2025?
I mean, yeah, I said
Go
that
ahead,
earlier.
say no. Just say no. Just say no. Just say no so we can move forward with the conversation. Come on now. These people got a government contract. These people have a government contract.
We'll just leave that on the table, and I'll just say,
we'll set it aside.
Yeah, set it aside.
All right, we'll set it aside.
I just wanted to mention part about the job. So, Apple,
no, it's fine.
500 million. They're opening a factory in Houston, so that should be 20,000 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So outside
they signed a contract for 500,000 jobs. 500,000 government jobs. So as Mela asked about government jobs, there's 500,000 government jobs right there for white collar workers. Yes.
So yeah, 20,000 jobs in Houston, Texas. They're opening a new AI server factory, and that's going to be 500 billion in investment over the next 3 years.
So now that leaves how many more jobs that they need to create?
That's one example.
Out of 500,000, you say they opening up 20,000 in your area. So how many more jobs are they looking to create? About 420,000 jobs, right?
About 480.
480? Okay, 480,000 jobs. Sorry, it's late. So that's 480,000 jobs that they'll probably create before the end of September. Because do understand that corporations are they're ready to buy these gold tickets to come to the United States to open up manufacturing jobs. This is why, like, when they talk about Trump and the yo-yo, well, I'm putting tariffs on, well, I'm taking tariffs off. But what they don't seem to understand is that he put tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and the car manufacturers called him. It's like, hey, dude, come on. We got products. We're going to come back, but we have products that we need to ship to the United States. And we really need to have to pay a tariff tax on these products. So he said, okay, cool. I'll give you 30 days. This is why he waived the tariffs for 30 days. This is what they don't tell you on Democratic media. He waived the tariffs. So they got 30 days to ship the bulk of their inventory, if not all, to the United States. So that way they don't pay a tax on the tariffs. Then that way they can sell their products here in the United States and start manufacturing cars here in the United States. If you buy a car here that's made here in the United States, it's going to be cheaper because the parts are here. Everything is made here. The tires, the engine pieces, all of that stuff is made here in the United States via the manufacturer. So, like, remember when we were talking about the little Chinese car that's not sold here in the United States, even though it's a damn good car for less than $10,000, right? Right?
Yeah.
So what you do is you don't. Yeah, I hear you. I heard you. Yeah, I heard you. So what you do is you ban that car from being here in the United States. So therefore, they don't get a chance to compete with the American market, because we all know you sell an EV here in the United States for less than $10K. That's like what, $40,000-$50,000 less than a Tesla, and it's got better mileage and whatnot, quick, faster charging time and everything. Man, Tesla would be out of business, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can't.
Right.
Yeah. Guess what? I'm about to start an EV company in Africa, and guess what? Where I'm going to be importing the vehicles from? Show us hell not
China. Yeah, good job. But they're banned here. But here's the thing about Tesla stock. Tesla doesn't just produce cars. They also do robotics. They're also doing medical things. They're helping blind people see and crippled people walk. They're working on all of this. Their biggest thing is robotics. The cars just help them make enough money to where now they can focus on robotics. Trust me, Elon ain't worried about them fucking cars. He's more so worried about robotics. He's always thinking forward. He's always thinking forward. The cars are like your Lego pieces. Yeah, they were cool to play with, but you've upgraded to what? A PS5? You don't care about them Legos. You pass them Legos down to your little brother or your cousin or your nephew or something. Here you go. If you still got them, if you haven't thrown them away. That's why they want Elon to step down from Tesla, but he's like, yo, I'm not worried about the car division. Matter of fact, you run the car division. I'm worried about the robotics. So no, I'm not stepping away from Tesla because we're more than just a car company. We produce solar panels, tiny houses, and everything robotics. We're about advancing the future, not just an electric car.
Well,
did you know that?
Technically, they're different companies, but I get what you're saying.
Right.
And I agree with you. I think Elon Musk has a bigger vision for the impact that he wants to have in the world. I mean, his ultimate mission is to go interplanetary, so populate, on Mars in case
that's
Earth
wishful thinking.
He doesn't think it.
That's dreaming big.
Yeah,
but as far as all the other stuff here on the earthly plane here, as far as like helping people and everything, those are obtainable goals. They're working towards that.
You ever seen Prometheus?
Yes.
Really, Scott. So he trying to be like that old dude, Wayland.
Yeah, Wayland
like
technology. Yeah. No, I get it.
Get on Mars in 2050. Let me ask you this: can I go through really quickly the investment?
Go ahead.
That's secured. Okay, so really quickly, $1 billion in investment from GE Aerospace. $1 billion investment for Merck and Company, which is a pharmaceutical company. $20 billion investment from CMC GM Group. $27 billion from Eli Lilly, which is another pharmaceutical company. $55 million from Johnson & Johnson.
Where were you?
I'm sorry, billion, not million.
Wait.
All
where were you? Sunday, where were you? Are you not in my Patreon?
Sunday, I was like with.
Wait. Are you in my Patreon?
No, I'm not in Patreon.
Oh God, you need to join my Patreon and then post under the money video because listen. I know I come off as an arrogant prick, but in all honesty, I am so open to ideas. I'm so open to ideas. Just don't try to insult my intelligence. I don't like that. But I'm so open to ideas. If you have an idea, especially if you're talking about money, post it. I want black men and women to succeed. And the only way you're going to get ahead in a capitalist society is by being a what?
Capitalist.
Exactly. Stop worrying about fucking who's a racist and who's not and all this silly, goofy stuff. Talk about your money. Get your money up.
I agree.
Get your money up. This is why I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you how I see things moving forward.
Yeah, we're on the same page with that. That's why I have a channel called Pan African Capitalist.
All right.
So
well, here, look. There's the banner right there. Tinfoil Kufi. Patreon.com. Tinfoil Kufi. The memberships are free. I have the paid membership is $5, but don't worry about that. The free memberships is where you want to go.
I don't see anything. Drop it in the regular chat.
You don't see it on scrolling across the top of the screen?
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't looking at that. I thought you dropped the link. Okay, let me see. Tinfoil Kufi.
Yeah, Lewis gave me that. He gave me that name. Yeah, I dropped the money video. Although sometimes with Sundays I try to rest, but I was a little rushed. But I wrote down all of these little minerals, and this is what pissed me off. Zelensky is killing me because Zelensky is fucking up the money. He's fucking up the money. He is messing with the money. And I'm gonna tell you one thing the United States do not do, especially Trump, is play with his money. That's why that dude is not gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it past 3 months. Because this is about the money. Those minerals that he's sitting on is worth trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars.
Let me just finish this really quickly, if you allow me.
Go ahead.
So Johnson & Johnson, 55 billion. Taiwan Semiconductor, 100 billion. SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, 100 billion. NVIDIA, 100 billion. Apple, 500 billion. Saudi Arabia, 600 billion. And United Arab Emirates, 1.4 trillion.
Do they have call letters? They have stock letters?
Some of the companies are public.
Do me a favor. Join the Patreon. Do me a favor. Join the Patreon. Go down into the money video that I posted Sunday and post the name and their call letters, their stock letters. And then next Sunday we'll go back over them. We'll go over all these precious minerals and see who has government contracts, who's ready to start refining stuff. It's just a matter of what happens with Zelensky, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it because I don't hate my brothers and sisters. I don't. Do I think y'all are stupid? To a degree, yes, but it's not your fault. You've been lied, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but I too was in the same situation. I was lied to for the majority of my life. I thought that if I chased, who was racist or not, that was going to make my life better. But no, what's going to actually make your lives better is being a capitalist, a successful capitalist in a capitalistic society. Brothers was for the past 4 years been talking about being a passport bro. How you gonna be a passport bro when you dusty? What you gonna do? You gonna be a
bro without no dough.
Exactly. You're gonna be sitting up there in the airport talking about you can send me some cash apps. I spent my last $700 filming pornos. Are you real? Is that what you want to be? Is you trying to be that, or is you trying to be, Zoom to Thailand? You see that brother ain't got no money problems. A lot of brothers don't have money problems. So this is how you get there.
Yep, and that is why. For me, it's about doing business in other countries. That to me that comes first. Doing business or investments. You don't want to do.
What does it take for you to do that? What does it take for you to do that?
In terms of paperwork or
money,
one or two types of.
You ain't walking in there as some broke ninja talking about some. Give me money and do this on hopes and dreams. Or you sitting up there talking about let's do this paper. And you got the credit to back it up. Do you not have the credit to back up whatever business you going overseas to create?
Yep, I agree 100%.
Yeah. This is how the average brother can get there. Because a lot of these stocks and whatnot, you saw it. These stocks are going for less than $50. Less than $50. You mean to tell me that as a black man in America in 2025, you can invest $50 into your future? Is your financial illiteracy that bad? This is what all of this really boils down to. Understanding what is the president talking about? What are the moves that he's making? What corporations are in his pocket? What's going on with him in Ukraine? Because understand the whole Ukraine situation is all based on the peace deal, and the peace deal is carving up Ukraine's resources. They're telling you where the money is. This is the money that's coming in. The tariffs, the golden tickets. All of this is about money. But the thing about it is that we have black people who are so misinformed that they can't see past today. They're dooming and glooming. And it's like, you can't, look, scared money don't make you no money. Right? Right?
Yep.
Scared money don't make you money. Be a goddamn man. Take a risk. Take a risk. On Inauguration Day, they were saying, oh man, Bitcoin's going off the market. I invested in 3 coins, $50 each. Let me pull up my Venmo. $50 each. Hold on. Here we go. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. $150 is what I invested, right? I'm sitting at 603.
Nice.
And Trump is going to make a Bitcoin move. He's going to flood the market with Bitcoin to offset BRICS, because that's what he has to do. His biggest mission is to offset Russia's financial capitalism on the global economy. So you use Bitcoin to offset BRICS. That's coming. If I'm already sitting on the ground floor, what happens when he makes that move and Bitcoin shoots up? What happens? Hello, Bueller? Is this thing on? What happens? I'm asking you, what happens?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, say that again. I had to step away for a second. Say it again.
If I drop $50 each on 3 coins, and Trump dumps a bunch of money into Bitcoin in order to surge it up to offset BRICS, what happens to my shares of Bitcoin?
They go up. You're going to make a profit. You're going to, increase the value of your initial investment.
Exactly. And I tell people $20 can change your life. It's funny though. My money shows be the least viewed shows.
Yeah, I had a show talking about business and finance, and what they call it, the BFF, got way more views than those videos. There's a YouTuber that I like that just shut his channel down. He's a multi-millionaire black guy. I'm not sure if you ever seen him. Obstacles and Opportunities.
Why did he shut the show down?
He didn't say, but I assume that because it wasn't getting a lot of traction. Which I mean, his subscriber base was like definitely under 10,000, probably under 5,000, and he's been putting out stuff for years, at least 5 or 6 years.
And what is black people's biggest problem as we sit at the very bottom of the economic ladder in America? What's our biggest problem?
I say ignorance, lack of financial literacy.
Financial literacy. You wonder why black women are the most evicted. You wonder why they're the most on welfare. You wonder why there aren't any black businesses. They're few and far in between. Sure, it's fine that you're making a paycheck that pays you $16,000 a month or whatever or anything, but what are you doing with the money? This is what I was trying to explain earlier. If you're getting 64% a month on your paycheck, what are you doing with the money? Are you putting a little bit more into your 401k for your retirement, or are you fucking it off on products from overseas, or are you buying American products? What are you doing? Why are you arguing with me about the shoulda, woulda, couldas? Let's talk about, as far as right now, let's talk about the future, because that's what this is all entailed. It's all about the future. If the future pans out the way that it looks like it's going to pan out, because it's not like countries are all of a sudden not going to pay us the tariffs. Are they not? Are they going to pay us the tariffs or not?
Oh, they will.
Because they don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
Right. And now that more countries are more developed and they have more products that they ship into America, then guess what you make more money doing? Do you make more money from the tariffs, or do you make more money from taxing Americans?
You make more money from the tariffs.
Exactly. So now you can kill income tax for people who, at first, Trump, like I said, he wanted to kill income tax for everybody. But of course, you know, people that own this country, they said, no, hold on. We need to collect some money from the people. So he said, okay, well, how about we don't tax people that make under 150K? That restores your middle class, and it gives your economically challenged, aka the brokies, the poor people, that gives them a leg up in society. Does it not?
Yes, it does.
So if you're making $15 an hour, you bring home about what, $4,200 a month, not counting taxes. But if you take out 34, 36, whatever percent, I'm sorry, 64%, you're now making 32% more per check. The rent is $2,000 a month. You can now, although home ownership or apartment prices, all of that stuff will eventually go down once you get rid of the illegals, because supply will then equal the demand. Do you understand? Less people equals you bring down the prices of rentals, of home ownership and rentals, because there are less people in the system, correct?
Yep.
Right. So now you brought down apartments down to, let's say they, instead of the average of $1,600 to $2,000 a month, you now bring it down to at least $1,000 a month. If you're now bringing home, let's say you actually do bring home that $4,200 a month on your net check, you can now afford an apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
By yourself, plus groceries and utilities and everything. You can pay your rent with that first check as is intended. You now have actual spending money, especially if you work a full-time job that pays more than 15, but your part-time makes you 15. I mean, I've been working, well, when I was working, I worked 2 jobs from 27 up until I would say about 40, let's say 48. I worked 2 jobs. One where I made $22 an hour, and then the other one where I made $15 an hour. So whenever I got paid, no matter when I got paid, I always had a couple of extra $100, if not at least $1,000 to play with. I owned 2 cars. I had a house. You understand? This was pre-COVID. The money was there. The money is there if you actually go out and get it. You're talking about now a president that's trying to get you back into that with a different financial situation, because you're never going to roll it back to pre-COVID. The prices are going to be the price, but your income is going to be greater. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your pay is going to match the price. So now it's pretty much like you're living in pre-COVID. You're getting more of your paycheck. You're not paying income tax. And things are here that are made in America are now affordable, but the only luxury tax you're going to pay is from stuff that comes from overseas. So it's up to you as a consumer whether or not you want to buy it. Remember I was saying about the water bottle that just has the little handle on it?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have options. It's up to you on whether or not you want the option or not. This is thinking ahead. This is 3, 4, 5, 6D chess. if things work out, which they look like they will, trust me, we as Americans, but most specifically black, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Them golden ticket jobs won't be landing all in Idaho and Nebraska and whatnot. They'll be landing in urban areas because they know they need the workforce. You really think they're going to dump 50 golden ticket jobs in Idaho or Nebraska somewhere where the population is maybe, 10,000 people or something like that? No, they're going to go where they can get the best unskilled laborers that they can, which will be in urban areas. This is why I was saying, if you're a politician, get up with the Republicans, find out what corporations are coming in and start giving them tours. Like, hey, I already have a built-in workforce in this area. This is a residential area. It's a blue-collar area. All we got to do is just put the jobs up at the Church's Chicken, the KFC, that the churches, that the bank, you know what I'm saying? At the gas station. Hey, yeah, the such and such factory that's been shut down for 20 years, they hiring. You know what I'm saying? Come fill out an application. You think a bunch of dudes that are over the age of 25 ain't gonna be between 25 and up, 25 and 55? You think they not gonna be there at the job fair, in the parking lot, filling out applications? Yes or no? Oh, he left. But it is what it is. What's up, Andre? No tariffs will be higher than the tax cut from your check. You will pay for every penny of the tax when you stop. It's always about the side gigs. Sometimes that means actually working the part-time. Right. Ain't nothing wrong with, please. I work them 2 jobs, man. Woo. Them pop, man, please. All I did was work them 2 jobs and just bank the money. All I did was just collect the money because the house didn't need nothing new. I didn't need a new living room set. I didn't need no new TV. I didn't need no new nothing. What am I gonna do? Buy clothes? The most you're gonna spend on new clothes is about what? $300 to $500. That's really gonna break you. That's what half of a check. If you work in 2 jobs, that's half of a check. You already got your summer wardrobe, fall wardrobe, spring wardrobe, whatever. You sit back, you bank that money. You bank that money and you invest that money. You turn that money into more money. Your money is supposed to work for you, not you working for your money. I mean, in the long run. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking over people's heads. All right, let's get out of here. Y'all be safe. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't. The egos, you say Wi-Fi dropped, so I would just call it a night. Thanks for having me. Good conversation. Peace. Yeah, like the egos. This is not about egos. This is about surviving and thriving. We have to thrive or else we're going to freaking die. What's up, host of Carlos? Say it makes sense, right? But you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. You say you aren't wrong, man. All right, y'all be good. Peace out.
Okay, I believe that is an L. It is, in fact, an L. It was 6 hours ago. I couldn't even read a stop sign. All right, test me again. I want to go smaller. Smaller. All right.
Great work, Rob. Great work. See if you can read this. You're fired. And in case your ears are fucked, get the fuck out! And the next person I see juggling, tap dancing, or baton twirling, or doing any other circus-like tricks will join him, all right? One strike policy applies. Now get back to work. God damn, that felt good.